The hero admits he was once addicted to social games. A blonde girl asks why everyone has gathered. One girl mentions today's hunt, while another says she wants to collect more stones. The guy declares that he has reached his limit. His companion asks whether he will finally act, and he confirms it. He stands before the girls, ready to begin. Excitedly, he announces the operation and displays the game logo. His life changed after he first tried a certain gacha game. Girls' Core was a game about training beautiful female characters. It surpassed 10 million downloads within 6 months. Constant gacha events attracted many heavy spenders. The hero was one of them. Sitting before 2 monitors, he admires a newly released heroine. However, he has nearly spent his entire monthly budget. Other players in the chat complain about their expenses and the low drop rate. The hero remains determined after already spending hundreds of thousands of yen. Confident in the boosted rate, he calls out to Luna-chan. He spends another 5,000 yen and begins the pull. The hero shouts Luna-chan's name, hoping his feelings reach her. A chest guaranteeing a rare reward appears. Instead, he receives a scroll titled Invitation to Another World and reacts with delight. Assuming it is a normal gacha item, he remembers one unopened reward. He hopes the final item is not another magic card. Returning to his seat, he opens it. The item description says using the invitation will transport its owner to another world. He finds no information about it on the game's wiki. Wondering whether it unlocks a global server, he becomes interested. Despite hesitating, he presses the use button. A blinding flash surrounds him. He awakens in an open field and confirms through pain that it is not a dream. Still alarmed, he cannot fully accept that the situation is real. He sits on the grass and calms himself. The hero decides to find shelter first. Looking across the wilderness, he realizes he is completely exposed. Snakes or predators could easily kill him. Understanding the danger, he begins moving faster. A goblin carrying a club suddenly appears. Terrified, the hero runs. He does not understand the situation, but knows he must survive. He flees toward the forest without looking back. The boy climbs a tree while the goblin watches from below. He stares down, still unsure what is chasing him. Believing himself safe on a branch, he hears the creature cry out behind him. The hero realizes this may truly be another world. He remembers the invitation scroll. Frantically searching his clothes, he finds his phone. The main menu is inaccessible, but one game tab still works. Only his own character remains, reduced to level 1. His inventory is completely empty. The hero despairs after realizing almost all his data is gone. Clutching the phone, he breathes deeply to regain control. Sitting beneath the tree, he notices the gacha conditions are unusually generous as cards and rewards appear around him. A strange book-shaped item appears on the screen, but Luna is still missing. The book materializes on his lap and is described as a tool for understanding another world's language. After wondering whether it causes headaches, he is struck by severe pain. He endures it and checks the phone again. Realizing items can materialize, he wonders whether characters can as well. A prompt asks whether he wants to summon Norlfanyu, and he confirms. A female knight begins materializing in a bright light and asks who he is. Floating before him, she opens her eyes and wonders whether he is her master. Norl suddenly falls from the tree. The hero realizes too late that he summoned her at a great height, and she crashes to the ground. Sitting on the grass, the armored girl reproaches her new master. He kneels and apologizes, which she accepts. The hero introduces himself as Heihachi Okura and tries to begin a conversation. Norl warns that she must tell him something important and difficult to accept. She says Heihachi requires training, leaving him confused. Armed goblins suddenly charge toward them, threatening to kill and eat him. He recognizes the earlier goblin and notices that it brought reinforcements. As Heihachi panics, Norl calmly orders him to open the items tab. The armored girl again falls from the tree, while Heihachi watches from above. After falling, Norl realizes she forgot they were still in a tree. She announces the start of Heihachi's training and attacks the goblins. Norl easily knocks them away, impressing him with her strength. One goblin charges Heihachi with a club. Frightened, he raises his hand to stop it. Norl encourages him, but Heihachi screams for help as the goblin swings. He closes his eyes and prepares for the blow. When the attack causes no damage, both Heihachi and the goblin are confused. Norl calmly explains that he can withstand several hits. Heihachi grabs a crowbar and defeats the goblin. Norl declares the training complete. They then resume their introductions. She introduces herself as Norlfanyu and asks him to call her Norl. Norl notices Heihachi's strange reaction and asks whether he is all right. When he tries to lift her helmet, she angrily stops him. Heihachi claims he needs time to adjust, creating an awkward argument. With training finished, his new life in this gacha-like world begins. Heihachi hears the words Fanya Rush but cannot identify their source. He complains of exhaustion while Noro fails to understand why. Lying on the ground, Heihachi explains that he is not accustomed to heavy armor. Noro agrees that he looks exhausted. After reaching the main road, they decide to camp for the night and use a camping item. A fully equipped tent appears, surprising Heihachi. Noro immediately relaxes inside. She happily examines the tent while Heihachi watches. A drop of liquid falls from a pipette. Heihachi and Noro sit beside a forest campfire and prepare food. Noro criticizes his careless behavior and poor physical condition. Heihachi asks her to explain their situation. Noro reminds him that this world differs from his own. She explains that she was summoned specifically to support him. Heihachi realizes the situation resembles the game's mechanics. They light the fire and continue talking while preparing to rest. Noro enthusiastically announces that it is time to eat. Masaru is surprised by how excited she becomes over dinner. Noro admits that she always looks forward to food. With one button press, a complete meal appears. Noro is amazed by how delicious it tastes. The hero marvels that gacha items can produce such good food. That night, he hopes a passing carriage can take them to the city. Masaru suddenly protects travelers from attacking goblins. The witnesses are impressed by the power of his weapon. After easily winning, he returns to Noro. She asks whether the battle is over and addresses him as her lord. Noro explains that the enemies were weaker than expected. The hero playfully pulls her cheek, annoying her. The next morning, a traveler thanks them for stopping the nighttime attack. During the journey, they learn that monsters rarely appear nearby. Exhausted, the hero asks Noro to carry him, but she refuses. He had expected to ride in the cart, but must continue on foot. Noro grabs his hand and runs after the departing carriage. They finally arrive in the crowded city of Bern. The group safely enters the city, and the hero checks that everyone is present. He is shocked to receive a reward of 10,000 gil. A man confirms the amount and thanks him for helping. Remembering the merchant's advice, the hero considers selling his items to local shops. He tells Noro they will stay at a good tavern and eat well. They decide to exchange their items first. The pair visits several merchants throughout the city. Noro happily carries several meat skewers while the hero reluctantly allows it. He then remembers that magic stones are more important than ordinary money because they power the gacha. Opening the application, he discovers that he has none. He desperately hits the device and searches for a place to exchange money for magic stones. They finally reach a comfortable inn, where the receptionist asks whether only the two of them will be staying. He looked at the price of a night's stay in the hotel in dismay, realizing that their funds were quickly dwindling. The clerk offered him a cheaper option to stay in one room, which caused him confusion. He abruptly rejected the idea, deciding to sacrifice food rather than spend the night together. The girl calmly stated that it did not bother her and exclaimed that he should wait. The hero asked in surprise if she was really against it, to which the girl responded with a question. She admitted that she wants to be next to him always, from morning to evening. After some thought, he gave in and asked for one room for two. Later at dinner, she enjoyed the food, considering it the best moment of the day. He realized that her speech about together forever was just about saving on housing. He checked their parameters on the device and she watched with interest, clarifying what was happening. The hero was surprised to notice that despite the difference of only one level, his characteristics with Noro differed significantly. It turned out that her equipment significantly enhances her combat abilities, giving huge bonuses to defense and magic. He commented with bewilderment that such effects looked too unrealistic. Comparing his weapon and shield with her equipment, he felt clearly weaker. He picked up his equipment and sadly noted that it only glowed in battle. Later, lying in the room, he began to ask questions about the structure of this world. He was worried about how to charge a smartphone here without a charger. She explained that the phone was powered by magical energy in the air. She added that it works similar to MP used in games. Hearing this, the hero nodded thoughtfully, accepting yet another unusual rule of the new world. The hero stared at the girl in bewilderment when she suggested asking any questions. He immediately asked how to get home but received only the answer, "I don't know." Disappointed, he lay down on the bed and decided to just go to sleep. Before going to bed, he called out to clarify something. At this time, the girl was already taking a bath without removing her helmet from her head. The girl gets out of the bath and putting on her nightgown says she had a wonderful rest. The guy watches her, remembering that she is, after all, a girl. He's surprised that she hides her face even in a relaxed setting. She calmly replies that it's perfectly natural. She explains that a shy girl should not show her face easily, while he looks a little embarrassed. The guy starts to object but quickly feels that he is being teased and cannot contain his slight irritation. The next day, the heroes complete their guild registration and set out on a hunting mission. The girl receives an adventurer's card and is surprised by its appearance and ranking system. The guy warns her not to lose the card, as restoring it will cost a lot. Later, they go to a forest near the city where monsters live. In the forest, they notice the first goblin, and the boy points to him. Suddenly, they find themselves surrounded by a large group of goblins who have appeared from an ambush. She easily defeats a rare black orc, and Masaru is surprised by how easy it was. They rejoice over the rare monster's meat. The hero notices a change on his smartphone and becomes wary. He's checking something important. He suddenly discovers that the number of magic stones has increased and cannot contain his surprise. The heroes conclude that killing rare monsters yields more magic stones. Masaru discovers a way to obtain them. Inspired by the discovery, Masaru and Norl enthusiastically continue their hunt until the evening. A few days had passed since Masaru became an adventurer. To accumulate magic stones for his gacha, he hunted black orcs every day, and his rank had risen from G to F. When the number of stones reached 50, Masaru excitedly announced that it was time for the gacha. He was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation for the upcoming summoning. The heroine explained the rules of the local system. You can only get a unit through the gacha, and even then there's no guarantee. Masaru was hoping for luck and was full of excitement. He activated the gacha, but instead of the desired he received a regular white chest containing an SSR item. The disappointment made him immediately decide to try again. He continued spinning the gacha, hoping for luck, but the system proved too rigid. He laments the lack of a direct purchase option and complains about the unfairness of the world. He ends up with a sword called Excalibur, which he considers mediocre. However, when the system offers to strengthen it, he agrees. The enhanced sword increases his strength and speed, but he still dreams of a rare unit. Meanwhile, the heroine decides to give him a plush toy. He learns that the toy is useless and is valued only for its appearance. Nevertheless, she accepts it with a serious expression, finding it cute. He's surprised by her reaction, but pleased that the gift was a success. Afterward, he decides to start all over again and accumulate stones again. The next day, the heroes take on an urgent mission, escorting a wagon through a forest filled with rare monsters. He agrees, seeing it as a chance to obtain the magic stones again. The group travels with an escorted wagon and discusses how they can now be relied upon in times of danger. One of them decides to use a new item, a stat-checking app. The protagonist scans the man's profile and notices that his stats are below expectations. He also learns about the bonus for viewing women. When scanning a girl, the app displays her body parameters, which makes everyone feel awkward and surprised. When the caravan stops in the forest, the earth begins to shake, and everyone notices something large approaching. A huge cyclops appears, frightening everyone with its size and terrifying appearance. One of the attendants suggests running away, but the protagonist, seeing the cyclops' characteristics, decides that a battle is possible thanks to her presence. The protagonist challenges her to a fight, and she accepts. After donning special boots, she experiences a boost in speed and defense. The heroine quickly approaches the monster, confidently moving towards the threat despite its size. She activates a special skill that doubles her stats for a short time, enhancing her combat potential. She deals a powerful blow to the Cyclops, and the protagonist is surprised by her strength, expecting that this will be enough for victory. Despite the blow, the Cyclops remains alive and begins to rise. The hero decides to attack himself while the monster's strength is still weak. The hero rushes to attack but finds himself right in the face of the revived Cyclops, who stands up again, looming menacingly. A massive, muscular creature fell face down into the ground, sprawling across the surface and leaving a crater around itself. The armored girl comes to and is surprised to be rescued. The young man asks if she's okay and thanks her, but she doesn't immediately understand what he means. The girl's helmet accidentally falls off, and the hero sees her face for the first time. He is struck by how beautiful she is. The girl removes her helmet, and the young man is surprised to see her face. He is struck by her appearance, after which she suddenly begins to cry loudly. The girl panics when she realizes she's without a helmet and begins covering her face with her hands. She blushes and begs him not to look at her while the young man watches in amazement. The young man returns the girl's helmet and apologizes for what happened. She puts it back on, remembers that her face was visible, becomes embarrassed, and declares she's going home. The guy suggested that this could be a side effect of her skill. The boy realized that Noral's inability to move was a serious problem and tried to help her up while they hurried to join the others. He later told her to remain calm and rest in the tent, to which she weakly replied that she understood. The girl apologized and said it was her fault, but then added that Okura wasn't to blame. The boy cautiously asked why she was so careful to hide her face, explaining that he wanted to know the reason in case it was important for the future. The girl admitted that she can't move normally if someone sees her face because it makes her feel ashamed and makes it difficult to speak confidently. She added that it was good that Okura saw her, as it is associated with the dignity of a knight. The girl sheepishly said that someone like her looked odd without a helmet and thought her face would make people laugh. The guy admitted he was surprised to see her face but thought it was cute. The boy became embarrassed and exclaimed that he'd accidentally spoken his mind, then tried to brush the conversation aside. However, the girl enthusiastically rushed toward him and loudly declared that she would follow him for the rest of her life, causing him to panic and feel the pain of the unexpected leap. The next day, Noral had fully recovered and their journey continued smoothly. The team successfully reached the village of Ruberg, after which the protagonist received notification of the mission's completion. The boy suddenly exclaimed that they were returning to Brunn immediately, surprising the others. When asked what had happened, he didn't explain, but instead mentally noted that he would prefer this to staying here. The guy solemnly announced it was time for a strategy meeting and showed the girl a notification about a campaign with a double chance of receiving units. Confused, the girl tried to clarify what strategy he was talking about, but he solemnly stated that it was their chance, and she responded that it was just a game promotion. The guy enthusiastically explained that he could get 2 units during the campaign if he tried 100 times, as the drop rate was 2%. He stated that they needed to collect 50 magic stones a day, which shocked the girl. The boy announced he'd come up with a plan that would allow them to collect 50 magic stones a day and demanded that the girl listen to him without objection. He promised to reveal the strategy and led her deeper into the forest, beyond the usual hunting grounds, to begin collecting. The guy found the monster's spawn point and explained that they usually hunted far from it, wasting time between battles. He noted that fighting closer to the spawn point would allow them to encounter enemies more often, thereby increasing their gathering efficiency. The guy explained that thanks to their ability to quickly defeat monsters, they can increase their effectiveness by fighting more often. He added that he doesn't intend to limit himself to one spawn point, as it's better to hunt at several spawns at once to avoid wasting time. Although the hunt was successful and they found 5 spawn points, the girl began to tire on the first day and asked angrily if there would be more orcs. The boy realized he couldn't carry out the plan without her and agreed to continue after she pleaded with him, promising to grant him any wish after completing the task. The 10-day hunt for the black orcs began, and on the second day the heroes fought vigorously at various spawn points. On the third day they continued the hunt, but the girl was already beginning to tire. On the fourth day she returned to the fight, despite her growing fatigue. On the fifth day the girl looked exhausted, but she still continued to participate in training and battles. On the sixth day, despite her fatigue, she again engaged the orcs, demonstrating her resilience. On the seventh day, the girl, clearly accustomed to the situation, cheerfully called out to the next orc and eagerly entered the fray. She attacked each enemy with ease, demonstrating confidence and fighting spirit. She notes with concern that the others are delayed and declares that she won't waste a second as long as there's an orc left. She's fully prepared, while Masaru is a little confused. Already in the city, she, unable to discern her target, enthusiastically rushes into the attack, mistaking a human for an orc. The hero tries his best to stop her as they are still in a populated area. The heroine is completely exhausted and can no longer contain her weariness. The hero takes her to the inn where she continues to mutter, almost unconsciously, about the need to kill orcs. He notices that the pace of collecting magic stones is slowing down and realizes he's overloaded the heroine. She's exhausted and on the verge of a breakdown, which makes him wonder where their limit is. With only a few days left in the campaign, he's determined to fight. He's determined to get out and continue hunting for stones, despite his fatigue. On the penultimate day of the hunt, he decides to head to another monster spawn zone to lighten the load. He intends to work alone, despite the potential dangers. She apprehensively agrees, and the hero sets off into the forest alone. He admits to himself that he's actually afraid to go alone, but he continues to move forward. In the forest, the hero encounters a large and ferocious monster. Despite his fear, he decides to attack, realizing it's too late to retreat. On the last day of the campaign, the hero finds shelter under a tree, exhausted beyond measure. The heroine notices his condition and seems almost to collapse from exhaustion. Finally, the heroes reach the 500 magic stones mark. Exhausted but happy, they shout with joy, celebrating the completion of the arduous marathon. He excitedly announced that the long-awaited moment had arrived. The Heihachi Carnival had opened. He joyfully showed off the number of magic stones he'd accumulated, preparing to try his luck at Gacha summoning. After the first unsuccessful summon, her mood soured, but he continued optimistically. When 2 SSR items dropped in a row, she perked up noticeably, hoping the next one would be On his 4th try, he caught the SR and tried to remain calm. He still believed that with so many tries, he was bound to get lucky. Attempts 5 through 7 again yielded only SR. Despite the mounting tension, he tried to maintain his composure and convinced himself that everything was proceeding within the statistical norm. With only 2 attempts remaining, he began to lose hope. A look of alarm crossed his face, but he refused to give up and focused on his last chance. After his 9th attempt, he was in despair. SR again. She tried to encourage him, telling him everything would be fine and wishing him luck on his final throw. Remembering how hard they'd tried and fought, the hero promised himself to give it his all for her and for all their efforts. He pressed the last call button. However, the final summoning was a failure. Instead of the expected rarity, he received a useless item. He screamed in despair. Losing his strength, he fell. Inwardly, he wondered what it was all for. He wanted to return the stones and turn back time. She tried to console him and suggested he try again. She wanted to try herself, believing that everything would work out if she kept trying. Hero recalled how he himself had been driven mad by greed for units and admitted to himself that he should have reflected on his behavior. He watched as the girl excitedly prepared to make her throw, unaware of the outcome. The girl suddenly screamed that she'd gotten a which left the hero both shocked and delighted. He couldn't believe it had happened until a powerful sorceress with red eyes appeared on the screen. He was so overcome with emotion that he couldn't hold back his tears and clung to the girl who had drawn the winning ticket. His relief and joy literally burst forth. The heroes went to an open area to perform the summoning ritual, and the hero noted that the new unit possessed powerful magic. Although she looked cute, he was concerned about her personality and had some doubts. As the hero placed the tablet on the ground for the summoning, he apologized for his past mistakes. The girls watched the proceedings, awaiting the arrival of a new ally. A sorceress with a staff emerged from a bright light, her cloak and hair fluttering, creating a striking first impression. The boy watched the summoning with delight and excitement. The sorceress approached and looked at them with interest. After a brief introduction, she learned the names of her summoners and confirmed that they were the ones who had summoned her. The guy asked the girl to introduce herself, but she was surprised to find out he already knew everything. She eventually agreed, and a casual rapport developed between them. She thoughtfully asked what benefit she would receive if she joined them. The hero tried to persuade her with words about hunting monsters together and expressed his willingness to go all the way. After thinking for a moment, the girl smiled and admitted she was just joking. She was intrigued by the hero's character and agreed to join the group, becoming their second companion. Heihachi watched the heroine excitedly prepare for the Gacha prize. He remembered how he himself had once rejoiced at the drop of characters and wondered when it had become an obsession. She excitedly announced that she'd won a character, which shocked them. They waited anxiously to see who they'd gotten until they saw the mage appear. One of the girls suddenly announced that she was happy to share a room with him, greatly embarrassing the guy. The other supported her, but was outraged that he would then have the room all to himself, calling it unfair despite his objections. Both girls insisted on sharing a room for the 3 of them and even hugged the guy, declaring they wouldn't mind sharing space with him. The guy initially hesitated at the idea of living with 2 girls, but then considered whether he should pass up the opportunity, while one of the girls innocently asked if it was a burden to him. The guy, embarrassed by the girl's gaze, admitted he wouldn't mind sharing a room with them, finding her behavior too sweet. In response, she warned him with a sly smile that he might regret inviting her, but out loud she only said she was looking forward to living together. One of the girls started doing Noral's hair, admiring her hair and saying it made her look cuter, and then suggested she take off her eye mask. Noral panicked, refusing, insisting she didn't want to, and the guy, watching their boisterous exchange, smiled and remarked how well they were getting along. The guy admitted that he was initially worried about summoning Estelle, but now realized his fears were unfounded. While the girls were playing, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity and checked Estelle's stats through the app, including her level, abilities, and cost. The young man continued analyzing Estelle's status and noted that, as a mage, she had high mana but low defense. He also noticed her gear with very strong stats, and then, after looking at the app data, he learned her body parameters, which confused him a little. The boy screamed in panic when he noticed Estelle's breast size displayed on the screen, terrified she would see it. While she smiled and asked what he was looking at, he tried to pretend nothing had happened. When the girl almost saw her stats on the screen, the guy panicked and began making excuses. He quickly claimed he was simply looking through items he'd received through gacha rolls, trying to hide the real screen. The girl looked at the boy suspiciously, doubting his explanation, while he, visibly nervous, tried to remain calm. After a pause and a steady gaze, she suddenly leaned toward him, but instead of continuing the interrogation, she simply changed the subject, saying, "Okay." Suddenly, the girl gave a joyful cry and hugged the boy tightly, clinging to him. He was stunned by such an unexpected action and didn't understand what was happening until she pressed him even tighter, a satisfied expression on her face. The girl continued to hug the guy and, with a playful smile, noted his unexpectedly well-built figure. He was taken aback and thought that perhaps she was hinting that he shouldn't object, having previously forgiven his actions. Then, with a sly smile, she asked if he had any complaints. Noral, noticing another girl hugging a guy, approached and, with a vengeful smile, decided to join in, remembering how he hadn't helped her earlier. The guy found himself trapped between them and screamed in panic, realizing he was in trouble. From inside the building, a young man's cries could be heard begging for someone to stop, saying it wasn't funny at all. He apologized and called for help, clearly in an awkward or difficult situation. The next morning, the girls tried to ask the guy where they were going, but he was so tired he barely responded. He thought he hadn't gotten any sleep after everything that had happened the night before, which irritated one of the girls. The boy suggested they first go to the Adventurers Guild to register Estelle. When they entered, the hall was buzzing with excitement, but the girl's appearance elicited surprise and whispers among those present, as if someone recognized her. When they entered the guild, everyone started looking at them in surprise, and the boy was confused as to why. He explained that he wanted to register Estelle as an adventurer, as she had just joined their group, and people around him were beginning to suspect she might be a mage. The receptionist blushed at the sight of Estelle, apologized, and handed the registration forms to the boy. He realized that mages were rare here. They explained that most mages were either in A-rank units or served in the Royal Army's magic division. While everyone in the guild watched them with interest, Estelle noticed their gazes lingering on her more often. After completing the registration, she was given a nameplate, and she noticed that its color was different from Okura's, which aroused her suspicion and thoughtfulness. The couple informed Estelle that they were already E-ranked, while she had only been given the entry-level G-rank. Estelle sadly tried to ask for the same rank, but the receptionist apologized, explaining that the rules did not allow it, which made Estelle feel excluded. When Estelle began to cry, everyone in the guild stared at the boy with disapproval, accusing him of making her cry. He confusedly tried to justify himself, but the other adventurers offered to take the quest immediately, promising to help Estelle quickly advance in rank. With a sweet smile, Estelle declared that she intended to blow up all her enemies to quickly achieve a rank E. The boy cautiously agreed, and the armored girl remarked that Estelle's seriousness was alarming. The girl approached the boy, noticing him having fun without her, and with a sly smile decided to join in. She thought Okura was now in trouble, and with a vengeful expression, she declared that this was payback for not helping her earlier. The girls were surprised by the guy's appearance, to which he explained that he had been able to significantly improve his equipment thanks to gacha items. Although the armor looked too noticeable, he insisted that the most important thing was the stats, and he wore glasses to appear smarter, although he wasn't sure. The boy donned special glasses that allowed him to secretly view his smartphone screen and began checking Noral and Estelle's levels. When he accidentally saw their body measurements, especially those marked E and AAA, he became deeply embarrassed, and Estelle suspiciously asked what was going on. When several orcs and goblins suddenly burst out of the forest, Estelle calmly stepped forward. The boy wondered if her ability was too cheating, given that it could cast powerful area of effect magic, and Estelle confidently offered to put on a demonstration. After Estelle obliterated the enemies with a powerful attack, the boy acknowledged her strength but noted that the result looked rather terrifying. When asked to use something weaker, she calmly replied that it was already one of the weakest wind spells and suggested another option. Estelle cast another spell, unleashing a multitude of sharp projectiles that instantly pierced the orcs and goblins. The boy watching was shocked by the destructive power of even her weak attacks. The boy asked in surprise what kind of spell it was, and Estelle calmly replied that she simply condensed the water and released it. After that, she enthusiastically asked if she could now use her full power, but the others panicked and tried to stop her, afraid of being hit. The boy marveled at the power of magic as he watched Estelle destroy groups of enemies from a distance with her impressive firepower. He noted that with Norl and Estelle on their team, they had a powerful and reliable fighting force. The heroes were forced to ride in the carriage with other people despite the cramped conditions. While they were getting in, a young man found himself squeezed between two girls, and soon the carriage left Brunn, beginning their new journey. Specialization, and this causes everyone to worry. Their journey to the capital of Sting was supposed to take 10 days, passing through several villages. After a few days on the road, the girls began to get bored, and to pass the time, the boy suggested a game of rock, paper, scissors, but everyone quickly agreed that it would become boring too quickly. Norl, suffering from motion sickness in the carriage, complained of a headache and nausea, saying she couldn't take it anymore and wanted to go home. The others sympathized with her enthusiasm before the trip and advised her to simply talk it out to make things easier. Norl felt nauseous again, refusing to do anything in her state and sheepishly rejecting help. Panicked, the boy turned to Estelle, hoping she had a suitable spell, but she calmly replied that restorative magic wasn't her specialty. Even though restorative magic wasn't her specialty, Estelle decided to help anyway and calmly said she'd handle it herself. She began casting a spell, creating a magic circle on her finger. During the battle with the Minotaur, Estelle smiled and asked if she should fight at full strength. She lightly wounded the monster, surprising the onlookers who hadn't expected her to inflict such damage on such a powerful opponent. Estelle began casting powerful magic, causing a blinding flash of light, causing those around her to panic and realize this was no ordinary girl. The boy desperately asked if she had any weaker spells, and the enemies became alarmed and suggested a quick retreat, overwhelmed by her power. With a smile and a flick of her wrist, Estelle cast another spell, accompanying it with a playful Haya heart suit. At that moment, the enemies began to retreat in panic, but it was too late. A powerful wave of magic quickly engulfed everything in front of her, crashing down on the Minotaur and his minions. A powerful explosion from Estelle's spell sent debris and dust flying, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The boy and his companion, hiding behind cover, watched in amazement, shocked by the force of her attack. Estelle's spell struck with devastating force, causing a massive explosion and leaving chaos in its wake. She watched the result with a satisfied smile, confirming her confidence in the power of magic, while the surviving enemies fled in panic. Estelle, enjoying the results of her destructive magic, admitted with a blissful smile that this magic brought her the greatest pleasure. The boy, observing her, noted that her style was much more daring than Norl's and pondered the uncertain future of their squad. A few days after the Minotaur's attack, the heroes continued their journey in the carriage. While the others were enjoying the journey, Norl was feeling ill again and lay slumped against the seat, suffering from motion sickness. The carriage carrying the heroes finally reached the royal capital named Sting, a large city with dense buildings and an impressive castle in the center. The heroes finally arrived in the royal capital. The city greeted them with majestic buildings and bustling streets, and from this point on, the story enters a new phase. The group arrived in the capital, and the boy suggested they head straight to the Adventurers Guild. Seeing that Norl was still feeling ill from the journey, he suggested she stay and rest, but she overcame herself and firmly declared that she couldn't let him go alone. The boy handed Norl a potion, explaining that it was supposed to help her recover and feel better. She asked doubtfully if it was truly safe, and he confidently confirmed it. Estelle smiled and praised the potion's taste, while the other girl remarked that she deserved a rest as she had worked so hard these past few days. Estelle sincerely thanked her for her concern. The heroes arrived at the Adventurers Guild in the capital of Sting, where they were informed that they needed to re-register, as they had arrived from another city. The young man handed over his sign to verify their documents and noted that each guild had different types of quests. The receptionist was surprised to learn Estelle was a mage, but she immediately registered her and allowed her to take on assignments starting today. The young man noted that the surrounding staff had also raised a fuss about the mage's rarity. The boy said that Estelle's attention was drawn not only to her being a mage, but also to her beauty. At that moment, a stranger approached her and asked for a moment. The stranger introduced himself as Deus, the leader of a B-rank adventurer group. He clarified that Estelle was a mage and, with her permission, wanted to discuss something. Deus smiled and invited Estelle to join his group. Okuro and Norl were shocked by this sudden invitation. Okuro interrupted the conversation and announced that Estelle was already in their group. Deus, surprised, asked if that was true. Deus expressed disbelief, doubting that a mage could truly join an E-rank group. He added that Estelle looked too young and asked if she had been tricked into joining. Deus advised Estelle to stop working with this guy, saying he didn't even look like a real adventurer. He also mocked his flashy gear. Deus promised Estelle an immediate promotion to B-rank if she joined his team, assuring her it would be the best choice for her future. Estelle admitted the offer sounded tempting. The boy smiled, confirming that his offer sounded tempting, and began to persuade Estelle. The protagonist called out to her in a panic, surprised by her possible agreement. As the boy extended his hand, about to seal the deal, Estelle suddenly stopped him. He froze with his hand outstretched while the protagonist watched from behind. Estelle calmly declined, saying she wasn't interested. The guy was shocked by her blunt answer. Estelle admitted that she became an adventurer because she wanted to be close to Oni-san. He was touched, understanding her sincere feelings. The boy felt guilty for doubting Estelle. She responded sharply to Deus, claiming her current team was stronger than his and questioning why she should even move to a weaker group. Estelle said she hated hearing anyone criticize Okuro-san. Then she bluntly admitted that she hated the man. Dale proposed a duel. If he won, Estelle would join his squad. If he lost, he would agree to any terms his opponent might have. The boy was about to agree to the terms of the duel, but Estelle abruptly covered his mouth. He asked her to be quiet and stepped forward, looking his opponent in the face. The black-haired man fell to his knees before his opponent, sincerely begging him not to take his companion. He barely contained his emotions, asking only for their team to be preserved. The young man readily humbles himself for his companion, demonstrating his determination to protect her at any cost. He admits out loud that he is willing to endure even humiliation for the sake of his dear friend. Dallas remarked that he might have dismissed it as childish folly if it had been only a matter of words. However, humiliated in front of so many people, he declared that he understood everything. Dallas proposed a wager of 1 million gil instead of a duel, confident his opponent wouldn't be able to raise that amount. However, the latter immediately clinked coins, demonstrating that he had the money. The boy threw a bag of coins on the table and loudly asked if it was enough. One of the men confirmed that it did indeed contain 1 million gil. Dallas responded with a restrained chuckle. The boy agreed to the duel, declaring that he accepted the challenge for his honor. Dallas added with a grin that by tomorrow, rumors of their duel would spread throughout the city. Estelle explained that duels between adventurers were considered a completely normal and appropriate event in this city. Estelle apologized to Okuro, saying it was all her fault. He replied that she shouldn't worry about it, as he understood what it was like to want to respond to someone like that. Okuro patted Estelle on the head and told her not to make that face, adding that it was ruining her cute expression. Estelle snorted, calling Okuro's words banal. Her friend remarked that it was surprising he wasn't angry at all. Okuro replied that he was, in fact, angry and asked her not to say such things as he was perfectly aware of it himself. Okuro had already checked his opponent's status. He admitted that he was inferior in basic stats, but if you factor in his equipment, he was superior. He also noted that with Norl and Estelle, he had no chance of losing. The young man, his fist raised, confidently declared that they would definitely win the upcoming duel. His companions walked alongside him, and one of them, with a slight grin, noted that he was ruining the fighting spirit with his excessive enthusiasm. The armored man looked at the arena in horror, unable to believe he would have to fight in front of such a huge audience. The female knight and their companion stood calmly nearby as the announcement of the imminent start of the duel was heard from the balcony. The crowd of spectators eagerly awaited the start of the duel in the arena. The announcer solemnly announced that the fight between two adventurers would now begin, one of whom was the hero himself. The guy noted with relief that his opponent had not run away after all and had arrived at the arena. The rival acknowledged the hero's courage with a smirk, praising him for at least not running away. The hero politely thanked him, trying to remain calm. The opponent mockingly promised to show the difference between their ranks and advised the hero not to embarrass himself. The boy clenched his fist in anger while his companions, standing aside, called their opponent a selfish fool. A girl with ponytails suddenly appeared and reproachfully attacked the hero's rival, accusing him of causing trouble again. The others watched the scene with surprise and tension. A girl from another squad apologized for her leader's behavior, claiming he'd let everyone down again. While the hero was perplexed, the rival angrily shouted that it was all her fault. He tried to justify himself by claiming he simply wanted to save the hero's companion, believing she was being deceived, and invite her to join his team. The girl decisively intervened in the dispute, declaring she would tolerate no arguments and promising to return the bet even if their team won. The hero was surprised to realize that his opponents seemed to no longer believe they would win and were ready to back out of the bet. The girl with pigtails showed off the ring with an innocent smile, claiming she got it from her big brother. In front of everyone, she announced it was their engagement ring, shocking everyone. The embarrassed hero tried to justify himself by claiming he hadn't meant anything serious when he gave him the ring. His opponent, stunned by what he'd heard, grabbed him by the lapels, accusing him of having a secret relationship. Despite the misunderstanding, he declared he would fight seriously, as he couldn't afford to lose. The sorceress calmly admitted she didn't mind the rumors about their relationship, as it could even work to their advantage. The ponytailed girl explained that now the opponent would definitely not invite her to their team, as the match was about to begin. The opposing squad made a dramatic entrance to the arena to the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, demonstrating coordination and confidence, as their team included a warrior, a tank, an archer, and a healer, the perfect combination for combat. The hero, observing their popularity, noted wryly that such a reaction was unsurprising, as their leader clearly knew how to make an impression. The teams faced off not against each other, but against a massive monster, an ogre with a powerful attack and an imposing physique, which immediately set a tense atmosphere for the challenge. The battle stipulated that the team that defeated the beast the fastest would win, with time limited by an hourglass. As soon as the signal sounded, the enormous monster rushed forward with fury, brandishing its massive weapon, and the battle officially began in full view of the entire arena. The teams took up their fighting positions, preparing to prove who would best this formidable opponent. A warrior from the enemy team stepped in the ogre's path, skillfully deflecting the blow of a massive club with his shield. Meanwhile, their healer activated a spell, preparing support in case of injury. The opposing team worked together seamlessly. The tank kept the ogre's attention, the warrior and archer dealt blows, and the healer provided magical support from the rear. Their coordinated tactics demonstrated a well-honed fighting style based on teamwork. The hero's opponent delivered a swift strike with his special technique, Sonic Blade, sending a powerful wave straight into the ogre's chest. The attack was accompanied by a bright burst of energy, emphasizing the power of the move. The hero watched his opponent's technique with an indifferent expression, admitting he was already bored with watching the fight. The female knight noted the weakness in their opponent's attack power, and the sorceress, with slight boredom, asked when it would finally end. The enemy team proudly completed the battle and left the arena to applause, finishing in about 10 minutes. The hero calmly noted that this was entirely expected for a B-rank squad, and the sorceress expressed confidence that their team would finish much faster. The opponent, with a smug smile, reminded them that their result was the strength of a B-rank squad and challenged them to complete the task just as quickly. The hero and his companions listened calmly, not rising to the provocation. The rival mockingly expressed doubts about whether they could even handle the task, which angered the girl with the ponytails. The hero quickly apologized, though he didn't understand why, trying to smooth things over. When the second team entered the arena and announced their arrival, the meeting was met with almost no applause, a striking contrast to the previous one. The sorceress noted with a slight smile that they were clearly unpopular, and the hero reminded them that they had only recently arrived in this city. The hero surveyed the arena with apprehension, realizing the crowd didn't believe they'd win and expected a quick defeat. From all sides came jeers and suggestions that the sorceress join another team, while the spectators openly doubted their abilities. The hero, overcome with anxiety, complained of a sudden stomach ache, unsure of the upcoming battle. However, the knight and sorceress confidently supported him, assuring him that with them, he would definitely not lose, and offered to surprise everyone. The hero began sorting through the items he'd acquired through Gacha to prepare for the fight with his opponent, and the sorceress drew his attention to a new ring, assuming it looked like a wedding ring. The knight immediately assumed it was just new equipment, while the hero, in a panic, tried to explain himself. The hero clenched his fist with determination, signaling the start of the fight, and immediately began assigning roles to the team. He ordered the female knight to take the ogre's blow, and the sorceress to attack immediately after the support was complete. The hero entered the fray with precise timing and managed to send the ogre flying, surprising everyone by seeing the attacking monster go on the defensive. While the spectators were amazed at the scene, he confidently declared that it was now his turn to act. The sorceress calmly unleashed a powerful spell, causing an explosion and finishing the attack with stunning effect. The hero watched in confusion, while the spectators in the stands froze in amazement at the outcome. The fight ended abruptly, and the arena announcer declared victory for the hero's team, shocking even his opponent. As the crowd erupted in applause, the hero noted with relief that his allies were so reliable that he himself barely had to intervene. The opponent acknowledged defeat with dignity, apologizing for his behavior and offering the hero a handshake. The hero accepted the apology with gratitude, and the fight ended on a friendly note to the applause of the spectators. The hero and his former rival shook hands and decided to live in peace from that moment on, despite their inner animosity. Observing them, the girls noted that, despite their outward differences, they were remarkably similar in spirit. The day after the duel, the squad set out on another mission, and the female knight faced a new opponent, a feathered monster. While she fought at the forefront, the rest of the squad prepared to support her from a safe distance. The battle mage had been promoted to E rank and was now relaxing next to an energetic girl who embraced her with ease. Together, they looked like sisters, happily enjoying a stress-free moment. The boy lay on the bed, sighing heavily, while the sorceress and the blonde woman sitting nearby watched his reaction in surprise. The blonde reminded him that the sorceress had recently been promoted to E rank, wondering why he still looked so depressed. The boy admitted in a waning voice that he felt weak as he was struggling to deal with the monsters and had yet to make a real contribution in battle. The female knight calmly noted that he simply lacked experience, and the sorceress added that he was an ordinary person, and that was natural. The boy suddenly jumped up and shouted that he was talking about the gacha, clearly upset by its absence. He explained that due to a break in hunting, he only had 2 magic stones left and he hadn't tried again in a while. The young man stood up with a determined expression and declared that if the protests suddenly began, he would be in trouble without the magic stones. He gestured forward, solemnly declaring that the time had come to go collect them. The bespectacled girl with a serious expression on her face took off and ran forward. Her petite companion, surprised, followed her, not having time to react. The girl in glasses shouted to her companion that it was time to run, and without waiting for a response, she dragged her along. They both quickly ran out of the room, leaving the bewildered onlookers behind. The guy suddenly appeared in front of the girl in glasses, causing her to scream in fright. She recoiled in panic, not expecting such an appearance. The boy suddenly appeared next to the girls, explaining that he had previously installed a teleport beacon in case of escape. He declared that it was time to collect the magic stones again, but the bespectacled girl desperately resisted, begging him not to make her go through that again. The boy tried to convince the girl of the need to collect magic stones, explaining that without them he wouldn't be able to participate in future campaigns. He promised that during the hunt they would level up, gain new equipment, and solve his weakness. The boy confidently declared that they would begin collecting magic stones starting tomorrow, and then asked the sorceress to put the reluctant girl to sleep. The sorceress calmly agreed to the request, but her actions provoked an unexpected reaction. The boy admitted that the previous experience had been too much for the girl, so he intended to take a gentler approach now. He then enthusiastically calculated that to obtain the required number of magic stones, they would only need to defeat about 600 monsters a day, which brought a tense smile to the girl's face. The boy was surprised to find himself pinned to the ground by a girl with 2 ponytails who, with a serious expression, offered to talk. He clearly panicked, not understanding where this was headed, and soon began to cry out in excitement. The boy apologized to the knight, asking her to stop being angry, but she didn't immediately relent. The sorceress calmly accepted the apology, and the knight angrily pointed out that she had forgiven him too easily. Despite their dissatisfaction, they agreed to go collect magic stones, acknowledging that they couldn't give up on this venture. The sorceress apologized for what had happened and assured them there was nothing to worry about now. The knight explained that she had spoken with the boy after his crazy idea to hunt hundreds of monsters a day, and now they had decided to head to the hunting grounds using the magic carpet for transportation. As the trio stood by the magic carpet, they were surprised that it actually could fly and began discussing who would pilot it. The young man confidently declared that he had a license, and soon the entire group soared into the sky, setting off with a fighting spirit. The travelers arrived at a snow-covered mountainous area where the entrance to a cave lay among the rocks. A sign indicated its name, Northern Cave, and inside, a dark, dimly lit passage began. A girl in heavy armor held off a horde of insectoid monsters at the cave entrance. Soon, the boy ordered a retreat, and the sorceress prepared for her next move. The sorceress activated a powerful area of effect spell, unleashing a glowing blast on the crowd of monsters in the cave. The squad watched the attack take effect, discussing the effectiveness of area of effect spells in hunting. While the hero explained the hunting strategy, he noted that magical attacks were particularly effective against the local monsters, despite their high defense. However, he was concerned that the poisonous scorpions could pose a problem, especially if the female knight had to act as bait. The boy admitted he couldn't allow the female knight to carry the entire load alone, despite her resistance to poison. He suggested changing the hunting grounds to avoid danger, and the entire group set off for the new location to collect magic stones. To the west, the group encountered vile monsters and immediately abandoned the hunt there. To the east, the enemies had high magical defenses, which also made the area unsuitable for resource gathering. During the carpet ride, the group discussed how none of the new locations could compare in effectiveness to the Northern Cave. The female knight suggested returning there if no better option was found and expressed her willingness to proceed alone, despite her recent doubts. The knight reflected on her behavior, not wanting to cause trouble due to her own selfishness. At the same time, she realized that the boy genuinely cared for her and was considerate of her feelings. During the journey, the knight asked her friend how she had managed to convince the boy. She answered evasively, hinting at a secret, while the boy himself recalled the experience with an awkward smile. During the battle with the monsters, the armored scorpions fell one after another under the blows, leaving behind hundreds of magic stones. The amount of resources they extracted rapidly increased, confirming the effectiveness of their new approach. During a protracted hunt for magic stones, the mage struggled to stand from exhaustion, complaining that her efforts were being ignored. While the others discussed the amount of resources they'd collected and the condition of their tank, she begged them to finally acknowledge how much it was taking to constantly use magic. As the group continued hunting in the cave, the young man enthusiastically watched the efficiency of the hunt, unable to stop. Suddenly, he excitedly informed the others about the start of the Gacha festival, noticing an increased chance of rare equipment on the screen. A young man, sitting on a bed in front of 2 girls, solemnly announced the beginning of another carnival related to his attempts at Gacha. The bespectacled girl warned him that such a name brings bad luck, and the other, smiling, noted his constant failure at such endeavors. The man, with a serious expression, declared that he would limit himself to only 5 consecutive attempts. He also announced that he would allow the female knight and the sorceress 2 summons each, much to the surprise and admiration of both. The boy smugly adjusted his glasses and with a confident smile declared that 1 try was enough, since the rarest prize was easily attained by a chosen one like himself. In the background, the girls watched in amazement. The long-haired girl waved her hand enthusiastically, declaring she was ready to pull and loudly exclaiming her good fortune. The boy watched from the sidelines, pretending to let her take the lead, while the other girl stood demurely nearby. The boy stared at the screen in surprise, seeing the long-haired girl pull out 2 rare items at once. She confirmed her luck with a satisfied smile, after which it was the second girl's turn and she excitedly prepared to try. The twin-tailed girl happily showed off the cards she'd pulled. Among them were rare SSR items. The guy admitted that it seemed like it had become easier to obtain such items, but noted with disappointment that he hadn't received a single drop yet. The young man sat down in front of the phone, determined to show off his luck despite his doubts. He mentally encouraged himself, hoping that he would land something valuable, just like his two companions. The boy cried out in joy as a sparkling rainbow box appeared before him, surprising everyone with his achievement. Both girls watched in amazement as he received the guaranteed top-tier reward. The boy, with a smug smile, prepared to see the result of the summoning, his confidence undisguised. The girls exchanged glances, noticing that he could barely contain his delight despite his outward calm. The boy eagerly awaited the result of the summoning, but the resulting item turned out to be a copy of the knight's existing sword. The knight, upon seeing this, was stunned with surprise, while the sorceress, watching everything, looked puzzled. The boy quickly defended himself, claiming he had done nothing, while the bespectacled girl, holding the sorceress in her arms, begged him not to be angry with her. The knight girl looked at his expression with alarm, finding it frightening, even though he claimed he hadn't said anything. The boy hugged both girls, causing them to look puzzled. The sorceress asked suspiciously why his hand was reaching for the device, despite his promise to limit it to just 5 tries. The guy insists he had no intention of using Gacha again, but refuses to let the girl go. She replies that she believes him, but still suspects he won't be able to resist if she's allowed to leave. The boy pleaded for another Gacha pull, confident that the next one would definitely yield a item. The girls were stunned by his desperate determination, but eventually let go of his hands, overcome by emotion. With difficulty, the girls allowed him to pull the Gacha again, seeing how far he was willing to go to achieve his goal. The boy solemnly accepted their concession, internally rejoicing despite feeling guilty for his behavior. He could no longer resist the temptation, mentally abandoning his moral principles. He prepared for the pulling as if for a sacred rite, in the hope of obtaining the best trophy. To his surprise, he pulled out a cloak with effects that increased defense, magic resistance, and self-healing abilities. He couldn't contain his glee, shouting with joy as if he'd won the lottery. The girls reluctantly acknowledged his persistence, noting that it was precisely this that brought him success. All three were pleased with the outcome, albeit with varying feelings about it. Night had fallen and the entire group, tired from the events, was resting peacefully in the hotel room. One of the girls woke up and, looking around, suddenly moved onto the guy's bed with a joyful smile. Awakened by movement, the boy was shocked to find the girl lying next to him, pressed too close. She calmly explained that she simply wanted to sleep with him because she felt lonely. The girl, a little shyly, admitted that she'd long dreamed of spending the night with him to feel warmth and protection. The guy was taken aback by her candor and didn't know how to react to the sudden intimacy. The girl, snuggled up next to the guy in the same bed, sadly admitted that she'd long dreamed of sleeping with him because she easily felt lonely. From across the room, another girl exclaimed, demanding the guy show some determination, which only served to confuse him further. The boy carefully crawled toward the girl, hoping for intimacy, but she continued to push him away even at this moment. The second girl, observing this, calmly chided him for trying to wake her friend and then told him to return to his bed. The girl hesitantly lowered her gaze and weakly asked if they could just spend the night together. The guy looked at her in surprise, not expecting such a proposal. The guy reluctantly agreed, realizing it was hard to refuse in such a situation, and lay down next to the girl. Suddenly, a third woman approached them, asking in surprise what was going on, then resolutely hugged her friend and lay down next to her. The guy looked worriedly at the departing girl and quietly asked her not to disappear so suddenly. At that moment, one of the girls sat up in bed and hugged her friend, pouting in frustration at being interrupted at the most interesting moment. After a long battle with monsters, the guy suggested taking a break, and the girls responded positively to his idea. One of them happily agreed, but admitted she had no idea what to do with her day off. A young man invited 2 girls to go shopping and gave them 5 gold coins. He said he had things to do, and if the money ran out, he'd give them more, but asked them not to waste it. The guy announced he had a meeting with another adventurer because the materials he'd collected from his beetle hunt had proven in demand. He asked the two girls to just hang out that day and revealed he was planning to sell the resources he'd found. The guy handed over responsibility for his friend to the girl with ponytails and stayed put. Both girls, encouraged, joyfully ran down the street together. A girl with glasses suggested a place to go to her friend, who thought for a moment. They strolled around the city until one of them pointed to a store and suggested they pop in. The girls went into a clothing store and one of them was surprised by the selection. Her friend began convincing her that wearing ordinary clothes wasn't enough if she wanted to be treated like a real woman. The girls began trying on different outfits in the store. One looked like a sorceress, another like a warrior. Her friend watched with interest and an appraising gaze. The girls entered a clothing store and one of the saleswomen immediately became wary. The second began commenting on her friend's strange masked appearance, suggesting they spend the day choosing a new outfit especially for her. The girl with pigtails waited impatiently for her friend near the fitting room, then abruptly opened the door, causing her friend to scream in surprise. After examining her new outfit, she sheepishly remarked that she felt uncomfortable, and her friend complimented her on her appearance. A girl with long hair asked her friend to remove her mask, wanting to see her face just once. At first, her friend was frightened and wanted to change back, but after some hesitation, she finally agreed to lift the mask. The girl stood in front of the mirror in her new dress, timidly clutching her collar and wondering if she looked good. Her face expressed slight embarrassment and hope for approval. The masked girl waited hesitantly for a reaction, fiddling with the hem of her dress and asking her friend to say something. Her friend, in turn, admiringly admitted that the outfit really suited her very well and expressed surprise at how sweet her companion could be. The masked girl sheepishly admitted that she had once shown herself without it, but that had happened in a moment of weakness when she was crying. She didn't see his reaction, but her friend guessed he was surprised. The girl in the dress admitted that even after he saw her face and heard her speech change, he continued to speak to her as before. This made her very happy. The girl in the dress admitted she didn't feel awkward talking to her friend, but categorically refused to go out in public dressed like that. Her friend was surprised by her reaction and she quickly covered herself, turning away in embarrassment. The girl put the blindfold back on, explaining that it made her feel more comfortable and at ease. Her friend suggested they practice showing up without it, but she immediately responded sternly, forcing her friend to look away. The blindfolded girl suddenly grabbed her friend and dashed off at high speed toward the store she'd chosen. The other girl stopped, breathing heavily, noticing the scent of something delicious in the air. The girls paused at the display case filled with mouth-watering desserts, examining the pastries. One of them, breathing heavily after running, pressed herself against the glass, her gaze fixed on a brightly colored fruit cake. While two girls enjoyed desserts in a cozy cafe, one of them quietly reflected on her friend, whose appearance was hidden behind a mask. Meanwhile, the guy who remained at the hotel was surprised to find his forgotten belongings in his bag. Rumors about the group led by the boy began to spread quickly through the association. Their daily monster hunts and victories over high-ranking opponents generated considerable interest among observers. The guy was informed that his team was worthy of a promotion. He asked in surprise if there were any issues, but the guild worker assured him everything was fine. Their recent achievements had even impressed the management. They decided to accept the rank up quest as long as it wasn't related to the Northern Cave. After receiving the quest, they learned that to reach rank C, they needed to clear a dungeon. The protagonist enthusiastically declared that they would begin working on it immediately. The group arrived in the swampy area to complete a mission to be promoted to D rank. According to the announcement, their goal is to exterminate creatures designated as frog people. The heroes approached a swampy area where, they said, it was easy to get dirty. The armored girl looked around and noticed a creature with shining eyes emerging from the water, likely one of the frog people. The armored girl unexpectedly expressed delight at the monster's appearance, calling it cute. The rest of the group watched the creatures crawling through the swamp and didn't share her enthusiasm, finding them rather frightening. The heroes noticed that the tadpoles in the swamp were too weak and posed no threat. The boy suggested abandoning the idea of entering the swamp and luring the enemies out to avoid unnecessary mud, to which the sorceress responded with approval. The sorceress cast a powerful spell, causing a series of explosions across the swamp. After the attack, she remarked with a satisfied expression on her face how good the new book was, enhancing her fire spells. The characters surveyed the devastated landscape, stunned by the consequences of their attack. One of them worriedly wondered if they would be reprimanded for this, as the swamp became reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic zone. The characters watched the frog-like monster emerge with disgust. One of them confirmed his fears, admitting that the creature was as vile as he had expected. On command, the boy suggested launching an attack but ordered restraint. The frog-like creature leaped sharply out of the water, landed with a thud, and disappeared back into the swamp, causing confusion among the watching girl. The frog-like monsters began jumping chaotically in all directions, creating chaos and making aiming difficult. The girl, with a serious expression on her face, concentrated, trying to cope with the situation. The heroes watched as the monster continued to dodge attacks despite its clumsiness. One of the companions suddenly announced he had a plan, but the girl in the helmet suggested a radical solution: destroy the entire swamp, which prompted an immediate reaction from the others. The girl concentrated on activating her magic, launching the frog-like monster high into the air. She sighed wearily, then turned to her companion, asking him to accurately strike the target while the enemy was in midair. The magical attack created a powerful vortex in the air, into which the target was directed. The female knight and her companion rushed forward, taking up the baton and declaring that everything now depended on them. The female knight launched a swift strike at her target, but one of the frog-like monsters suddenly leaped toward her. A burst of smoke followed, completely obscuring the fighters from view. The monster released a thick, foul-smelling smoke, causing everyone to cough and rub their eyes. While the others tried to regain their composure, the boy noticed the enemy slipping away and furiously gave chase, not intending to let him go. The boy threw the metal hook forcefully toward the fleeing monster, screaming at the top of his lungs. The frog-like creature turned sharply, nearly getting hit in the back. The boy loudly ordered the monster to be finished off, after which the armored girl confidently stepped forward with her sword raised. The frog-like creature looked at the gleaming weapon in panic. After a tense battle with a frog-like monster, the heroes were relieved to confirm the mission's completion. All three rejoiced at their success and high-fived each other, and the very next day they set off for the ancient ruins. The heroes continued their new rank-up quest. After defeating another Minotaur, the female knight announced that this was the 5th of 10 required to complete the quest. The boy suggested looking for other places, but realized the northern cave was still the most effective. The knight agreed to return there if no better option was found, despite her previous opposition. The boy froze in horror, staring at the monster that appeared before him. He couldn't believe such a powerful enemy had appeared in an area reserved for C-rank hunters. The boy stared at the enemy data in horror, unable to believe that a monster of such caliber had appeared here. Realizing the danger, he resolutely ordered everyone to retreat immediately. The monster rushed forward with incredible speed, and the boy realized with horror that there was no time to retreat. The armored girl instantly stepped between him and the enemy, preparing to take the blow. The armored girl held back the enemy's onslaught, holding her sword forward and ordering the others to retreat. The boy struggled to hold up his shield, realizing the monster's blow was too powerful. The boy cried out in alarm as he saw the monster swing at the armored girl. He rushed forward, clenching his fist, determined to intervene in the fight. The moment he attempted to strike, an electric shock jolted the warrior's body. He froze in a tense pose, screaming incoherently in shock. After the boy fell from the shock, the armored girl stepped between him and the enemy. She deflected the attack with a powerful blow from her shield, sending the enormous foe flying backwards. The boy struggled to his feet after the blow and thanked the female knight for saving him. They discussed how the sparks emitted by the enemy's body disappeared at the moment of attack, which could be the key to their weakness. The heroes decided to work together. One would distract the enemy while the others looked for an opening. All three rushed into battle, attacking the enemy from different sides. The boy shouted at the female knight to retreat and activated the explosive coupon attached to the enemy's body. A powerful explosion erupted, causing a violent detonation, exactly the effect produced by the item previously obtained from the gacha. Okura confidently unleashes a series of powerful explosions, defeating enemies with the command, "Explode." Finally, he breathes a sigh of relief, realizing the attack was successful. Okura watches with a smirk as one of the enemies, engulfed in flames, is sent flying into the ground. His strategy has clearly worked, causing devastating effects. Okura takes a powerful blow from an enemy's axe and is sent flying, shocking Estelle and Norl. The scene emphasizes the suddenness and force of the attack, which caught the heroes off guard. Norl is concerned about Okura's condition after the powerful blow, but she realizes she can't leave Estelle alone against the enemy. Despite her anxiety, she steps forward, preparing for decisive action. Estelle firmly asks Norl to step aside, as she won't be able to attack the enemy while she's in the way. Her gaze betrays her determination to see the fight through to the end. Okura, buried under rubble, replies that he's fine, which greatly relieves Norl. Despite his battered appearance, he remains conscious and tries to reassure her. Okura thanks him for the potion and quickly drinks it, noticing that it has changed. He's surprised by its current state, as its appearance is clearly different from before. Estelle is enveloped in a purple aura and her face becomes cold and emotionless. Okura watches in confusion, unsure of what exactly is happening. Okura realized in shock, could it be she used her skill, looking at the serious and focused Norl. Estelle activates the skill Magic Enhancement, increasing the attack power and decreasing the magical defense of the enemy, even one as resilient as Asterios. Estelle casts a spell and a powerful explosion instantly destroys the enemy, leaving only a cloud of smoke in its wake. The heroes recover from the battle and Estelle approaches Okura-san, wanting to say something. He reacts warily, awaiting her words. Estelle whispers to Okura not to make her worry anymore. This moment touches him deeply, and he realizes how much she cares for him. Okura, realizing how much he upset Estelle, apologizes to her, promising never to anger her again. He sincerely regrets his actions. Estelle, exhausted after casting a powerful spell, hugs Norl and admits that she shouldn't use her skills out of anger. Norl gently agrees, accepting her emotions. Okura notices that Estelle, like Norl, is experiencing side effects after using their skills. He entrusts Norl with her care and heads off to submit his report. Okura returns late one evening after selling items and finds the girl lying on her bed, happily playing with a stuffed animal. She calls it cute and seems completely relaxed. On this page, the characters find themselves in an awkward situation. A boy walks into a room smiling and makes eye contact with a girl who is clearly embarrassed. Both sides say, "Ah," expressing surprise and mild confusion. The girl screamed in panic, seeing the hero at the wrong moment. He himself wondered why she hadn't used an eye mask and found himself in an awkward situation. The girl is embarrassed but admits that sometimes she wants to take off her mask. Thanks to training with Estelle, she's becoming more confident. The girl proudly declares that she tried very hard, relishing the moment of triumph. The guy acknowledges her efforts with a smile, slightly embarrassed by her self-confidence. In this image, the characters discuss one of the girls, Estelle, taking a bath, while the other, Norl, happily talks about looking at the cute dolls they bought. The scene is presented in a light, everyday tone. Norl is overjoyed and hugs Okura tightly, exclaiming her love after receiving her gacha reward. This unexpected gesture stuns Okura, and Estelle reacts with mild jealousy and irritation. In the image, Okura examines a doll he received through gacha, thinking it was just trash. However, to his surprise, the dolls are floating around a joyful and smiling Norl, creating a magical atmosphere. The girl tenderly embraces one of the dolls she previously obtained from the gacha, a warm smile on her face. Looking at this scene, the protagonist realizes that these objects were not useless trash at all. On the contrary, they bring joy and have meaning. Norl happily hugs a multitude of cute dolls, beaming with joy. The protagonist, slightly embarrassed as he holds one of the dolls, admits that it's all thanks to Norl's sense of taste, though he himself doesn't fully understand her passion. The girl suddenly experiences severe physical discomfort, surprising those around her. Her facial expression and posture emphasize the moment of surprise and anxiety. The girl looks tired but content, her face masked, expressing joy at her recent fun experience. The guy next to her comments on her unusual state with confusion. Sting's Hajino Dungeon is known for its powerful monsters and numerous rare items. This place is considered unusual and poses a serious threat. Team Heihachi, having reached rank C, is preparing to explore it. The party sets out into a dungeon for the first time to conquer it. A female knight in heavy armor leads the way, followed by a young man and another warrior. Everyone looks determined and ready for battle. Their first true test begins. The group descends to the first floor of the dungeon. Everyone is surprised to find it brighter than expected. The knight notices that the light seems to be emanating from the walls themselves. One of the girls suggests that the walls and floor are glowing due to mana. At this point, the knight notices that they immediately encountered a monster. The young man spots the slug and decides he can handle it himself. He's confident of victory. However, upon impact, the slime explodes. The boy is drenched in spray, leaving him shocked. The knight sternly warns him not to let his guard down because of the enemy's harmless appearance. The girl explains it was acidic slime. She adds that the slime spews molten acid, so he should keep his distance. The boy is frightened and apologizes. The boy is shocked to discover that the slime melts things. The girl's armor is partially dissolved and he becomes extremely nervous. One of them notices his behavior and looks at him suspiciously. He quickly denies that anything is wrong. The girl chides the guy for perhaps not checking the guild information. He justifies it by saying he was counting on the status app. In response, she irritably remarks that he's hopeless. The group decides to ascend to the 10th floor of the dungeon as the documents indicate that only slimes inhabit it. Along the way, they encounter different types: poisonous slime on the 2nd floor, hot slime on the 4th. On the 9th floor, another unknown type appears before them. One of the girls, confused, asks what kind of slime it is. One of the heroes identifies the new enemies as exploding slugs. He explains that they explode when stimulated. The girl suggests eliminating them from a safe distance. The team springs into action as the slugs begin to explode. The boy panics, screaming that a chain reaction of explosions has begun. The slugs around him detonate one after another, and he desperately runs away from the danger. The group ascends to the 10th floor of the dungeon. According to information, a powerful monster should be there. However, the heroes pause in confusion. Something is not as expected. The team discovers a device with an arrow on a pedestal. One of the team members is surprised as the place is a dead end. The girl remembers that on the 10th floor, she needs to turn the arrow to continue on. The group decides the mechanism they found is a switch. The girl enthusiastically begins to turn it while the knight presses the button. The boy is surprised by their haste, but the mechanism clicks into place. The team watches as the needle on the device stops. The boy is puzzled, trying to figure out how it all works. Meanwhile, mechanical sounds are heard somewhere nearby, and everyone comes to the conclusion everything is as it should be in a dungeon. The team activates the rotating mechanism again, and the arrow stops at a new position. One of the participants exclaims in irritation. Again, the girl notices something appearing ahead. Even in a room full of monsters, Hihachi's team continues to spin the roulette wheel. Sometimes it leads them to a room filled with objects. Everyone is focused on the mechanism, deciding where to go next. The group enters an empty room and notices there's no roulette wheel. One of the participants asks if it's a dead end. Suddenly, a loud noise is heard, startling the boy. The entrance to the room suddenly closes and the knight panics and reports it. The mage notices the mana becoming denser. The team tenses and one of the members calls for everyone to be on guard. A bright flash of light blinds the team and all three freeze in a tense stance. Then the scene fades to darkness, leaving only the image of a device with an arrow and ellipsis, a hint of something unexpected. The young man notices a familiar staircase and exclaims in surprise, wondering if this is the entrance to the same floor. He confirms with a shout that they've returned to the top of the floor. The team realizes they've been sent back to the beginning of the floor, likely due to a poor choice. The knight decisively suggests trying again. Everyone agrees and the roulette starts spinning again. The group finds themselves back in the room full of slugs and immediately takes up a fighting stance. After the battle, the girls activate the roulette wheel again. Everyone is focused, hoping for a good choice. The exhausted heroines breathe heavily, slumped over in exhaustion. One of them is indignant at how difficult this floor is. The other is perplexed by how many times they've already failed. The guy says they've been back here at least 40 times already. He asks the girls to look ahead. Seeing the decorations and the size of the door, one of them realizes they're looking at something important. The heroes are overjoyed to finally reach the boss room. All three jump with happiness and excitement before the important battle. The party prepares for the battle with the floor boss. The warrior girl grips her sword, the mage casts spells, and the boy recalls what they've been through. Everyone is determined and full of fighting spirit. The heroes discuss the monster's strength on this floor. The slime is stronger than the others here, and it's recommended that the party consist of B-rank fighters. This is a bit intimidating, but it also adds seriousness to the upcoming battle. The heroes approach the massive door leading to the boss. One of them suggests assessing the enemy's status before deciding to engage. Tension rises. The heroes encounter a giant slime, the floor's boss. Its stats exceed even the most dangerous enemies they've encountered so far. Tired from their journey, they realize just how formidable this foe is. The situation becomes tense. Seeing the boss's size and strength, one of the characters immediately decides to retreat. He calmly says, "Let's go back." The others react with surprise and confusion. The decision clearly caught them off guard. The heroes agree that retreat is a wise decision. Their primary goal was to explore the dungeon, not defeat the boss. Everyone understands that safety is paramount. They decide not to take unnecessary risks. The heroes admit that the Hajino dungeon turned out to be more difficult than they expected. One of them admits he underestimated him. The other concludes that their only option is to pull off the gacha. The girl, incredulous, asks if he's really talking about gacha again. The characters discuss their current situation. The guy admits he can't think of any other option but to pull the gacha again. While he's still interested in gacha, he realizes their group needs a new member. Their equipment is already in good order, but they need some team reinforcements. The hero realizes their group needs a healer, especially one who can heal from a distance, a priest. However, the main problem lies in the randomness of the gacha. The hardest part is finding the right character. The main character clearly understands the horrors of the gacha system. He's drowning in a sea of common R and rare SR characters, desperately trying to reach an ultra-rare character. Getting the character he wants seems impossible. He calls it literal hell, emphasizing the torturous nature of the process. Estelle quickly grasped the strategy, spend all her resources during the event with a high chance of getting characters. The protagonist admired her ingenuity. The team is preparing to repeat the tried-and-true tactic of pushing for all their worth at the right moment. The heroes are desperate. To carry out their plan, they must endure a trial even more terrifying than the magic stone-collecting marathon. They are shocked and unsure how to proceed. The main characters are terrified. They face a terrible ordeal to abstain from gacha until the event begins. The realization of this sacrifice causes panic. As for them, it's akin to a tragedy. The team silently decides to retreat. Estelle and the knight turn away without a word, and the protagonist shouts after them in confusion. Despite everything, they are ready to move on to the next stage. The characters are exhausted and out of breath, confused as to why they can't connect. The red-haired girl complains that she doesn't understand such things. The protagonist explains that the name is case-sensitive. He's entered it 40 times. A girl with a shy expression is about to say something important, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. The protagonist finds the atmosphere tense, and he suspects this might be the moment of confession. The girl begins her sentence with, "I have a favor to ask, and you know," hinting at something personal and significant. The protagonist, with a very serious, even desperate expression, suddenly asks the girl to fight him. The girl, in response, looks stunned and clearly didn't expect such a proposal. Her expression conveys surprise and confusion. This creates a comical contrast and emphasizes the unusual nature of the situation. The hero is irritated because the girls are talking about him, thinking he can't hear them. One of them is surprised by his request to spar and doesn't understand what he means. Another remarks that he's acting strange again. He confirms that he hears everything they say. The protagonist explains that he wants to learn to fight because he hopes to become at least a little stronger. He believes that Norel, as a close combatant, can teach him well. The girl is surprised by his request, as this is clearly unusual for him. The protagonist admits that he's always relied on Norel and Estelle, even in collecting magic stones. He wants to become stronger to at least ease their burden a little. The protagonist is glad he's motivated her, but admits she's never taught anyone before. He agrees and apologizes for his sudden request. The heroine makes a decision and enthusiastically declares that they will begin training today. She is determined to help Ukuradono become stronger. The heroes arrive in an overgrown forest. Norel chooses this spot as the best for training. Ukura looks worried, remembering it. The heroes have arrived in the warrior forest of Vashi, where one of them had previously struggled to fight. A girl with a sword and shield assumes the role of observer and mentor, forbidding the protagonist from using anything but a sword and shield. She intends to identify his weaknesses and help him improve his fighting skills. The hero feels awkward and confused when asked to remove all his equipment, including the holy cloak. He feels vulnerable and alone. The other characters, especially the warrior girl, calmly continue giving instructions. The hero is shocked to learn that he must face off against the warrior leader Vasya, who proves to be a rare and formidable opponent. His reaction is one of panic and disbelief. The protagonist is shocked to realize that instead of his usual training, he's being sent straight to fight a powerful monster. He didn't expect such a harsh approach and doubts whether Norl can be trusted at all. The warrior chieftain Vashi appears, and it's clear he's a formidable opponent. Level 30, high damage, fast movement speed, and the unique ability, leadership. While the hero is stunned by his fearsome appearance and stats, Norl and Estelle calmly wish him luck as if it were just another training session. The battle begins. Vashi's leader rushes forward at breakneck speed, and the protagonist barely has time to react. He blocks the first blow, then counters, shouting a battle cry. The tension mounts. This is a true test of his resolve and training. The hero takes his first hit. The enemy proves not only strong but also agile. The Vashi chieftain grins, taking a quick step and attacking from an unexpected angle. The blow penetrates the hero's defense and he cries out in pain. Now the battle becomes even more intense. The hero suffers several wounds at once. His leg is severed and he loses his sight from the sudden attack. The shock and pain take him by surprise. The enemy acts with frightening precision, demonstrating his superiority. The situation becomes critical. The hero, waving his swords in panic, can barely stand. His opponent looks on with obvious bewilderment, and Nari is at a loss for words. Despite the chaos, his attempt to resist still evokes sympathy. Nari is confused, and her partner admits with a smirk there are too many mistakes to sort through all at once. Clearly, the fight isn't going according to plan yet. The boy struggled to breathe and fell to the ground, exhausted, declaring he couldn't take it anymore. Meanwhile, the girl cheerfully suggested they move on to the second round of training, and he reluctantly agreed to continue. The helmeted warrior began listing the mistakes she had noticed during the fight and demanded that he correct them in the next training session. The boy rushed forward with a shout, sword in hand, but his strike was too predictable. The warrior scolded him for his narrow vision, pointing out that he was focusing only on the enemy's weapon. She demanded that he observe the enemy's entire body, not just the sword. The boy received several warnings during the fight while unsuccessfully attempting to attack the enemy. The armored girl chided him for his weak defense and indiscriminate attacks. She also pointed out that he was letting his guard down, relying solely on visual information. According to her, he was simply swinging his weapon without thinking. The boy was barely able to stand, breathing heavily after a grueling workout. He doubtfully said that perhaps he had turned to the wrong person for help. The armored girl acknowledged that the boy had become better at blocking enemy attacks. She remarked that with continued training, he would surely succeed. The boy realized with despair that the training wasn't over and fell to the ground from exhaustion. One of the girls calmly confirmed that the training needed to continue every day. The other only chuckled softly, observing his reaction. The girl sat down next to the boy and, encouraging him, asked him to try his best. The boy was overwhelmed by her words and support. After recovering a bit, he promised to try his best. The boy suddenly received a notification that alarmed him. He quickly noticed signs of an attack and hurried away. The plump little animal rushed forward in panic, and 3 men with guns pursued it menacingly behind it. The little animal lost its balance and rolled across the ground, but quickly rose to its feet and stopped. Its pursuers were already nearby, looking at it with grins. One of the pursuers was suddenly struck hard in the back, sending his body flying forward. The armored girl delivered a swift blow to another before the third could react. The boy ran up to the armored girl standing next to the rabbit. She watched the proceedings with restraint while his companion called out to him, scolding him for acting on his own. The armored girl apologized sheepishly, explaining that she couldn't contain herself at the sight of the wounded animal. She admitted that her body had rushed to her aid as soon as she saw the little one. The pigtailed girl noted with alarm that the little creature was badly injured. The boy examined it and confirmed the wound was deep, and the warrior, panicked, asked if there was anything she could do to help before the boy started typing something into his device. The warrior was surprised to learn that the boy intended to use a rare, high-level potion. He calmly confirmed that the wound was serious enough that it was justified. A small vial of bright yellow liquid glowed in her hands, an improved version of the healing potion. The warrior thanked her companion with a broad smile, taking charge of the stricken creature. She carefully placed the spoonful of potion to its mouth, assuring it that everything would pass as soon as it drank the medicine. The creature looked at her in silence, motionless. The warrior gently stroked the frightened creature, trying to calm it. With a kind smile, she assured it she meant no harm and asked it not to be afraid. The creature looked at her in surprise, not expecting such affection. While the warrior continued to care for the wounded creature, other similar creatures approached them. One of them began to sniff cautiously, while the others began to lick the girl's armor. She watched in surprise, and the creature with the heart on its side made a loud noise as if signaling its fellows. The warrior happily hugged the little creature, noticing that the wound had completely healed. Her companions confirmed that the potion had worked instantly and effectively. One of them noted that this was expected since the potion had fallen from a gacha. The warrior said goodbye to the rabbit, telling it to be careful on the way back. However, the little animal didn't leave, continuing to stand next to her. The others noticed that it had clearly become attached to the young man, which caused everyone a slight surprise. The armored girl looked in surprise at the rabbit, who made a quiet sound with a satisfied expression and continued to look at her with trust. The guy immediately refused, noticing the armored girl clutching the rabbit tightly to her. He explained that they were staying at a hotel and couldn't get a pet, even though she hadn't even offered one yet. The girl brought the rabbit closer to the boy's face, asking him to take a good look at it. He was struck by its cute appearance and at a loss, not knowing how to resist such an expression. The boy froze, looking at the rabbit with an expression of horror and internal struggle. The animal's huge eyes shone so touchingly that it became increasingly difficult for him to resist. The boy eventually gave in to the pressure of the rabbit's pleading and appearance, sighing heavily and admitting defeat. The girl with the sword happily embraced the animal, and her companion expressed satisfaction as they welcomed their new companion into their fold. A new twist awaits Heihachi and his team. An event with 33 guaranteed gacha attempts is starting. Looks like they'll be trying their luck again. Moffat joined the group. The girl asks the pet to come to her and takes him in her arms. She became attached to Norl. The rabbit was named Moffat. It was a good luck rabbit. Just once you see this, you will be blessed with good luck. The carnival can now begin, and the campaign he has been waiting for has finally begun, and the main prize is a priest. The sisters are worried that their brother didn't like the banner, but no, he's happy about the priest's appearance. If he had known that everything would be like this, he would have collected more magic stones, and now the reason for his depression is clear. They can start, and this time they have 33 attempts to draw gacha, 902 magic stones, that is, everyone will be able to draw gacha twice. This time, one click will cost 3 times more than 11 attempts. You need to understand this. The guy's words make one nervous. It's impossible to believe Norla is so nervous. The girl will take upon herself the honor of being first, and this time let Estelle be at the forefront. The guys were very surprised. The weight of 33 attempts is incomparable to 11. Watching the screen when they haven't pulled out a single ultra-rare item is pure punishment. And if they're lucky enough to pull out the priest, the guy will be in 7th heaven. Sister is very sorry. Estelle has 33 attempts x2 and the maximum rarity is SSR, but brother respects her determination and there is no need to worry. If you think about it, it was just 11 attempts x6 and just thinking about it makes him shake. The sisters think something is wrong with Okura. It's still too early to give up and you need to calm down, but on the contrary, it's Okura who needs to calm down. There are 3 attempts left and in such a short time only half remains. There's still a whole half left. He'll definitely get an ultra rare item, and why not try again? As he expected, with his skill the item would come to him on its own. The guy was acting too arrogant and Okura pulled it out. Something happened and they were worried about their brother. Another copy. Estelle was told about Okura's poor health. He caught his breath from the gacha. There are 2 attempts left and they are given to Norl. She is worried by such looks, but they have no choice. The guy just hissed and apologized for it. No big deal, there's still one more try left. Even with Noral's incredible luck, nothing worked. If all he had was a magic card with credit access, maybe Moffat would give it a try. But is it normal to let the rabbit try? The guy doesn't care and lets them do whatever they want. Moffat is told where to press. This is a lucky rabbit and people believe in it, but the guy doesn't think that everything will go so smoothly. The priest Shizuka Alvi was caught. The rabbit really does bring good luck, so that's how powerful the servant of luck is. The boy lost his luck to the rabbit. He is a man who worries about the matter and not about the outcome, and the sisters do not understand why their brother is not breathing. A guaranteed SSR and a series of 33 attempts, everyone worked together and finally achieved victory, not without the help of the rabbit, of course, and the long-awaited event the next day. The day of joining the priest's group arrived unexpectedly early, and it's all thanks to Moffat, a little annoying. Well, in fact, no one would have managed without the help of the rabbit, and they are grateful to him. Now the guy intends to call her immediately. He can't wait to see it. The hero was summoned in approximately the same way. Shizuka Alvi is a priestess. He never got her in his world, and thanks to her appearance she was quite popular. The very thought of meeting her torments the guy. Then a girl appeared. She said, "It was nice to meet you, master." Her name is Shizuka Alvi. She addressed the guy. He is also very pleased. His name is Okura Heihachi. He did not react to girls like this. The call was better than expectations. She apologized to the guy, but his intense gaze was a little embarrassing. He also apologized. The girl asked her brother what he was staring at, and he said he was staring at the incomparable pendant. His strong embarrassment was very strange. The girl's name is Estelle, the second one is Noral Fanya, and the rabbit Moffat. The newcomer is pleased to meet you, and she noticed the charming rabbit. Shizuka helped him out. They asked Alvi for permission to look into her profile. She turned to the master. The guy can simply call you Shizuha, and you can simply call him Okura. There is no need to address him formally. The girl is level 40. She is ready to participate in battles. You can leave this to her. They have a holy prayer that expands the recovery range and can recover multiple characters at once, and this power will balance their team. Estelle is approaching the guy, but she went up to Shizuka. Is something wrong? Is the girl hiding something? The girl has nothing to hide from them because she was just summoned. Suspicions without reason are not good, and they ask Shizuka for forgiveness. When Shizuka stared at her brother, the girl looked so worried that they inadvertently began to doubt her. This is not like Estelle. There is nothing suspicious about Shizuha, and she has a heart of gold. Communication with her goes smoothly compared to the girls. The guy is counting on her and needs to give it his all. Okura can't take his eyes off her. The girl asks him to take care of her. The girl asks her brother to sleep with her, but he refuses and wants to sleep on the floor. The girl cannot allow this. Housing problems arose after Shizuka arrived. The guy offered to rent another room. Everyone agreed to live in one room, and there was no choice. It will be bad if a man and a woman sleep in the same bed. You need to be prudent. Okuro started talking about prudence, and it surprised her. He is going to pinch her cheek for this. The girl is still giving up the idea of sleeping together. The guy was asked which of the three he would choose if he had to. All the girls would like to know this. She probably doesn't have a chance because she was only called up today, and Okuro wants to refuse to answer this question. What should he do? He needs to choose a more appropriate answer. Okuro chose Noral. Because she is the least feminine of the three, this made the girl angry and she chased after him. They're wandering around the capital because of the girl, but there's no need to worry about that. There's unlikely to be another gacha event anytime soon. Wouldn't it be great to spend a day strengthening their friendship and have fun together? The guy couldn't choose an everyday outfit for the girl. They could lend her some clothes, but they wouldn't suit her. First of all, they should buy clothes for Shizuka. She can buy whatever she likes. The boys were all walking together, the four of them. Moffat gets so much attention. The rumor that just looking at him makes you feel so much better turns out to be true. In other words, the lucky rabbit is an amazing creature. The child cried in pain and Shizuka went to help him. It doesn't hurt anymore, and his little sister is amazing. He needs to be more careful next time. The boy thanked her for her help. What else could you expect from a priestess? Shizuka is a good person, and it's high time for lunch. They'll eat until they're full today. The girl feels needed. She is so happy. It was Estelle who came up with this idea. Estelle says she looked very suspicious, but it was just her imagination, and the guy is sure of it. Shizuka is a good man, and he doesn't think the girl is hiding anything. They staged a show nearby. Who will be the next challenger? 5,000 gil for one attempt, and you can get 100,000 gil for winning. Arm wrestling is a test of strength. Sister wants brother to try, and he refuses. Okuro won't be able to defeat that guy, but the girl wants to try. She's a priestess and confident in her strength. She shouldn't go too far like Norl, and the man thinks he's lucky today. He'll be able to shake hands with such a beautiful lady. Get ready, here we go. What is he doing? Something happened, and the man cannot move his hand. What's wrong with this girl? They won. The girl did it, won so easily and received 100,000 gil, or is she much stronger than Okuro? Are all priestesses like this? The goal of the quest is to kill 10 kobolds. They are eagerly awaiting their first quest. You need to finish it quickly and increase your rank. They are asked to wait. They need to get used to walking in this. Maybe it would be better to take off the helmet. Isn't it cool? He got it from the latest gacha and decided to try it on, but he really stands out from the crowd. The helmet reduces the field of view but increases protection, so you can leave the tank role to the guy. An incomprehensible beast named Kobold appeared. He attacked the armored guy, but his sword broke on it. He allowed the Kobold to attack. It is still far from being used in practice. He needs to learn to dodge attacks. Well, the guys killed 10 kobolds and they can go back. They ask him to look back. You can get magic stones by killing these guys. You need to knock out as many as you can and they will kill every single one. Okuro tells Shisuha to step back. His helmet was hit by an enemy. What's the matter? I can't see anything. Don't tell him that Shisaka is in danger. The guy was asked if he was wounded. They finished on this side. They also defeated these guys. Okuro did well, after which Shisuha raised her rank and he continued on his way to becoming a tank. Today there will be a hunt for eagle leaders and again special training. Shisaka likes to fight and is looking forward to a new opponent. The girl is happy to have the opportunity to fight. What was she going to say? Then you need to destroy the eagle warriors for the eagle leaders to appear. The girl asks to wait. She would also like to fight the ordinary eagle warriors together with Okuro. If Okuro wants to become a tank, it's better to practice fighting while surrounded by a large number of enemies. The girl's words make sense and she is right, all for the sake of becoming a tank. Fighting to protect Shisaka is very awkward, but we can't screw up like that again. If we fail, the outcome of events with her is unknown. He can't put such a fragile girl in danger. Okuro must do this for her protection, asking her to use himself as a shield in battle. Shisaka wants to express her opinion about the battles, then she will not hold back. Asks the guy to follow the opponent's movements. He is able to react to the opponent's movements, but does not try to understand his further actions. When the monster tries to dodge to the right, it shifts to the left before taking off. You need to be able to predict the next move. Okuro can't do this right away. You need to remember this and continue training. His movements are already quite good. So they need to do everything they can. Okuro was warned that they were coming. Eagle leaders. Divine speed is activated. This skill covers the user in a red aura that triples their agility. His basic movements are the same as the eagle warrior. Nothing will happen from following his movements. The guy swung for a blow and knocked out his opponent. The girl can't believe he managed to hit an opponent moving so fast. He improved his skills so quickly. The guy must have talent. Shisaka just gave one piece of advice. She really is a priestess and teaches better than Norl. We need to find the next eagle chief and the girl will teach him. This is from Estelle's unnecessary words. The battle is in full swing. What is this rush of excitement? Now that I have a new set of equipment, it's boring to continue hunting in the eagle forest. It's a good place for training and there's nothing I can do about it. You can hunt Asterios for variety, but it's not exactly a monster you can hunt for variety. But he was already used to fighting eagles. It was worth fighting at least once with a strong monster. It doesn't have to be Asterios and there's no need to worry. She'll heal the guy in a flash if anything happens, even if Shisaka loses his limbs. It's time for Okuro to overcome his fear. They will really fight the monster. First, we need to prepare the equipment and Shisuha should be ready for an emergency, and the guy needs revenge. Using the lion's heart doesn't really help. In case of danger, the girls will help, but didn't they plan to do everything together? Shisuha wants to try together with Okuro. The battle is going very hard. The guy attacked the enemy. Now he is very angry, but thanks to special training, Okuro can dodge the monster's attacks. Enemies are attacking, and you need to defend yourself from them. It worked out and it's great, but damn. The huge monster injured Okuro, and now he is lying on the ground. Nora rushed to the boy's aid. She fought back against the monster. Everyone was surprised by how powerful the blow was. More attacks followed and the battle continued. Shisaka is a wonderful and good person, a gentle priestess who heals everyone, and the guy turned a blind eye to one fact: that Shizuka is not an ordinary priestess. Still, it was great to get some exercise. The guy is fine, she shouldn't interfere with the special training, and she held back the whole time. Now the girl couldn't resist and her body moved on its own. The guy was told that she was hiding something, it was his fault. The girl wants to ask if it is possible to kill these monsters too. She no longer hides her desire. They want to feed Noro to the full. The girl is one of those who eats and doesn't gain weight at all. People envy her and the guy just asks her to come over. Quite a long time passed after the duel with Asterios. Since then he continued his special training, collecting magic stones, and Shizuha rose to rank C. Shizuha is so caring and kind. Why does she become like this when it comes to battle? Are there any plans for today? After successfully adding the priest to the team, he decided to continue playing Gacha. She thought the guy forgot about it. How can you forget about Gacha? Okuro says it with such confidence. He just received this notification. The premium ticket is different from the regular ones. If they spin 11 times in a row, they will receive a free ticket containing a character of SSR rank or higher. You can think about it after scrolling the Gacha, but if you think about it after, it will be too late. So this is Okura's true face, and this is a common thing. What a passionate person he is, and this is the whole reaction after seeing it. The guy is waiting for his greatness. He naturally knocked out some trash, and you can tell by just looking at him. It's Gacha, a lot of things fell out. Shizuka sees Gacha for the first time. It's so interesting to spin it, but she shouldn't be interested in this. They still have a premium ticket, not everything is finished. What did they come across? Another Noro, that's a shame. Did you get a double? There will be 2 Norals, and what will she do with it? What a cute toy, those big round eyes are really so cute. As expected from Noral, the guy sees the girl's good attitude towards each other. It would be strange if it were the other way around. The girl invited Moffat to her place, but this is not fair, and the second one also wants to take him. Now an argument has arisen over the rabbit. Okuro asks to calm down, but the girls decided to start a fight, but they shouldn't do it here. What Okura had imagined, they would get a boost in strength with another Noral. The guy asks the girl's opinion. Noral is waiting for a decision from Okura. She was the first to be summoned and has been nearby the whole time. It is impossible to treat the old Noral and the new one equally, but it will strengthen their fighting power. This Noral is the only one for him, and the guy doesn't want to do this. These words sound like a confession. They both are obviously on good terms. He just thought that the guy wouldn't like a double. There's some truth to that. It is impossible to summon 2 identical characters. They should have said so from the very beginning. It can be strengthened. She has a bad feeling, but if she adds strength, she will agree. Then it needs to be done. Her improvement began. What is this? Something is happening. She feels a tingling sensation all over her body, and it's hard to hold on. He asks her to let go and calm down. Her body is itching to fight, and she wants to go hunting right now. The girl is so inspired. She liked this enhancement. Adventurers Guild, it's surprisingly crowded today. Are they here too? Estelle and Noral hadn't seen them for a long time. Estelle is still sweet. The girls don't like him. Is this lady from their team? She introduced herself, and the guy was also pleased to meet her. What was that lustful look? But he was just enjoying the girl's beauty. Sumika and Gauss also introduced themselves, and he is not with them today. Okuro was mistaken for a new comrade, and yes, it is him. What is this outfit? Okuro decided to become a tank, and it was a good idea. Isn't it dangerous to walk around the city like that? The guy didn't understand why. If I walk around like that, the guards might put me in jail. The girls were also against it, and I would have to take off my helmet. As the girl thought, Estelle is incredibly sweet. She asks to stop hugging. The man wonders if the guy knows about the tank's duties, which is to endure pain, and he considers this answer insufficient. A man will tell you what it means to be a tank. Let's start with the definition of a tank. He behaves this way every time it comes to tanks. Shizuka is interested in talking to a man when he gets a chance, and the girl is considered funny. Everyone had already arrived, and they were apparently busy. The guy asked if she needed anything. An urgent task has emerged. Signs of the Great Destruction have begun to appear in some places. To prevent this, the monsters must be pacified. The guy doesn't know what the Great Destruction is. The blonde guy was surprised by this fact. There are two types of great destruction. The first is when an extremely powerful monster appears, and the second is when a huge number of monsters raid, causing great damage. The goal was to defeat the pack of monsters in the kobold spawn zone. It is recommended to send B-rank groups there. Deus and Okura will accept this task. Reports started coming in about monsters that shouldn't appear in these areas. Something similar had happened before. The guild leader said this, and you need to be careful. The guys will also take part. They are in business. The whole team set out on the mission. There will be a chance to complete a task with Estelle on the same team, and luck is on her side. Megura is asked not to overdo it. She will definitely protect the girl. The guy didn't think that walking could be so tiring, but it was fun and it was true. She had heard of Gauss's experiences and would like to talk to him about the more powerful attacks he had seen. The man needed to think. The guy turned to Meguru. It seems they were found. How luck and the girl can show her strength. The battle against the monsters began. This battle is surprising. Meguru simply attacked as usual, but the monsters exploded. I wonder what happened. Have they ever exploded like that before? The guy forgot about it and tried to change the title not long ago. He uses the General Secretary because it gives better buffs. It works for Deus's group too. This could work. Has the guy come up with something again? If Deus and the guys kill rare monsters, it means they can get even more magic stones. The more people in the team, the more stones, he thinks when necessary. We were just talking about strong allies. We can't wait to work with them. The guy is also happy to cooperate, and they arrived in a few days. Here's the sign. The team needs to deal with everyone. The quest of great destruction has begun. There are more of them here than usual. With such a number, a leader should have appeared. When a group of monsters grows to the level of great destruction, there is a high chance that a main monster will appear in the group, which is called the leader. You just need to defeat it. They can't just be ignored given the damage to the area. They need to be destroyed in one hit. Oh my god, something's wrong. You can't waste your magic in a place like this. In the crowd of kobolds you can see that giant and the red one. They are definitely rare. Dejus and the others probably also drop magic stones. I feel a surge of strength. This is the magic of Estelle's support, beyond all praise. Norl and them will be in the vanguard, and Meguru and the others will provide support from behind. He's counting on the team. You can't overdo it. Go ahead. This support magic is simply something. You can't sleep on the battlefield. If this continues, it will be easy as pie. The guy didn't know about the team's insane strength. Their strength was clear from the previous duel, but he didn't know about such amazing abilities. It still hadn't revealed itself to the guy. Okuro knew that the number of magic stones had not increased at all. There may be a special condition. Okura is asked to look. In front of the guys is the Lord of the Kobolds of the Kobold race. The number of enemies has doubled, and it looks like there is a leader there too. Fighting two groups at once is useless, which means they will have to flee. Okura must decide whether to leave or stay. After all, if we continue to fight, then most of the work will have to be left to them. He hasn't received a single magic stone yet. The villages might be attacked if he leaves. The group has never encountered such depression. If that's all, the girl is confident of their victory. It's been a long time since she used magic at full power. You need to start with Estelle's explosive magic, and when the enemies become fewer, switch to the leader. Let Estelle give it her all today. She needs to follow them, and the girl will stand in the rear and heal. Then comes the fight. Deus even got tired of being surprised. He was being attacked from behind. The guy should retreat and cover the rear, he thanked. The team went too far ahead. The guy enjoys the anxiety, but everything is fine and he still needs to be more careful. Mr. Okuro was thrown up so much by the explosion that the landing will definitely not be soft. Mr. Okuro is flying. He can help him. This light definitely needs help too. Norl saved Okuro. Yes, that's why she was worried. Well, now we need to hold on tight. They will continue to fight in flight. She used a special skill, and that means the end is near. Silver Aura, triple all statuses for 10 minutes. Valkyrie Norlfania received the skill after double upgrading in Gacha. Call of the Offspring. The guys continue to fight. Something went wrong. Even after all this, the skill's effect will soon end, and now it's Okuro's turn to carry her. What's the situation there? What happened? That's how it is. That girl is hopeless, isn't she? This is a reward for great submission, and there are 40 million gil in total. There is proof of submission of the Kobold Lord. This is a reasonable amount. They will still get 20 million, even after dividing it with Deus's party. That's a lot of money. Okura's team deserves to take it all, but it needs to be split in half. Deus's team felt like a burden, and it was only thanks to them that this great subjugation was successful. The guys are not considered a burden because Okuro himself was knocked down by a spear. Without his protection, Estelle would not have been able to use her magic for her own pleasure, and they successfully completed the subjugation. Deus is asked to take half. He will take it, but in exchange, he will get Okuro, let him stay with them for a while. They need to celebrate the success of the great subjugation. Norl is asked not to eat too much, only because she is feeling better. She is dying of hunger. The boys were allowed to eat more and more. Today everything depends on them. She owes a great debt to Norl for saving her. She can eat as much as she wants. He doesn't care anymore. Shisuha suggests drinking fruit wine together, which surprises Okuro, who is not much of a drinker. Okuro is so sweet, he asks her not to cling to him, and the girl wants to have a drink together. She started hugging Okuro. This is not funny, seriously. Shizuka doesn't understand the guy's surprise and asks what's wrong. The girl wonders if it would be better if she were a priest. Okuro is already embarrassed. The girl asks to play a little more, but she gets very carried away. Norl saved Okuro. She sees that he hasn't eaten anything at all and wants to feed him. This is very tasty. They serve a lot of fatty meat. The girl comes to the table right now. The bill was 1.15 million gil. The girl had a good appetite and her stomach was full. The guy wants to pay for half, but Duz made a very rude gesture at the first meeting. This time he pays. It's time to say goodbye here. I want to hug Estelle some more and have a heart-to-heart talk. The girl wants to be like Shizuka. The guys thank you for today. Without them, there would have been a serious incident. Okuro asks to let us know about the next problem and do not hesitate to rely on them. They will do everything possible to help. The teams will meet later. The guy didn't expect that he would like Deus's party and the girl could go. She was fine. Well, getting drunk isn't so bad, and restoration magic is a handy spell for life. Something funny happened with her brother, but the girl doesn't remember and denies it. Is it all because of alcohol, and what kind of hopeless company, great submission and reward for achievements is this? Heihachi completed the Great Enslavement and received 2 notifications. The guy is very happy about the lottery. The lottery has been resurrected. The reward for achieving Great Enslavement, the cost will be reduced. This only reduces the cost per unit and does not have much meaning. For whomever Okuro lost the girl for, contrary to all expectations, he will not lie now. The guy didn't expect to receive other goods. Is there anything else from other events? Maybe there is even a labyrinth there. Judging by the rare monsters and magic stones, just what principle does this thing use? Isn't it going to play a lottery? This time they will do the drawing once for each person. This time they can't have a lottery carnival either. They will only draw once and it's impossible to believe. This time the lottery is based on items. This does not mean the value of SSR items will increase above. This is a special event and it is normal to operate in moderation. Can I do the same to her? This is Shizuka's first time and we'll start with the girl. Shizuka pressed and knocked out the object. Then I wanted to give it another try. What is she trying to do again? Shizuka asks to let go, and this is the cruel ending of the first time. She wants to touch only with the tip of her finger and the girl looks like an oni. You can let him play at least once. It's too cruel and the guy didn't expect such a reaction. It's impossible to let down your guard even for a second. Okuro is not in a position to say that. The girl feels sorry for Shizuka and needs to continue. Each girl made another attempt. Even with Mafuto's help, they only have 1 SSR, and 1 is no longer enough. They always have at least 1, and this time the guy will pull it off. Okuro should stop raising flags like that. With his power of fate, it's nothing. The girl foresaw what would happen. He can't play around anymore. The girl was stopped earlier, and Okuro definitely won't do it. It was decided to play each one once, but so far we have only received SSR. It would be strange for it to have a different outcome, and we just need to play it again. What the guy did to deserve this, he needs to use his head to think, and Okuro begs to play it again. Wasn't the punishment enough yet? Why did she too? Okuro really felt very sorry. Isn't it time to let her go? The guy thinks about himself and asks to untie them. Everything is fine and they can be untied. But in return, the girl wants to check the lottery items. The girl chose sweets. The items are on another level. Okuro asks for a second. They only get 1 snack a day. They only have 1 SSR. You can't use it if you don't have a house, but you can go buy one. The guys got an extra amount of money for their great submission, and this is a good opportunity. The guy never thought about it. Okuro lived in an apartment in his past world, so he never really thought about having his own home. Even he can have the house of his dreams. It's a good idea to buy a house. You can contact him with any questions. This is the first time for both of us. Norl and Shizuka were always with them wherever they went. This was the first time they were alone. Now they'll go to the realtor. The guy chose her because she seemed the most normal of them, and it's better to keep it a secret. Okuro wants to buy a house. In response, they asked what kind of property he wants to buy. Okuro wanted something close to the Adventure Association and wants a separate house. I wonder if there is a good one available. How big do the guys want for 4 people or more? A separate house in this area. The lowest price was 90 million gil. They only had 40. The guys couldn't win the money. He didn't think it would be that expensive, but this is the royal capital, and with the current finances, it would be difficult to buy something very expensive, and she thought about it. But what if they choose a place outside the royal capital? So this is what they decided. Okuro is thinking of looking for a house in Brunn. Isn't this the place they lived in before they called Shizuka, and she had never been to Brunn? They'll be riding that thing again. The girl has an injury after riding in the carriage, but no need to worry, they have it. The boys flew on the carpet. How long will it take for the magic carpet to reach Brunn? It will take more than 2 days, and to make it easier to return, the guy will leave a mark along the way. In the end, the journey took 3 days. It is a nice and quiet place. Okuro will feel at home in such a place. The guys are going to look at the house. Everyone is already tired and they are done for today. They need to rest first and then they will look at the house tomorrow. It's so simple that he's a little uncomfortable. 7 million is much cheaper than a house in the royal capital, and they're both close to the association. Then you can look inside. There is nothing here at all, just a bed and furniture with a bathroom. It's already cleaned up, but there are still a few dirty spots and weeds growing outside. Why not start with cleaning the house? You can leave it to the girl. She will remove all the dust with her wind magic. If you use magic, the house will explode, but the girl can control herself, and at least the team will restore order here. They wash floors and windows. Oh my god, I have to spend all day clearing weeds. Estelle screamed no. Okuro asked what happened, and everyone realized whose voice it was. The girl pounced on the onii. Something black and quickly appeared out of nowhere. And she flies now. She flies to Shizuka. The girl tried to kill the insect and broke through the wall, but this is a new house. She asks them to help, and the guy asked what was going on. There was an insect inside and something needed to be done. Onii must act faster. He calms Estelle. Norl also hugged him and calmed him down. It's just a cockroach, and these two are exaggerating too much. If they found one, it means there are many more of them hiding. The guys don't want to do this no matter what and ask Norl to sort this out. Cleaning up isn't easy. The girl feels more tired than after a hard battle. If it was just cleaning, but cockroaches are disgusting. They really were very disgusting. Once the team has finished cleaning, you need to try it quickly and you can use it. You will need more space and otherwise you will have to stay in a hotel. Well, here we go. Nothing has changed. The scan is complete and it looks like it worked. Apparently you can convert gacha items into points and then use them. One room costs 1,000 points, and in this case, one room is either 10 SR or 100 R gacha items. Why not give it a try for now? Just convert it and press the button. A door appears and a room is built. It looks like a house from Okuro's former world. The girl is about to look outside. There are no external changes to the house, so how can this room exist? Maybe they are in another dimension. It's convenient that only the interior has expanded, and this is a bit scary. Unnoticed by others, the building has grown larger inside. They will use this house as a base for now, like this. Construction of the base with the expansion of the house began. The guys have placed all the furniture and the expansion is complete. Is there anything else that is needed? The girls want a bathroom, but this house only has a shower. The guy would like to try it too. A bathroom appeared and the female part of the team immediately headed there. Expanding the house is their best idea. The girl thought about it here, but she didn't expect Norl to wear an eye shield even in the bathroom. Here it's a different matter. He's being filmed alone. The girl is embarrassed even by them. Why not take off the bandage and let him see? Everything is fine. Norl asks to stop these two. Okuro didn't know that the expansion required a lot of items. He needed to check his inventory. What a nice bathtub this is. He can fit in and it's so comfortable here. I'd like to expand the space further and need to make more turns. The guy grabbed Norl's hand. He was very surprised. Okuro never thought that Norl would say that he wanted to do more spins. Finally, his feelings were understood. The girl didn't say that, but she shouldn't be so shy. You'll have to live up to all the expectations and find a more effective place to hunt. That's a good idea. It's not a bad thing to be naughty every now and then, but you have to watch the consequences. I received a notification about a gacha event. It's a special quest. If you look at it, this is a map of this area. In this area, something will definitely go wrong. Moreover, this is an event that will end in 2 days. It is unknown what hope there is for Okuro's prudence. The impending dangers are unknown, but the event cannot be ignored. Today, unknown people need to kill 10 goblins. The guy asks to just get it over with. The forest seems a bit strange today, but they have nothing to worry about. The monsters are finally out. Things ended very badly for these two. Run Adventurers Guild, Mr. Gurin should be careful. Okura approached him. The guy now lives here and has a priestess in his team. The man is interested in where Okura found such a beautiful woman, but they just met each other. Okura wanted to ask a couple of questions. Did the man notice anything unusual? Whatever it is, it would be good to tell if it can be connected with the strange goblin. These goblins use swords and bows with other weapons and have been attacking adventurers lately. The guy better stay away from the goblin forest. It's all exactly the same as on the phone. It's definitely a mutation quest. And why fly into the goblin forest? They are going to find out what is going on. Okuro has been surprisingly helpful lately and is trying to solve these problems, and a B-rank party has already been sent there to investigate. If another participant finishes earlier, the guy will not receive a reward. The girl also wants to receive the reward, but Okura is so greedy, he is simply not ready to act out of justice. At the entrance to the forest, the boy remembered the past and regretted that time. It was like an adventure and so exciting. The girl hated the omnipresent presence of bugs. While there are no signs of goblins, they really exist. Maybe this is the wrong forest. The guy never looked in that direction and there was nothing there. Maybe Okuro didn't finish his sentence and they were attacked. The guy protected Estelle. Okuro asked if everything was okay. She thanked the Onii. There was also a goblin who used a sword and they do exist. Now we need to find the source. They run to their lair. This is unknown. You can find out if you follow them and follow them. The guy receives a lot of signals here and perhaps monsters have run in here. The deep hole is very scary. You need to climb inside. The origin of this hole is interesting and it could collapse at any moment. Goblins have appeared again. This is a magical attack. There's even a magic user, maybe it's the Black Goblin. The guy feels the magic stone approaching and the guys will track them all down. Killing them was so easy, the level defense is too high and it's amazing. It's a stunning effect. The magic stone is running away and you need to run after it. Where are they now? These walls look like a dungeon. The guys are at a dead end. Now they have disappeared somewhere, and the goblins are happy about this. He didn't think this was possible. A guy who has the power of Gacha like him, the chosen one of God. The guy fell and yelped. Now I found myself under the girl. What Okura does, but she fell on the guy. Okura thought he would die. The girl was sincerely sorry, and it was better to forget about it. Where are they? Where are Norl and Estelle? They missed each other. What to do now? If you put a beacon and call them, but the guy has nothing left. If the number you dialed is out of network coverage or is currently out of service, they will be fine and there is no need to worry. We need to think about this because they are talking about Norl and Estelle. The guy apologized for getting carried away, but they still needed to start searching and the girl would protect Okura. The girl is looking for the guys and calling them. They suddenly split up. The transceiver also does not connect. They need to be found as soon as possible. Mr. Onii often gets into trouble and there is anxiety. What is that sound? A huge ball is rolling towards the girls. She finally got back into shape. Without the buffs, Gorla and Estelle are completely different. The guy seems unsure of himself. He fights well, but Okura doesn't think so. This kind of thinking prevents one from being more confident. The girl wants the guy to say he will protect her or something like that. She is also a girl and wants to hear these words, and precisely because Okura is like that, the guy interrupted her mid-sentence and told her to stop. He asks to stop talking nonsense and continue on his way. He is right and something has happened. Something is approaching from there. Is this a person? This person seems a bit suspicious and doesn't look like a demon. Could it be a B-rank adventurer who accepted the investigation task? The guy asked the stranger who he was. They were also exploring this dungeon, and the man replied that he was offering this mask to the Logos. It was permeated with the abyss. Resting in the abyss of Pandora's treasures with the help of the power of the demonic eye, he will obtain it to create the Legion of God and bring destructive darkness upon the souls of sinners. Lesser beings will become victims and disappear. What is this guy talking about? Okuro is worried about Norl's group. The girl agrees and they need to continue. The guys apologized and they need to do something. What's wrong with this guy? He's fine, but the stranger says how dare Okura. The guy needs to rest here. Shizuka rushed into battle. The stranger is definitely not an adventurer. The battle is ongoing. Suddenly another stranger appeared. The master is worried when he acts alone. This girl has gone astray. Shizuka needs to be careful. This woman is not an ordinary person. She is from the girl's core. Gacha character like Shizuha. Obstacles ahead. A huge stone ball is rolling towards them. There are goblins everywhere. We need to keep up the good work. He's catching up. The guy knows her. This look of Sylvie Rock, a rare character in the female core. The guy spent a lot and tried to pull Sylvie out, but since he is a stranger to her, he is like Okuro. The GC player who used this item to enter this world has a purpose. The stranger has clearly set his sights on the magic stones and is planning to grab them for himself. Hans Guild Genesis opens all of Arcadia to him. That is, it is not only in this labyrinth. All the treasures of the world belong to its owner, and Sylvie will get rid of the guys. They are going to kill the guy on this very spot, as if Okuro would allow the shot. The girl will be Sylvie's opponent. This time it's Okuro's turn, and the stranger helped him a lot. What power? Isn't he a magician? A battle between the girls takes place. The priest is not so easy to defeat. They will simply cut her up until her magical power runs out. This guy is definitely using gacha items. Okuro's attack didn't hit him. Now the time has come. The guy has already finished arranging his territory. Explosion. It was the magical power of two people. The girls were saved. It's surprising that there was such a trap here. It was terrible. The girls went quite deep, and the state of the Onii group is interesting. The battle continues. Even though Okuro is strong, he can't protect Shizuha. What should he do? Shizuka healed herself and she's fine. The guy doesn't know where to look, in which case it's better to forget about it. It's better to keep the potion for yourself. What a muscular head with unlimited stamina. Sylvie ordered in her name to remove her limiter. They are up to something. We need to be vigilant. This is her ability. It is unlike anything else. There was an explosion and everything flew apart. A huge strange creature appeared. What is it? It's a goblin labyrinth, something like that over there. This is the main body, which means goblin, hippopotamus is too overwhelming. Now is not the time for quarrels. We need to overcome this together. Is that guy listening? It's time to let loose. The punishment is phenomenal. There's no one there. These guys ran away. This guy has an attack of 4,500. It's so high. The guys are running away too. It shouldn't be able to chase them. They are exhausted from the fight. Now is not the time for battle, and the monster is so huge. How long will he follow the team? It is obvious that they must defeat the monster. The behemoth's defense is 9,000, and fighting without magic won't work if you aim at the goblin itself. The wind bracelet alone doesn't have enough firepower. None of them hits. You need to aim more accurately. This loud noise is coming from there. What could it be? Maybe it's Okuro. How long does the monster plan to follow them? Isn't the guy protected all the time, but he can't protect the girls? We need to find a way out of this situation. Okuro will distract the monster, so he wants Shizuha to destroy the goblin during this time. If you throw everything at the monster, you can defeat it. The guy will be fine after the monster's attack and will not die immediately after one hit. This time Okuro will protect Shizuha. The girl asked what he was suddenly saying. The guy just said the words the girl wanted to hear and she didn't expect it. Okuro will leave the dynamite to Shizuha. The guy is rushing her. Wow, is he an idiot? Here's a gift for having the monster on their heels. It's over. Why does the girl do such dangerous things? The girl asks him to do her a favor and explain himself, but there was no other way. Even so, it was a dangerous plan. For something like this to happen, it seems the guy had a similar experience, but thank God everything is fine. Despite everything, even Shizuka had a hard time. No one knows who these two were, and they talked about treasures. This is impossible. The anomaly in the Goblin Labyrinth ended because another player cleared the event. They took another step towards reviving the Legion. What's the matter? It seems like the anomaly quest ends when someone completes the task. Does this mean that those people completed the quest? Next time the guy won't let them get away with it. Okuro will complete more tasks and power up more items. This will be the best team that will destroy everyone. Don't forget about it, so say the bad guys. The quest Anomaly Labyrinth of Goblins is completed. The anomalous quest ended in failure and the guy got nothing. Where did these guys come from? They met a guy with a smartphone in a labyrinth. All the treasures of the world belong to the master. No idea what their goals are, but maybe they will get in their way again. The guy was injured in a battle with a hippopotamus and the strangers still took all the treasures. What annoys me the most is that he knocked out Sylvie. The thought of it infuriates me, and in this mood I want to play gacha. Could this be an event? How timely then. Okuro is acting strange again. He looks more annoyed than usual, but isn't that an event? Why does the guy have such a serious face? Because of the gacha, because it's complete gacha. Just get all the special items from the list, you can get a rare prize, that's what a full gacha is. An event happened in his world that forced the government to intervene, that's how terrifying the gacha is. The guy also tried it, and no matter how many times he tried, he only got the same items. Even using a magic card only led to big problems, and the guy even spent his budget on food. The girl didn't fully understand and still thinks the gacha is amazing. If things are that bad, you might just not take part. This is just an incredible time for the moon to appear. Luna was the character he was trying to get before Okuro was brought to this world, and she would become the reward. The guy won't miss such an event, and this time they have 9,000 magic stones. They can make 15 rolls x 11. The first Shizuha, much is expected of her and can be relied upon. This time Okuro will definitely meet Luna. On Shizuha's first try, she rolled 4 rolls x 11 and ended up with no items she needed. Isn't that a level of failure similar to Okuro's? Similar views lead to similar results. Estelle's second try, 3 summons x 11. The result is 1 required item. Noral's result was for 3 rolls x 11, 2 required items. The girl has incredible luck and is asked to share it. They already received 3 necessary items, and it will be easier than he thought. His brother is worried about trifles. Their results are higher than expected, and there hasn't been a single duplicate yet. Could it be that this world is one big divine lucky item, and Mafudo also rolled the necessary item on his 4th try? This kind of caressing is prohibited, and all that remains is the SSR room outside of dimensions, and now it's Okuro's turn. You need to do 4x11 spins to get 1 item, and that's victory. Since it was that easy, he had to finish Hihachi's carnival. The blazing glove is definitely a must-have item. Didn't the guys just drop the exact same one? The same item can drop multiple times. Getting a repeat after all this isn't that divine spins without duplicates. There are 3 more attempts and you can roll this item. Hihachi's second and third attempts ended the same way. The girls were just lucky in the absence of duplicates, so that's why the brother was so scared. Everything is bad and someone has changed the odds. Is it possible for Okuro to roll this item, avoiding repetitions for 1 more attempt, and he will not meet Luna even in this world? What happened? Even like this, the guy won't give in. You can allow it at least once. Guaranteed SSR, he wants to meet Luna. Let the rest of the room go out. Why is it wrong? Why is this not the right item? Okuro has run out of magic stones. He asks to be let go, and the guy has outbursts of anger. They started the strategy meeting. Isn't it all over? And they've run out of magic stones. The event will last for another 5 days. The girls can still spin, and they will spend the remaining days earning even more stones. Maybe it is better to give up, but after all this, you can't give up. Isn't he satisfied after so many spins? Okuro doesn't want to do any more marathons. There is no need to worry because everyone has learned this lesson and the guy has a plan. This time the guys will ask for help. They were informed that from that day on they would be under care and were told that they would also be supervised. Alumino and Camille introduced themselves. The man recalled that his interlocutor had spoken of the need for help. He pointed to a group of rookie adventurers he was keeping an eye on. The young man thanked him, calling him a true savior. He noted that even though the request was unusual, the black orcs would not be a problem for someone like him. His interlocutor answered hesitantly, then, smiling, said they had their own circumstances. He thought about asking Greenson. One of the meeting participants said that the only way to improve their efficiency is to increase the number of people. The young man clarified whether he understood correctly that this was what was being discussed. The girl explained that they wouldn't be able to obtain the magic stones if someone hunted with them. Then the boy added that they had already tested this with the other guys. The hero said that in that case they wouldn't be able to conduct thorough research for a while. He asked in surprise if the number of magic stones hadn't really increased. The character with glasses said that if everyone was against it, they should proceed as usual. He suggested following the usual plan. The girl next to him reacted with surprise to this suggestion. Ona suggested turning to Greenson for help, calling the idea excellent. Everyone stood before tall trees in a dense forest, illuminated by light from above. The man, surprised, asked if the group was actually planning to hunt in this area. The guy in glasses calmly asked if this was a problem. His interlocutor exclaimed that it was a monster nest and expressed concern that if they started fighting in this place, there was no telling how many monsters might appear. The guy with glasses said it was fine, no matter how many there were, the knight would deal with them quickly. He then added that the countdown would begin the moment the black orcs appeared. Another character weakly agreed. A large black orc monster emerged from the forest. It slowly approached the group, which had already prepared for battle. Several stood with weapons at the ready, awaiting its approach. The man said he'd distract the monster first. Then he ordered the others to deal with it later. The boy with the sword confirmed his understanding, and the girl next to him also prepared for battle. A man with a sword lunged at the black orc and struck him in the side. He screamed loudly, drawing attention. The other members of the group watched in surprise. One of the men looked on in shock, and then all three found themselves standing next to the orc's fallen body lying before them. He was surprised by what was happening and asked what had happened. The young man explained that it was all thanks to Estelle, who had used support magic. Estelle winked and asked, "Is she incredible?" Appeared, indicating the presence of 14 magic stones. The protagonist realized that the number of magic stones had not increased and noted that, as expected, this wouldn't work unless he hunted alone. Someone gently touched the bespectacled guy's shoulder, causing him to turn around in surprise. Then he said something had happened. The helmeted girl asked him to pay attention to Camilla's ring. She held a spear and a sparkling ring was visible on her hand. It was the Guardian's ring, which grants plus 300 defense. The bespectacled boy exclaimed in surprise that it was a Guardian ring. The helmeted girl asked if she really was right. Meanwhile, the hero ran up to Camilla. Camilla, looking at the ring, said she'd only recently received it. Someone in the group, surprised, asked if it was truly something important. The bespectacled guy wondered where she'd gotten the gacha gear and, shocked, repeated it to himself. Then, concerned about the situation, he exclaimed, asking for a moment of her time. Man holding the ring in his hand, he asked if they needed to fight while wearing it. The boy confirmed this enthusiastically, while the others looked at the situation with surprise. The young man explained that the objects in question were enchanted. He added that they wanted to conduct field tests with them. The man with the ring asked in surprise if these objects were magical instruments. The hero wondered if these objects were truly magical tools and inquired if they had anything similar. Then someone enthusiastically suggested continuing the hunt, and they responded with a loud affirmation. The boy and the man struck the monster simultaneously. The protagonist, watching this, frowned and tensed. He was breathing heavily and looked worried. The hero noticed with surprise that the number of magic stones had increased. First it became 15, then 16, and then 17. The heroes reported finding a new way to obtain magic stones. One of the characters, surprised, asked if they would really be working with a large group of people. It was stated that there were 4 days left until the full gacha ended. The protagonist and his allies stepped forward and active farming for magic stones began. Hihachi's group continued to spin gacha, while the other members were busily farming magic stones. The man worriedly noticed that Okura looked unwell and asked if he was okay. The protagonist, slightly embarrassed, hesitantly confirmed it. The protagonist reflected on the 2 days remaining until the end of the gathering. Although their magic stone farming was going well, they still hadn't managed to obtain the final item. He admitted that even if they continued at the same pace, they wouldn't truly achieve their goal. To Okura in alarm, he then shouted that Estelle was in danger. The armored girl leaped forward, and another character with a terrified expression shouted that she absolutely had to be rescued. Suddenly, a powerful flash of flame erupted, and one of the characters cried out in fear, trying to understand what was happening. The protagonist cried out Estelle's name in alarm. The girl was knocked unconscious by the fiery vortex, while those around her watched with shocked expressions. The girl anxiously said she would burn the forest and destroy many monsters to make her brother happy. Then, lowering her head, she admitted they still couldn't cope unless they destroyed even more. The protagonist, shocked by her words, tried to stop her and, running up, exclaimed that he understood everything and asked her to calm down. One of the characters shouted at Okura. The protagonist was carrying the unconscious Estelle and ordered Norl to carry her back. Then, with a serious expression, he declared that they would take care of the rest. With Estelle no longer participating, the final day of the hunt concluded. Estelle said she wanted to help and apologized. The guy told her not to worry and added that he should apologize for not noticing. Then he offered to begin. The guy announced that they'd earned 150 magic stones today. He said that was enough for 3 multi-spins and suggested starting with those with the highest luck. He told the girl to give the stones to Norm and Moff. The guy was sitting at the table with the girls and was depressed. He reflected that if even Norm and Mafuto couldn't do it, then no one on Earth could do it. The hero remembered Norm saying that they needed to stop spending the spins, and he regretted that they hadn't stopped then. The girl turned to the others and asked why they were acting as if everything was already over. She reminded them that they still had one chance. The boy asked in surprise about another chance. He thought it was just one chance, but a chance for both him and her. Another girl got ready for the last multi-spin. The guy stood up abruptly and confidently addressed a girl named Shizuka, asking her to try it herself. The girl, surprised, asked if he was talking about her specifically, not immediately believing what was happening. The young man confidently approached a girl named Shizuka, asking her to try it herself. The girl, surprised, asked if he was talking about her specifically, not immediately believing what was happening. Okura said his intuition told him so. He asked what had happened to her positivity and reminded her that she was not that weak-willed. He asked her to show her real self. Okura asked if they were okay with it. One girl said it was a good idea and added that if it was Shizuha, she could handle it. The other said she'd trust her brother's intuition. Shizuha hesitated at first, but then resolutely declared that she understood and would definitely do it. He thought Shizuha was the only one keeping her cool. In this hopeless situation, she could handle it. He clasped his hands in pleading. He thought that if she didn't cope, it would be their defeat. Everyone was waiting for Shizuka's answer. At that moment, one of them activated the gacha and received the Room Beyond Dimensions item. A message appeared on the screen stating that all 5 items had been received. The bespectacled man, judging by his expression, was shocked by the result. A girl approached him and asked him, surprised, what he was doing. He calmly replied that he was just cleaning. One of the girls said he started cleaning early in the morning for Luna's sake. Another added that the house was now unrecognizable. The girl with long hair sternly demanded that he stop cleaning. Then she suggested he do one more chore first. The boy cried out in fear that he understood. Okura suggested summoning the moon right in her room. The others agreed, noting that if they performed the ritual inside the house, no one would notice. When everything was ready, the guy said that the time had come for the long-awaited call. The guy said there was no point in putting it off any longer and that he needed to act. He pressed the button on his smartphone, but the device displayed an error message. The young man looked at the screen and said in surprise that they had reached the limit. It said that the call was impossible due to the limit being exceeded, 77 out of 76. Shizuha was surprised and asked again if they couldn't summon her. He replied no, but added that he had an ability that could reduce the cost and somehow fit within the limit. The boy was wondering who he could use the ability on. After some hesitation, he decided use it on Estelle. He asked the girls if everything was okay if they used it on Estelle. The limit dropped from 22 to 21. The girl thanked her brother and beamed with joy, and he asked in surprise why she was so happy. He said they could try again now. The girl watched in surprise as the boy activated the summoning. Everyone stood tense, and one of the girls exclaimed that it was indeed happening. The summoning had begun. When the call began, everyone watched with bated breath. The next moment, a girl with long blonde hair and a striking outfit appeared before them. Everyone was shocked by her appearance. The girl entered the room silently, without showing any emotion, and looked carefully at those present. Then the boy stepped forward, spreading his arms wide, and introduced himself as Okura. Haiha happily said that he was glad to meet her. The guy introduced himself as Okura again, Heihachi, to which the girl with the ears asked why he was doing it again, adding that it was scary. Then the 2 girls introduced themselves. One called herself Estelle, the other Noralfania. Okura internally cringed, thinking that despite his efforts, he was still considered scary. The girl with long blonde hair introduced herself. Her name was Luna Vards. She added that she hoped for a good understanding. Then she turned to the boy. Shizuha, breathing heavily, stared at Luna with a strange gaze. When Okura asked what she was doing, she shuddered and said nothing. Shizuha quietly said that she simply wanted to get closer to Luna-san and, looking into her eyes, gently touched her face. Luna's eyes widened in surprise. Luna screamed at them not to touch her and pushed Shizuha away sharply. Shizuha recoiled in fear, not understanding what had happened. Luna told her to stay back, and Okura asked in surprise what was wrong. Moon declared Shizuha her enemy. Confused, she asked why, since she had done nothing wrong. Luna screamed that she wasn't going to listen to her. Okura was also surprised, not understanding the reasons. Heihachi remarked that it was normal to gradually improve relationships. Then he turned to Shizuha and, trying to reassure her, exclaimed, "That's right, Shizuha." Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. Okura suggested taking a walk around Brunn. Shizuha enthusiastically supported the idea and invited Luna to come with them. However, Luna immediately turned away and coldly declined. Luna coldly declared that she would never go anywhere with Okura, adding that she didn't like daytime walks anyway. When he suggested going to the sunless caves, she again declined. His next question about hunting together also met with a refusal. Luna said she didn't like fighting, so she'd delegate the hunting to the others. While they were gone, she'd guard the house. After that, she said she was going to bed and told the others to leave the room. Okura and the girls silently looked at the door through which Luna had disappeared. He hesitantly repeated her words about guarding the house. Then, looking at the sleeping Luna, he wondered if she had planned to simply stay in the house all this time. After completing the entire gacha and a long wait, Luna Wards was finally obtained. With her arrival, new adventures began. 2 days after Luna was summoned, the girl reminded him that he was supposed to awaken Luna. He replied that he wanted to do it, but couldn't, because he's afraid she'll hate him if he disturbs her sleep. The girls called him a loser and agreed with each other. The guy said he wanted to register Luna as an adventurer and suggested that they still needed to wake her up. Estelle remarked that Luna looked younger than her. Another suggested that it would be okay if they said Luna was a vampire. Okura said he wasn't sure if she was a vampire. The girl replied that, come to think of it, they really hadn't seen one yet. The young man remembered that there were many demi-human characters in the GC game and wondered if such existed in this world. Later, at Brian's guild, a staff member asked if she meant demi-humans. He hesitantly confirmed that she did. The guy said he meant creatures with long ears or blood drinkers. The girl replied that she knew of such creatures and perhaps he was not talking about half-humans. She added that instead of half-humans, they are called by another name. These creatures are called demons. She explained that demons are not only physically strong, but also able to use magic, which makes their abilities frightening. The guy wondered if the demons in this world could be the same as those in the GC game. He recalled that most of these demons were raid bosses and noted that he would never want to encounter them. The background depicts the monsters and a group of players fighting. He then asked if demons really didn't exist anymore. The girl said she'd heard all the demons had been destroyed in a war 200 years ago. The boy, surprised, asked if that was true, then remarked that the war with the demons explained a lot. Norl said demons really do exist. The boy added that he'd be surprised if Luna were one of them, but admitted he didn't know. He thought maybe he should hide her after all. The other girl agreed, noting that it was a good thing Luna had locked herself away. Okura said he wanted to know about Luna's abilities. The girl remarked that if she just took a quick look at them, everything should be fine. The other agreed. Then one of them suggested they return and the group headed home. When the three heroes entered the house, they saw Shizuha hugging Luna. She screamed for them to let her go. Shizuha noticed Okura and the others returning and smiled, claiming she hadn't noticed them coming in. Luna panicked and screamed for Heihachi to do something about the situation. Okura was pleased to see that Luna had woken up. Luna, finding herself in Shizu's arms, quietly asked him to save her quickly. Okura, embarrassed, offered to let Luna go. Shizuha replied that she couldn't let Luna go because she would avoid her. Luna screamed that of course will. Nor she said there was no reason to dislike Shizuha so much. She added that Shizuha was very kind. Luna responded by screaming that if she said she hated Shizuha, then she really did. The girl looked sternly and told them to let her go, otherwise she would bite. Shizuka said with an indifferent look that she didn't care and that she wouldn't let her go because of such a trifle. Luna suddenly bit Shizuki, who cried out in pain. She barely contained herself, blushing and saying it wasn't enough, though her voice was hesitant. Shizuha screamed and collapsed, falling to her knees. The boy ran up to her, calling out worriedly, while the girl weakly muttered that her body wasn't moving. Shizuka, lying on the floor, was surprised by how quickly the effect took effect. She wondered if Luna was a monster. Norl, with a confused expression, asked what Luna had done to the victim. Luna said that if she bit someone, she could inflict an abnormal status effect. She explained that this time she used paralysis, so the victim wouldn't be able to move for a while. The girl with long hair said that everything turned out as expected from Luna. Then Luna was surprised that Shizuha could move because she should be paralyzed. Shizuha admitted that she is a priestess. The boy remarked that if Shizuha continued like this, Luna would truly hate her. The girl, angrily grabbing his clothes, demanded that Heihachi do something to her. Shizuha admitted he was right and quietly added that she would make peace with Luna someday. At that moment, Luna approached the boy and told him he had saved her, thanking him for it. The girl with pigtails sternly asked how long they planned to stand there. Then she reminded him that they needed to talk about something. The boy, confused, agreed with her. Luna, surprised, asked again about the conversation. I asked if the task was really related to collecting starflowers. The guy confirmed it. He reminded that the starflower is a flower that blooms only at night and added that the forest where it grows is quite dangerous. Heihachi suggested asking the moon, which is especially powerful at night, to help them. The girl said with bewilderment that, in her opinion, he had gone crazy. Then she added that, in fact, she was not an adventurer and she had no business being in such a dangerous place. The girl with long, blonde hair said she'd feel better if Luna came with them. The girl with ponytails added that she was asking her to do the same, as even a simple search in the forest was quite challenging. The girl with the ears expressed dissatisfaction, and the boy, looking at her, mentally noted that it was still good work and praised them both. Shizuka exclaimed that they should go themselves, adding that Okura-san must notice how worried Luna-san was. He wondered why he had sided with Luna. She replied that she would always be her ally. Shizuha smiled and suggested that Luna-san be left in her care, adding that the two of them would look after the house. Luna was stunned that she would be left alone with Shizuka. Luna said she understood and agreed, but added that she would demand payment. The guy, surprised, asked about payment again. Luna told the boy to follow her. He tried to stop her, but she insisted. Then she pushed him toward the bed and sat down next to him, saying that this would be his payment. She said she wanted a big, nice bed. The guy was surprised by her statement, and she added that this one was too hard. Then he promised to buy her another one. The girl agreed, and they made it a promise. The heroes explained that this time they had been given the task of collecting starflowers. The task should have been simple, but due to the unexpected appearance of werewolves, many adventurers failed. Estelle was startled by a noise in the grass, but the guy tried to reassure her, saying it was just the wind. Another member of the group noted that it's easy to get scared in such places. One of them added that the surrounding area can be checked using a map app, so there's no need to be afraid. Shizuka hugged Luna tightly and joyfully declared that walking with her was the best thing. Luna began to protest, demanding to be let go, adding that these hugs were starting to irritate her. The guy thought the girls hadn't changed at all. Luna asked irritably why he'd brought Shizuka. The guy admitted with a forced smile that he simply couldn't refuse. Okura said he wanted to check her stats before the fight. He pulled out his smartphone and asked for permission. She replied that he should do whatever he wanted. Then he activated the app and began scanning. He looked at the screen and was amazed. Despite Luna's level being lower than his, all her stats were incredibly high. He wondered if her stats had increased due to the nighttime. The young man looks at the girl, analyzing her measurements. He notices that her physical characteristics exceed expectations. Meanwhile, the other members of the group continue on their way, one of them urging them to keep up. The characters are walking through a dark forest. Okura notices that visibility is worse than he expected. Luna points out direction and says that it is better to turn left. They discuss the dense undergrowth ahead, which could be dangerous. He says he can't see anything even by flashlight. Luna assures them she can see just as well in the dark as she can in daylight and asks them to trust her to lead the way. The others agree, noting that this is to be expected for a vampire. Okura notices someone approaching ahead and assumes an enemy. The armored girl immediately rushes forward, declaring that she will handle it herself despite an attempt to stop her. The knight quickly darted forward and dodged. The rest of the group watched in silence. Okura noted with surprise that the signal on the map had disappeared. Another, still stunned by what had just happened, asked what kind of attack that had just been. Luna warned them that the terrain ahead was difficult due to the roots and advised them not to run recklessly. The knight thanked her for the warning. The girl noted that, despite her appearance, Luna didn't seem at all troubled. On the contrary, she is very kind. Okura said he saw the girl in a new light. She, a little embarrassed, replied that since she had been asked, she should try her best. She added that if anything happened to them while they were under her protection, it would be a problem. Estelle told Luna to be more honest with herself. Shizuha patted her head and added that that's why Luna was so sweet. Luna looked embarrassed and held back her emotions. Luna bit the girl's finger, to which she calmly asked her not to bite. The boy urged them not to quarrel, reminding them that the noise could cause monsters to appear. After that, the whole group continued on their way, deciding to return to their search for the flower. Luna called out to Heihachi and beckoned him to come over. Turning around, he saw she'd found something in the bushes. She pointed to the plant and asked if it was the flower he was looking for. The heroes spotted a bright flower among the bushes and approached it. One of them asked in surprise if it was a starflower. They easily completed the task and ran on. Suddenly, the girl stopped her companion, informing him that they were surrounded. The boy let out a surprised cry when he heard the monsters seemed to be waiting for the group to start picking flowers. The armored girl clarified that there were about 10 monsters in the area. Okura ordered Shizu to guard the rear while Nora and Estelle dealt with the enemies up front. He tried to stop Luna, but she insisted she wanted to show him her strength and could handle it herself. He noted that she was alone, facing werewolves, but she remained determined. Luna stepped forward, dropped a drop of blood into the water, and turning around, confidently declared that these enemies posed no threat to her. She confidently activated her magic, raising her hand with her staff and getting into a fighting stance, preparing to attack. Luna hurled a spear of magical energy, and the others watched in awe. The werewolves braced themselves for an attack, while Luna, her focus intact, prepared for the next blow. She unleashed a powerful energy strike in the shape of a spear. The others watched the scene unfold. The boy noted with surprise that it was the same spear as before, and the girl next to him admitted that even she herself couldn't have withstood such a blow. Heihachi watched the battle and mused that, since Luna was a vampire, he should have expected this. He was amazed by her strength and power, calling her an incredible woman. He wondered if she really was stronger than everyone else. Meanwhile, Luna continued the battle, attacking the werewolves with her fists. The character, and having completed collecting the required plant, noted that it glowed beautifully in the dark. One of them said they could now return. Luna asked if he was satisfied with the result and offered to hunt again if necessary. He replied that was enough and thanked her for saving them. They said the task was very easy this time thanks to Luna. The girl added that without her, they wouldn't have been able to get the starflower, and the boy agreed. The boy thanked Luna and she replied that she was glad they understood that. He then asked if she wanted to fight with them. Luna yawned tiredly and said that if she lay down. Luna said that if she were allowed to sleep as much as she wanted, she could even confess her love. The guy was surprised that anyone could want to spend so much time in bed. He thought that if Luna joined their team, the group's strength would increase significantly. However, convincing her to join in on the adventure was another matter entirely. The girl calmly replied that she was waiting for the promised bed. The girl stood with her back to the bed, changing clothes and thinking about what would happen next. Estelle approached the boy and apologized for keeping him waiting. He suggested they move on. They set out to fulfill their promise to Luna. Okura said he and Estelle had gone shopping for a new bed. The girl with the ponytail watched them, holding a stuffed rabbit. He thanked the girl for agreeing to go with him, but remarked that she could do whatever she wanted now. The girl listened to him as they walked side by side down the street. Estelle, looking at her interlocutor, said that being with her brother was what she really wanted. She added that everything seemed fine and she understood that. The characters entered a furniture store. The boy noted that, as he expected, the selection wasn't very extensive. The girl agreed, saying that was indeed the case. The girl suggested they go shopping in Sting. The guy thought for a moment, then declined, suggesting they stick to the store they were already in. He added that he'd have to think of another way to thank Luna later. Estelle chose a bed and sat down on it, checking its comfort. The salesperson informed her that delivery would take a few days. They were walking down the street and the boy said he was glad Estelle had come with him. They'd finished faster than he'd expected. The girl, turning to him, mentioned his name and then became thoughtful, saying that something had been on her mind. The girl, with a serious expression, asked if something had happened between him and Shizuka in the Goblin Labyrinth. The boy became nervous and began to make excuses, but recalled the incriminating moments and, in a panic, insisted that nothing had happened. She looked at him suspiciously and asked if it was true. Okura suddenly cried out that he'd remembered something important. Then, trying to change the subject, he suggested they go somewhere and look around. He said it would be remiss to simply return home and suggested going somewhere. Then he checked to see if everything would be okay. The guy noted that there weren't many interesting places here compared to the capital and suggested they go somewhere else. The girl replied that Brunn would be fine and abandoned the idea of going anywhere else. The girl said she didn't care where she went as long as she was with her brother. The boy, a little embarrassed, agreed. Then she suggested they go and they ran together and he tried to add something but didn't have time. Estelle, seeing a counter with unusual items, turned to the seller with interest, calling him uncle, and asked twice what it was. The seller explained that it was a magical gemstone which had recently become popular. The boy, surprised, asked if he really said magic stone and exclaimed in surprise. The salesman was surprised by the reaction and asked what that had just been. The guy apologized, saying he must have misheard. He repeated that it really was a magical gemstone. The girl calmly told him to calm down. Okura asked if the stone interested her. The girl replied that she sensed something mysterious when she looked at it. She turned to the seller and asked what a magical gemstone was. They were told that these stones were called mystical. They changed color and glow depending on the magic imbued in them. It was also said that the most powerful mages could make them glow and imbue them with special effects. He admitted that he had never seen anything like this in real life before. The girl asked if the stone was for sale. The seller quoted 200,000 rubles for a stone of that size and asked if they would take it. The boy wanted to pay himself, but the girl stopped him. After that, the girl said that she would pay herself. The guy asked the girl if everything was really okay, to which she replied that everything was fine. He figured that if she liked it, then that was fine. He suggested they go somewhere else and she agreed. A boy and a girl were walking down an alley. Then they sat together on a bench and drank drinks. The girl was looking at something curiously. Later, they were in a store, smiling and holding clothes in their hands. On the street, they met happy people, and then the girl took her brother's hand and led him forward, a joyful expression on her face. Okura said he hadn't relaxed like this in a long time. He noticed they had been quite busy lately. The girl suggested slowing down a bit and noted that they could rely on other people to help them obtain the magic stones. The young man thought that they still needed to increase their levels to conquer the labyrinths, and he wanted to add something. He suggested they might have to fight the guy they met in the goblin labyrinth. The girl, smiling, assured him everything was fine. Estelle reminded him that neither she nor Nora were there then, and now Luna was with them. The boy replied that he hoped so. The boy suggested they go back, noting that it was time. He added that Nora and the others were probably hungry by now. She asked him to wait a second as they were about to leave. The guy stopped and asked, surprised, if something had happened. Then he noticed that, according to her, everything was already ready. Estelle pulled out a magical gemstone which began to glow in her palm. The boy was surprised to recognize it and remarked that he could see it glow. The girl thanked him and he, smiling, remarked that she had a lovely magic. Okura, he said he was glad she bought the stone, it suited her. The girl silently approached him, called him brother, and hugged him tightly, rising on her tiptoes. The boy was surprised when the girl hung a stone around his neck. She smiled and offered to take a look, saying she thought it looked good on him. He sheepishly tried to protest that it was her stone, but he didn't have time to finish. Estelle said she bought the stone to give to him and called him little brother. Surprised, he asked if it was really for him. She reminded him that she had never given him anything before. Then she said that was why she wanted to give him a gift. The boy asked again if he could really take the gift. The girl replied with a smile, of course. Then he asked her to at least pay for it. Estelle sternly said she didn't need anything and told him to simply accept the gift silently. Then, with a serious expression, she asked if he understood. He sheepishly agreed. The boy said the necklace was really cute. The girl told him to take care of it as if it were her own and never take it off. She was happy that he liked the gift. The boy hesitated a little and then agreed. The girl thought to herself that she would always be there for her brother. The boy asked again if she had really said anything. She replied that she hadn't said anything and suggested they go back. The boy agreed and they walked home together. Against the backdrop of a mansion in the forest, an unknown character reflected on the otherworldly energy growing stronger with each passing day. He noted that things were going well, but emphasized that he wasn't doing this for others. The masked figure stated that everything he does is aimed at achieving his goal of taking over the nobility and ultimate Arcadia. One of them said that Ragnarok would not stop, no matter how many people were harmed. The others demanded to speak more simply, as no one understood anything. One participant smirked and remarked that another didn't really know anything himself. The masked man in the room assured everyone that he would continue collecting magic stones and added that he had a question for the participants. The masked man said he had recently met another wielder of divine power and wondered if he was truly the only chosen one. One of the participants asked in surprise if there was anyone else. The others noted that the number of chosen ones was irrelevant as long as the collection of magic stones continued. One of the council members stated that restoring the demon world was an acceptable goal. He announced that something was approaching and promised to contact them later. Despite the others' attempts to say something, he hung up. Afterward, he and the girl quickly left the room, announcing the start of the quest. Shizuha, clenching her fists, loudly told Luna-san not to take it personally. She added that she and Okura-san often didn't get anything useful either. The guy thought he was trying to teach her how to enjoy gacha, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. The girls on the bed supported one of them, saying it was nothing and agreeing with each other. Luna called his name, and he asked in surprise what had happened. Luna excitedly asked if he could get the item shown on the screen and confidently declared that she wanted it. He replied that if it was a gacha item, he could materialize it. She clutching the item she'd received, she said that gacha was simply wonderful. The guy remarked that if she liked it, then great. Another girl added that Luna was happy because she'd received something that would help her sleep, even if it wasn't a top-tier item. Norl suggested that Okura-san follow another girl's example instead of focusing on rare items. The boy remarked that perhaps his constant failures were due to greed. The boy exclaimed that there was nothing wrong with being obsessed with and demanded that they shut up. He then turned to a girl named Shizuka, hoping she would agree with him. Shizuka, looking at the sleeping elf, thought she looked very cute. Then she became touched and silently added that it was simply awe. Okura said that since they thought so, he would show them the power of greed by using his last chance. The guy proudly announced that he had managed to pull out One of the girls asked if this was a gacha event. The guy tensely confirmed that it was. Another girl noted with relief that at least he wouldn't throw stones. The young man announced that this was an anomalous quest and enthusiastically declared that this time they would be the first. He ordered everyone to get ready to leave. While the others listened to him, one of the girls slept peacefully. This time, the anomaly was reported to have appeared in the Angolia ruins, located in the desert. Unusually powerful monsters, previously unknown, began appearing in these ruins. There were 2 days left until the event began. A team of heroes was already heading there on a flying carpet. Shizuha answered the call, confirming it was her. The person on the other end of the line asked if they had reached the ruins yet. They told her that the ruins were already visible and they would soon be there. He asked if everything was okay with her. Shizuha said that everything is fine with her. The girl reported that Luna-san was still sleeping and added that she was going to wake her up. The guy said he wanted to strengthen their team as much as possible and added that he'd contact them as soon as they were ready. The girl asked if she would arrive with Luna, to which he replied that he wasn't sure but hoped so. Immediately after, he received a call and noticed that it was Shizuxa. The young man suddenly cried out and announced that an event had begun in the gacha. He was upset because it happened at an inopportune time as they had already spent all their magic stones. His friend, surprised, asked what had happened and the young man added that he was currently broke. The girl asked what event was going on this time. The guy showed her a screen with a step-by-step gacha and explained that it was an event where a item was guaranteed on the 4th step. Okura explained that it was a gacha where, after several attempts, you get a free at the end. Norl clarified what he meant by free. Estelle said that if only 4 twists were needed, then only 20 stones would be needed. In response, she assured them that they would collect that much in no time. The young man explained that many more stones would be needed. The first attempt costs 10, and subsequent attempts cost 20, 30, and 40. He added that the number of stones needed increases with each step. This is called step-by-step gacha. The girl calculated that they would need 100 stones. She added that if they didn't start hunting for them seriously, they might not have time. Okura thought that if they completed the anomalous quest, they would make it on time. He promised himself that this time he would definitely not miss out on the reward. The knight shouted at Okura to look ahead. At first, he didn't understand, but then he turned in the direction indicated. Suddenly, a giant eagle swooped down on the flying carpet carrying the team. Everyone on board looked on in fear at the approaching threat. The eagle knocked down the carpet and the heroes began to fall from a great height. One after another, screaming, they plummeted toward the pyramid, losing control of the situation. The woman reports feeling people approaching again. She asks her master if she should deal with them. However, he stops her, saying their arrival was expected. The woman sternly declared that she would not forgive anyone touching the people in question. She emphasized that they were her prey. The fanged creature, looking at her, added that it considered these people pathetic pigs. The protagonist fell from a height but managed to catch himself by clinging to the edge. He was frightened and thought he was going to die. His companions ran up and asked if he was okay. The girl turned to him worriedly, calling him brother. The hero said there were too many enemies and suggested they walk the rest of the way. The girl agreed. Meanwhile, another woman, watching from afar, admitted that although she had slowed them down, it wasn't enough. The woman ordered her subordinate birds to attack all at once. The heroes noticed the attack and were surprised. The girl turned to her brother in alarm. The boy was frightened by the number of attacking birds and tried to react but was at a loss. The girl with the sword asked if she should intervene. The birds began a massive attack from above. The heroes hid behind a wall from the birds' attack. The boy, breathing heavily, admitted it was dangerous. He said something had to be done about the birds, otherwise they wouldn't be able to get into the ruins. Estelle said her magic couldn't reach the enemies and noted that the flying monsters were causing a lot of trouble. The boy started searching his phone for something useful, hoping to find something that could help them. The boy found the right item on his phone, activated it, and a bright light emanated from it. The girl with short ponytails was surprised and said that it might work. The knight also reacted with surprise to what was happening. Okura summoned a stuffed animal, holding it up with a satisfied expression. The girl, surprised, asks why he did that. He replies that he thought it might work as bait. The girl was indignant that using such a cute toy as bait was unacceptable. Another said that bright colors can really attract attention. The guy calmly throws the toy away, saying he has plenty of them, so everything is fine. When the protagonist threw the stuffed animal, the birds immediately noticed it and began circling. He was surprised to confirm that his idea had actually worked. He exclaimed that the toy worked as bait. The protagonist shouted that now was their chance and threw a flashbang into the flock of birds. The flashbang blinded the enemies, causing them to become disoriented and lose their target. The heroes noticed that all the birds were on the ground, and one of them suggested seizing the opportunity and dealing with the enemies. The sword-wielding armadillo charged while the others stood ready to support him. They decided the enemy was finished and headed toward the ruins. One of them was surprised to notice a female figure standing before him and didn't immediately recognize it. The girl looked at her opponent with disdain and asked what kind of worthless, grunting creature he was. Then she said he was so weak that her interest was waning. The woman grinned and told her companion that they would go looking for other strong guys like him. At that moment, one of the girls remarked that they should hurry. The boy, looking at his phone, suddenly changed his expression and told Shizuka that there was a change of plans and ordered him to arrive as soon as possible. Luna said she'd slept so well and her companion apologized for the delay. The boy ran up to Luna, apologized, and said they needed to hurry. The girl in the helmet asked, surprised, what was going on. Another member of the group added that she wanted to know if they should worry about anything. One of the characters asked if what had happened was related to the monster tamer. They replied that yes, it was Panilla, a character from GC just like them. The girl remarked that the suspicious guy might be there too. The guy suggested that they probably hadn't finished the quest yet. Estelle confidently declared that they could complete the quest faster than their opponents. Another team member doubtfully noted that these ruins weren't so simple. One character noted that despite using a lamp, the ruins were still too dark. Another added that it was slowing their progress. Luna again noticed how inconvenient it was to not have night vision and complained about it as before. The boy, confused, tried to explain. They confirmed that they were indeed ordinary people, although the girl doubted it. Luna said she would help them with this and told them to follow her. The guy noted that she really would help them out. The narrator reported that this is how they began their conquest of the ruins of Angola. In the ruins, but thanks to Shizuka's holy blessing, they advanced with relative ease. They gradually descended into the deepest parts of the dungeon. The girl demanded that the creature obey her, commanding him to be a good boy. She expressed confidence that he would appreciate it. She announced that all the monsters were now her slaves. She added with a smile that they would soon be defeated anyway. Another woman remarked that her sword would be more suitable for dealing with these people. The girl with ponytails was surprised and began to get indignant, assuming that she was considered useless. Another noticed that the enemies had penetrated inside and reminded her of this. Hooded Guy said that they are still in the middle of the quest. He told the others to stop being useless. The one with the ponytails screamed, clearly outraged by his words. The girl with ponytails demanded that the hooded man do something to her partner, calling her too brazen. The hooded man calmly reminded her that he had already discussed this. The hooded man demanded to be called master. The girl with the ponytails didn't take it seriously. He noticed the strangers approaching and cried out that it was them. A group of heroes walked determinedly down the corridor, one of them saying they had made it just in time. The guy declared he would get even for what happened last time. His face turned ominous, and the team behind him rallied in battle readiness. Okura declared that they would not lose this time. The opposing side declared that it was time for retribution, adding that fate guided chaotic souls and their opponents were mere fools blindly following the spiral of fate. Luna asked what he was talking about. The guy grinned and replied that who knows. The girl with pigtails assumed Yamada hadn't been able to reach the others. Yamada was surprised. He muttered that he'd asked to be called master. One of the heroes wondered why they were calling her Yamada. Okura confidently declared the other character's name to be Yamada. The man in the cloak responded by shouting that he was mistaken. He then agreed to reveal the truth, saying he would tell everyone. The man in the cloak solemnly announced that his name Lord of the Abyss. After this, he abruptly removed his hood, and the other man immediately objected that there was no need for that. Okura said that this time they have the numerical superiority. He added that now everything will be different. Yamada repeated the words about numerical superiority and thought for a moment. The guy with glasses asked him not to misunderstand. Yamada, hands raised, declared that they had the numerical advantage. The girl next to him reminded him that all the monsters in the labyrinth were Panilla's slaves, and therefore the enemy had no chance. The bespectacled boy cursed silently as he realized this. Okura shouted that he wanted to knock it out too, after which his helmeted companion sternly asked what they should do in this situation. He clasped his head in his hands and agreed that it was indeed important. The young man said that he and Noril would handle Yamada. I asked 3 girls if they could deal with monsters, and they agreed. The hooded man ordered Sylvie to greet the opponents. She complied, calling him master. Then the girl with the ponytails loudly commanded them to begin. The girl with pigtails gave the order to the undead to attack. The group of main characters rushed forward. The bottom of the page shows the 3 girls engaging in battle and fighting off the attackers. The group of main characters moved to attack at the girls' command. At this moment, the enemy drew his weapon. The enemies began a sword fight with the heroes. The protagonist declared that the reward would be his as he was the chosen one and engaged the enemy in combat. During the fight, he shouted that he would not give up the magic stones, and the enemy called him a pathetic mob. The heroine was surprised to see the mobs fall without her command and asked why the undead were suddenly doing nothing. She indignantly asked if she really was a monster tamer since the creatures were inactive. The girl said that, according to her brother, the other girl was also a gacha character but didn't seem very strong. She asked about her magic and suggested that a weak flame wouldn't do any harm. After that, she calmly prepared to attack, creating a magical vortex, surprising her opponent. The girl commanded her beast, Sukun, to attack. The wolf obeyed the command and unleashed a powerful attack that left the watching girl stunned, leaving her in silent amazement. The girl with pigtails arrogantly said that Sukun feeds on magical power. She added that those who rely solely on magic don't stand a chance. Then she declared that even without him, she could easily deal with such weak magic. She said that she lacks more than just breasts. Estelle, smiling happily, suggested an experiment. She directed the magical flow forward, creating a powerful vortex. The girl with the pigtails, watching, mockingly declared that such attempts were pointless and futile, no matter how hard she tried. Sukun began to sweat profusely and flinched, noticing the approaching attack. A moment later, a powerful magical explosion occurred, startling even those watching. Afterwards, Sukun found himself unconscious on the ground, and his mistress ran to him in a panic, calling his name worriedly as she watched him with fear. Estelle, with an apologetic smile, said that the monster had apparently been disabled. The ponytailed girl screamed in rage, demanding an explanation for what had happened, vowing she would never forgive it. Yamada, observing her reaction, commented in surprise that something was wrong with her. Estelle found herself surrounded by a group of monsters. Someone noticed her among the enemies and exclaimed. Luna was surprised that the monsters had become so strong. An enemy standing among the monsters calmly informed Estelle that she had nowhere to run. Norl calls out to Estelle, noticing her danger. Meanwhile, another warrior shouts that she will be her opponent and rushes into battle. Estelle fights the monsters, one of which is about to attack her, but at the last moment, an ally appears and distracts the monster with a blow. Estelle screamed at her brother. He stood before her and fought off the enemies, ordering them to retreat. Then, catching his breath, he asked if Estelle was okay. The girl apologized for doing something unnecessary, and the guy admitted he'd been too focused on Yamada. He added that, in any case, they needed to do something against the attackers. Shizuha screamed to not be ignored as the mummy-like monsters of Bali were defeated. Luna reported that the monsters were targeting Estelle. She assumed the enemies had grown stronger and suggested they hurry. Luna said Shizuza should stay out of the way as a healer. When asked what she planned to do, she replied that she would simply finish it all off with one blow. One of the girls ordered her subordinates to attack, then chided the other for using a skill without permission. She declared that she would not tolerate disobedience. At that moment, the boy's allies shouted at him to duck. A girl named Luna raised her spear, preparing to attack. One of the characters shouted her name in surprise while the others began to anxiously ask what she was doing. Luna unleashed a powerful attack, commanding the enemies to explode. Meanwhile, the boy shielded the girl from the shockwave. The moon's explosive attack shocked those watching. A powerful explosion erupted at the epicenter, and the moon itself calmly walked away without looking back. The protagonist joyfully shouted that victory was on their side and thanked Luna for the attack that destroyed all the enemies. The heroes gathered at the ruined wall, behind which a passage had opened. The boy worriedly asked Luna if she had overdone it. One of the girls added that they wondered what had happened to the opponents. A loud roar rang out, attracting everyone's attention. The steel ones turned around in fear. One of them shouted, pointing to the approaching threat. A girl with short blonde hair and a sword in her hand stood in a fighting stance to protect the master. A hooded man wearing a mask stood amid the rubble of a destroyed wall, stunned by the power he saw. He realized the destruction was caused by the moon's ability. Two girls lay on the ground among the rubble. The characters noticed that one of them had survived the destruction. Shizuha asked if the others were okay. The guy with glasses replied that since they were gacha characters, they should be fine. Yamada noted that all the monsters had been destroyed. He assumed Panilla was still recovering from her skill. Looking at the device's screen, he said everything was going well. The masked character declared he was channeling the power dormant in these lands. A glowing object emerged from his device. Another character, surprised, recognized the object. The hooded man began to activate the scroll. The protagonist shouted at him to wait, wondering if he was trying to escape. Okura shouted that if his name was Yamada, then he was from the same world as himself. In response, the hooded man, with a sharp expression on his face, demanded that the name not be spoken. Yamada added that he would enlighten his interlocutor. He said that he was the true chosen one, a man called into this world by demons. He ordered them to remember that he would be the one who would create the ultimate group. They said they'd left. The boy remarked that he wouldn't be surprised if he was hiding something and suggested he was in league with the demons or something. At that moment, Luna tugged at his clothes and he asked what had happened. They noticed something was wrong with Luna. She complained of a sore throat and said she couldn't hold it in. Others noticed her red face but noted that she had no fever. Suddenly, Luna ran up to Heihachi and bit him. Everyone was stunned by her action and Heihachi was confused. The girls anxiously yelled at Luna to let go of Okura as she was clinging too tightly to him. He didn't understand what was happening, and one of the girls tried to pull Luna away, but with difficulty. The boy was breathing heavily and said he was just a little tired. The girl asked if he was okay. Meanwhile, Luna was being held by two girls, and she asked with displeasure why they were holding her like that. One of them explained that Luna had bitten Okura and was drinking his blood. The girl asked Luna why she suddenly bit Hayachi. Luna replied that she didn't know, she just felt suddenly thirsty. The girl suggested it was a sudden urge to drink blood and perhaps a consequence of her skill. Luna apologized to him for what she did to him. He calmly replied that she didn't need to do that. Okura said that Luna used her skill to save everyone and, patting her head, noted that she was okay. After this, he suggested continuing to conquer the dungeon. Shizuka said with envy why she bit him and not her. Luna replied that she didn't want to drink Shizu's blood. After defeating Yamada's group, Okura the others continued to conquer the anomalous quest and met the immortal boss guarding the labyrinth. The heroes reached the deepest point of the dungeon. One of them asked what the pedestal was, noticing a strange object in the center of the room. One of the heroes noticed that the recess in the pedestal resembled a smartphone slot. He assumed the labyrinth might be somehow connected to his phone, swiped the screen, and inserted the device into the slot. The pedestal began to glow. After the protagonist's smartphone confirmed the completion of the quest in the Angom ruins, a successful completion message appeared on the screen. The heroes rejoiced, and one of them shouted joyfully that they had finally achieved their revenge. A list of rewards for completing the quest appeared: 200 magic stones, the premium ticket item, a cost reduction, and a skill boost. Sylvie regains consciousness and asks in surprise where she is. A hooded figure stands over her and notices that she's awake. Looking around, she worriedly asks what happened to the others. The hooded man admitted that their defeat was due to his pride and lack of strength. He noted that the enemy was now enjoying their reward. He then thanked the girl for saving them. She responded, surprised that she hadn't done it for him. The girl said she was glad to be of service and bowed respectfully. She added that she understood them. The man said they needed even more magic stones than before. He added that they would strengthen the team responsible for extracting them. Norl asked if he was planning on doing the gacha. He replied that it was the last day of the event, but he'd wait until tomorrow because he wanted to do it with everyone else. Shizuha, noticing Luna sleeping in the hallway, became alarmed and said she'd catch a cold. She offered to carry her to her room. The bespectacled boy protested and told Norl to take care of it. The boy woke up and was surprised to find Luna sleeping next to him, clinging to him in her sleep. Okura awoke with a start and panicked to find Luna still asleep, cuddled close to him. He was afraid someone might see him and wondered why Luna was there. Then someone knocked on the door. He heard Estelle's voice knock on the door and ask if he was awake. He silently lamented that it was she who had arrived and tried to feign sleep. Estelle entered the room and, seeing Luna in bed next to the guy, sternly asked if he had dragged her there himself. Panicked, the guy tried to justify himself, saying Luna simply happened to be there. Estelle screamed that her brother had dragged Luna into his room. He tried to defend himself, but she had already called out to Shizuha. Hearing this, Shizuha quickly rushed toward him with a determined expression. Shizuha screamed, asking if Okura-san had slept with Luna-san. Then, blushing, she added that she was jealous, but then said it was terrible. Okura tried to explain that it wasn't him, but Luna herself who had climbed into his room. Estelle, lost in thought, clarified that it meant someone could just pop in on him at night. Okura was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Estelle, deducing that it was okay to just drop in on him at night, suggested they sleep together. Okura was struck by her logic. At that moment, another girl entered the room with a rabbit and asked why there was noise but no fighting. Shizuha asked why he slept with Luna-san, to which he exclaimed that it was nothing to do with it. Norl asked why Luna had climbed into Okura Dano's bed. She was silent at first, then replied that she was just doing it. Luna reminded him if he was planning to twirl his gacha. He yelled back that he was. Okura he excitedly explained that this time the gacha was meant to be a power-up, adding that he had a premium ticket. The guy said he could only participate in this gacha thanks to their hard work and thanked them. The girls were surprised by his tone and noted that he was acting strange again, as usual. He explained that the event and the ticket only gave them 5 spins and there were 6 of them, including the animal, so one person wouldn't be able to participate. Estelle added that she didn't need anything this time. He asked if he was sure about that. The girl said she'd just watch how everyone else was spinning. The guy replied that he wanted at least 3 SSRs out of 5 spins and suggested they figure out the order. He then announced that this time the order would be like this and showed a diagram. Everyone declared themselves ready to begin, and the guy enthusiastically announced that it was time for the gacha. That's how the power-up gacha began, but something went wrong. The girl exclaimed that she knew it and cursed, hitting the table, because she only received an SR beacon. Okura, he said that he didn't expect anything from the first spin. Then looking at the girl, he noticed that there was nothing he could do about it. Looking at the phone, he said that he would show his luck, which defies the theory of probability. A guy, having received an item in the game, screamed about why he got that particular item. He was outraged that in the second stage, with an increased chance of SSR, he got an SR item called Excalibur, which turned out to be a regular crowbar. He declared it had already become a curse. A girl remarked that Okura-san was clearly loved by Excalibur. Another girl asked if he was being overly dramatic. The girl said that Okura-dono's love for gacha was too abnormal. She added that the fact that he didn't throw a tantrum on the floor, crying, was already a big improvement. The other girl watched silently as the boy finally threw a tantrum. Luna told Heihachi that he should have more faith in himself and patted him on the shoulder. Norl announced that it was now Mofto's turn. In the third stage of the gacha, where SSR and higher items were guaranteed, Mofto was unable to obtain a item. Despite Heihachi's expectations, Luna also failed to obtain a item despite using a premium ticket that guaranteed SSR or higher drops. Heihachi regretfully admitted that his dream of 3 items had not come true. Luna, upset, apologized. The girl tried to reassure Luna, saying everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. She then asked Okura-san if he agreed, to which he, somewhat sheepishly, replied in the affirmative. Okura-san asked Luna not to be upset by the failure and to try not to take it personally. She agreed, albeit a little hesitantly. Then he himself thought that it seemed like only 1 was guaranteed in this gacha. Norl happily announced that it was finally her turn. The guy suggested that, judging by everything, she would get a guaranteed The girl was surprised when he, laughing nervously, said that he was saying interesting things. The boy, his head bowed, asked the girl if she understood why he'd left the last spin for her. She asked again, surprised. He added that whether their adventure in the ruins had been a waste of time or not was up to her. He approached the girl, placed his hand on her shoulder, and demanded that she not screw up, asking if she understood. The girl nodded, frightened. Off to the side, one of the girls sighed, saying there was no help for her brother, and another complained that she had asked him not to pressure her. Norl said it was time to begin and pressed a button on her phone screen. She looked tense. Light erupted from the chest, surprising one of the watching girls. The others watched with interest, and the boy covered his mouth with his hand, watching tensely for the outcome. The girl pulled out a item named Saint Itabra and stood silent for a moment. The boy happily declared that he always knew she could handle it and praised her for her excellent work. The girl noted with relief that she had narrowly avoided being given a second item. However, Norl was suspicious that he was probably lying. The guy asked to see the item closer, and the girl showed him a named Saint Itabra. He admitted he'd never seen one like it before. The girls guessed from the name that it was some kind of equipment and expressed confidence that the item would be amazing. Itabra was born, a device capable of creating a substance that could be shaped and controlled telepathically. The others looked at the object and were surprised. One of them noticed that it looked cheap and the other that it was too small. Norl said to him to make the object move. He agreed. The boy thought the device was creating a controlled substance. He tried to activate it, and at that moment some kind of mass began to leak out. A girl nearby, surprised, reported that something was leaking out. The girl happily reported that the substance was alive and moving. The second girl, surprised, noted that it resembled slime. The slime began bouncing on the table. Norl asked in surprise why he stopped. The slime shot sharply towards the girl and she screamed in surprise. The girl cried out in fear that it was too dangerous and asked him to stop her. The boy, panicked, tried to figure out how to control her. The boy panicked and ordered the slime to stop. However, it refused to obey and crashed into the girl's chest. He apologized to Shizuka while the other characters watched in surprise and awkwardness. Shizuka asked the boy with a smile if he'd been thinking about something dirty, pointing to the slime in his hand. He responded with a confused exclamation, and the other girl, surprised, asked him if it was true. Estelle angrily asked the boy if he really wanted to touch them that badly. He panicked and tried to justify himself, claiming the thing did it all itself, but instead received a lightning strike. Boy burned after an electric shock. He lay and with difficulty said that he needed to practice. Norel, watching him, asked if he was alive. A few days after the capture of the ruins of Angali, an adventurers' guild was shown in one of the city's buildings. Okura's squad and asked if they had dealt with the anomaly in the Angali ruins. Okura replied in the affirmative and said he had come to submit his report and materials. The girl asked if there were any problems. Okura replied that he had no idea. The employee said that they might not have heard, but C-rank units are not allowed into the Angali ruins. The guy admitted he was so caught up in the cleanup that he didn't think about the rules. The girl was surprised such rules even existed. He added that having a low rank was annoying. They confirmed that it was this guy who dealt with the anomaly. The guild president, Christophe, approached the boy and said he wanted to ask him a question. The boy was surprised to learn it was the president. The president, sitting across the table from the young man and woman, clarified that a labyrinth had appeared in the ruins of Angola. He confirmed that it was their group that had eliminated the anomaly. The guy admitted that conducting an unauthorized investigation was not the best idea. The president thought about the question and asked for a little time to think about it. The woman reports that, as Okura-san mentioned, the anomaly was indeed suppressed. She cites a report from a local research team. However, she claims they cannot provide confirmation of the labyrinth's existence. This surprises the protagonist, who speculates that the labyrinth may have disappeared after the purge. The woman asked how they had managed to reach the ruins of Angali in just 2 days, when the journey usually takes at least a week. Okura hesitated, embarrassed, and said it was difficult to explain. The girls said they weren't trusted at all. The guy swore quietly, adding that he knew it, and remarked that he should have taken Estelle with him. The president doubtfully asked if he understood correctly. They had captured a non-existent labyrinth and immediately returned. The young man hesitantly confirmed. The president laughed and said that, as he thought, this was a truly unusual squad. The woman said that the material they brought with them speaks for itself. The man confirmed that everything they reported, including their movements, was absolutely true. The president suggested that they used a spell or magical item that allowed them to travel long distances. The man concluded that, based on their reaction, the answer was yes. The man said that despite their unauthorized investigation and infiltration, they were also responsible, as they were kept at C rank. He also noted that he had often heard about them from Deus's group. He said Okura's group was significantly stronger than a standard C-rank unit and could definitely be trusted. Another man echoed his sentiment. The man reported that as of today, their group has been promoted to B rank. The young man exclaimed, "Is this really possible?" And the man confirmed it and added that they would immediately make the necessary preparations. He said he never thought they would be promoted so quickly. The president replied that he would think of something about their penetration into the ruins. The young man thanked the president, adding that it was a huge thank you. He then asked why he had gone so far for them. The man said he'd had his eye on them for a while. He added that a group that included a magician was of interest. The president mentioned that he knew about the duel with the Jews and their successes during the Great Destruction. He added that he didn't expect them to also cope with the anomaly. The president laughed and said it was to be expected from a group he had long had his eye on. The guy thought it would be even easier for him to spin the gacha now, since rank B opened up new opportunities. The girl noted with relief that the guild president turned out to be a good person, and he agreed with her. Okura admitted they hadn't yet discussed the topic he'd been called to discuss. The woman apologized for shifting responsibility onto him and said the conversation would take place immediately after their promotion to B rank. The man said there was something else they wanted to ask. He asked again, referring to the city of magic, Keels. One girl said that anomalies were appearing here and there in the area. Another added that, in her opinion, Keels was full of monsters. Estelle reported that they had received a request for an investigation. She added that the request had come immediately after they had been promoted to B rank. The boy suggested that they might have been promoted specifically for this investigation. The young man enthusiastically declared that eliminating the anomalies would bring them many rewards. He added that for him, it was a dream come true. Okura asked the girl if she could look after their house. He added that the trip looked like it would be a long one and announced that he had accepted the escort request. Luna enthusiastically replied that everything would be done and declared that she would take responsibility for the house. Shizuka said that she was afraid to leave her alone. She exclaimed that she wouldn't go either. The boy explained that she couldn't stay because she was a healer. Shizuka assumed that Luna wanted her to stay too and asked her for confirmation. Luna replied with a straight face that she didn't want that at all. Shizuka became upset, squatted down, and began to sob quietly. Norl then approached Luna, handed her moff, and asked her to look after him. On the day of departure, a man in a light suit approached the group, smiling and extending his hand. He confirmed that they were the adventurers assigned to guard them. He then introduced himself. His name was Adelbel, and he was their client. The young man greeted the man and said it was nice to meet him. Adelbel, shaking his hand, replied that he had heard about their victory over Deus's group and noted that he had high expectations. The young man promised that they would give it their all. The girl pointed to the group and asked her father if they would be accompanying them. The man turned to her and asked what was wrong. Annery said thoughtfully that she and Estelle seemed to be the same age. Then the girl, looking at her uncertainly, asked if everything would be okay. The man reassured the girl, telling her she could relax as these people were among the best adventurers. The girl was silent for a moment, then, accepting this, said that if that's the case, then fine. When the man apologized for the girl, saying she hadn't meant to offend anyone, the short-haired girl calmly replied that it was okay. Then the entire group silently moved forward. The armored man introduced himself as Adelbel's personal bodyguard, Egon. He then offered to discuss the details of the mission. The cloaked man thanked him in advance. It was said that Okura's group would split in half and ride on 2 horses, one in front and one behind. They were tasked with detecting monsters and guarding the carriage. The boy was surprised to hear about the horse and asked again. The knight asked if everything was all right. He hesitated and asked for a little time. The others watched with curiosity. The girl was surprised to hear that Okura-san couldn't ride. She explained that no matter how hard he tried, the horse threw him every time. The boy himself confirmed that this was a real problem. He cried out and demanded to stop when he fell again. A knight standing nearby said they had tried, but to no avail. Shizuka said that if anything happens, she can take hold of the reins. Okura asked in surprise if the girl could ride a horse. Smiling, she explained that she was, after all, a priestess. The boy silently wondered what her being a priestess had to do with it. Then he agreed out loud and said he was entrusting this to her. The hero apologized and explained that everything was fine now. The knight asked if there were any more questions. Then the boy said that he had a question and the knight invited him to ask it. Estelle said she could ride if she used support magic. The man asked if she really could, to which she calmly confirmed. The knight said he believed it was entirely possible. The girl explained that magic would ease the strain on the horses and expressed her willingness to undertake it. Okura asked if she could handle it. Estelle assured him everything was fine and told him not to worry. Then the knight announced that they would leave as soon as all preparations were completed. Adelbel's party headed to the magical city of Keels. Their B-rank escort included a journey of approximately 10 days and a reward of 800,000 gem. To balance the group, Norl and Estelle rode in the vanguard, while Shizuka and another hero brought up the rear. The boy was surprised that Shizuka actually knew how to ride a horse and commented on it. She calmly asked if he thought she was lying. Then she advised him to hold on tight so as not to fall. The hero, finding himself too close to the girl, noted with confusion that her breasts were very large. Then he decided it would be better if he simply grabbed her waist. Okura, sitting behind the girl, couldn't resist accidentally touching her side. She reacted sharply, demanding that he stop touching her in such a vulgar manner. He immediately began to defend himself, insisting he hadn't meant anything by it. Shizuka noticed Estelle staring at him. At first, he didn't understand what she was talking about, but his companion cautiously noticed that Estelle was practically staring at him. He tried to brush it off, claiming she was making it up, but she insisted that Estelle was definitely staring. Estelle, her expression serious, said nothing, staring straight ahead. Her gaze startled the priestess, who let out a startled cry when their gazes met. Panicking, she thought she was actually being stared at. The boy assumed she was probably just testing her magic. The girl sighed and sternly said that if anything happened, Okura-san would be held responsible. He asked again in surprise and hesitantly agreed. Okura anxiously announced that he had received a signal. He immediately understood what it meant and asked Shizu to approach the carriage. Meanwhile, Estelle was already racing toward the carriage. Okura shouted to Egon that there were monsters ahead and begged him to stop the carriage. One of the group members said in surprise that he did not see the enemy, wondering where these monsters were. Okura reported sensing the approach of monsters, surprising his companions. In response to his words, Egon became wary and immediately began to look around. Soon, a pack of wolves emerged from the forest, running from the east. Norl commanded a melee attack on the enemy, simultaneously urging the others to keep the monsters away from the crew. She assured them she would protect them with all her might. Okura agreed and prepared himself. Meanwhile, the mage cast a spell. The mage activated a spell, causing powerful blasts to erupt from the ground, striking the approaching wolves. The animals were caught off guard and driven back by the sudden onslaught. After successfully repelling the monster's attack, one of the knights noticed that such a young girl possessed incredible magical powers. He was delighted by her abilities and admitted that it was simply incredible. Estelle approached Okura and hopefully asked him to praise her more. Okura seemed a little taken aback by the sudden request but praised her nonetheless, saying she had tried hard. Meanwhile, Shizuha, watching from the sidelines, curiously asked what she wanted. Anari stared intently at the girl, who stood a little distance away, as if assessing or pondering something important. The girl, noticing her gaze, looked surprised but showed no fear. Then, without a word, she quickly turned and disappeared behind the tents. Shizuka suggested that perhaps she needed something. The knight thoughtfully noted that the girl was clearly interested in something. They also assumed that Estelle's magic had greatly interested the girl. She also noticed that the gentleman looked a little uneasy about it. Okura suggested that Estelle should talk to the girl. She merely remained silent, lost in thought. Estelle firmly said she had no intention of doing so. She added that they were merely mercenaries and should not make contact with others. Okura agreed that this also sounded reasonable. One of the characters said they were going to bed soon. The others agreed and added that they would stand guard. Then Okura suggested that they too should get some sleep before their turn on duty. Okura noticed something was wrong with Nora and asked if anything was wrong. Nora quickly replied that everything was fine. She then asked if it was time to go on guard duty, to which she was told it wasn't yet. The young man offered to relieve Nora at her post and advised her to rest if she was tired. However, Nora, after a slight hesitation, assured him that she was fine. The next day, Okura noted that he had detected the same magical response as from the wolves the day before. Okura commanded Estelle to use her magic to fry the enemies. Norl called out to them, asking them to wait. Okura, noticing the situation, asked if something had happened. She said she wanted to deal with the enemies herself and asked to be allowed to do so. Then she commanded everyone to move and galloped off on her horse, leaving the others in confusion. The heroine tried to attack the enemies while riding a horse. Estelle emotionally called Norl stupid. Norl admitted her guilt and apologized for the incident. Okura, visibly irritated, asked Norn what she'd done. She, embarrassed and head down, muttered that she'd be more careful next time. 6 days have passed since the start of their journey. During this time, the party has encountered various monsters. But thanks to the actions of Yam, Norl, and Estelle, none of them were able to get close to the crew. At some point, Okura, frowning, noticed that Norel's behavior had become strange and cautiously asked his companion if she noticed anything unusual. Shizuha, slightly confused, I asked him again, not quite understanding what he was getting at. Shizuha replied that she thought everything was as usual and asked why he was asking. The guy remarked that he didn't understand why she was trying so hard, since she usually didn't go all out on regular monsters. Okura noticed that Norn was acting aggressively as usual. Shizuha answered, what does it seem to him? Shizuka asked her if he could take part in the next fight. Another reminded her that he healer and therefore she should not interfere. The hero, noticing that Estelle had sat on him, embarrassedly asked why she had done this. The other participants teased her, but one of them asked her to stop and spare Shizuha. She was embarrassed but said she liked the idea. At that moment, someone noticed they were being followed again. Shizuha notices that someone is increasingly watching them. Suddenly, another girl begins approaching the group. The heroes are surprised by her appearance and clearly didn't expect her to approach them directly. Anari timidly approached Estelle and nervously asked if she had a moment to spare. Surprised, Estelle asked if she was being addressed and inquired what had happened. The girl became visibly embarrassed, and as soon as she began speaking, she became flustered. The girl apologized for previously doubting the other's abilities. The other calmly replied that nothing terrible had happened, that it happened, and that nothing could be done. Estelle invited the other woman to join them for a drink. She happily agreed, a little surprised at being invited. Annery delightedly admitted that she'd never seen such amazing magic before and thanked her for the impression. She then asked why, with such extraordinary abilities, she decided to become an adventurer. The others also remarked that this was quite unusual. Annery remarked that adventurers weren't typically the norm at their age. Another girl replied that she had a friend who wanted to be a mage and was still in school. When asked why she chose the adventurer's path, she admitted there wasn't a specific reason, it just felt right. When Annery was asked if it was for Okura's sake that she became an adventurer, she looked a little embarrassed but admitted yes, it was. Estelle cheerfully added that her brother was special and very shy, which she thought was also a good thing. Okura responded with alarm, asking her not to say anything ambiguous. The next day, while passing through the mountains, the heroes noticed something strange along the way. One of the knights decided to discuss it with the commander to decide what to do next. The heroes discover a strange tree blocking their path. Norrell remarks that this could be the phenomenon the guild director warned about. Before them lies an anomaly caused by an unusual event. One of the characters noticed that the road was completely blocked. Another said they would have to turn back to get around the obstacle. The man said there was nothing he could do, let them figure it out themselves. The other agreed and suggested relying on them. Then the guy suggested that it might be wise. She added that she had heard about his resistance to magic. The guy announced that since they couldn't just walk past the tree, he and Norrell would deal with it himself. He said that Estelle and Shizuha would then protect the crew. One of the characters asked if his stats had been checked yet. He noticed there was no reaction to the tree and suggested it hadn't shown up on the map, perhaps because it was pretending to be an ordinary tree. He added that in that case, it was a tree. Norrell warned them to be careful, as the tree might be C-ranked. Both sat in silence, looking into the distance at a huge tree with a massive trunk. The boy noticed that the object wasn't moving at all. The girl in the helmet asked what they should do next. He then clarified that he wanted to observe first, holding a device with a screen. The guy said he was going to launch a light attack with his sword first. Then he looked confidently at the girl and asked her to relax, promising to show her the results of his training. The boy commanded his September to attack. He thrust his hand forward, activating the slime. The helmeted girl, standing behind him, watched the action with enthusiasm. The slime penetrated the tree trunk but had no effect. He sat down on the ground, his shoulders slumped, and muttered that all his training had been in vain. The girl sternly ordered him to stop being depressed. The girl screamed as the tree began to move. The guy said the tree was a creature of the rank C. He suggested that if they worked together, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with. The girl retorted sharply, saying there was no point in him straining himself. She declared that she would take it upon herself then and stepped forward decisively with her sword drawn. The sword-wielding girl leaped from above, heading straight for the treant. The enemy's roots writhed furiously, trying to reach her mid-flight. She continued her rapid descent, keeping her eyes on her target. Norrell screamed in surprise as roots suddenly wrapped around her arms and legs, interrupting her attack. She tried to break free, but was caught in midair, barely having time to comprehend what was happening. The boy ran up to the treant, shouting indignantly at what it was doing. The girl, pinned by the roots, muttered with difficulty that she wouldn't be defeated so easily. One of the treant's roots lashed out at the girl, who was entwined with other roots. She had no time to react and was thrown back with a loud thud, her body arching sharply from the impact. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs, demanding to be released. She resisted furiously, writhing in the grip, but the roots continued to grip her body tightly. She screamed loudly as the roots tightened their grip on her body. Sweat streamed down her face, she breathed heavily and desperately tried to break free. The young man reasoned that the multitude of branches allowed him to cut down several without causing much harm. He was certain there had to be another way out of the situation. The boy shouted angrily that he would turn the treant into a table and rushed to attack with a spear in his hand. Okura shouted in rage that he would turn the treant into a table and rushed to attack with a spear in his hand. The girl screamed in surprise when the guy suddenly covered her with his body. He hugged her and called her a fool, exclaiming with both relief and reproach. After this, he loudly commanded his attack to explode. The earth shook from the force of the explosion. The girl with two ponytails, overcome with anxiety, rushed forward and loudly called out to her brother. The sword-wielding heroine slices through a huge tree, blocking her path with incredible force. Leaping into the air, she delivers a powerful blow and the tree shatters into pieces. This demonstrates her skill and determination to remove the obstacle. Okura sits on the ground, tired but unharmed. A girl in armor runs up to him, looking worried, and asks if he's okay. Okura replies that everything is fine for now. He thanks Shizuha and Norn admits it's her fault and apologizes. Estelle scolds Norn for her behavior, but Okura asks her not to be angry as Norn is already worried. Norn remains silent, unsure of what to say. She decides that this time she can't let it go unpunished. Estelle is angry that she forced her brother to take such a risk. She feels she should have gone instead. Okura and the others try to calm her down, suggesting they discuss everything after they descend the mountains, as it's still dangerous here. Okura was genuinely concerned, but he admitted he wasn't confident in his actions. The girl agrees, regrets not having been more attentive, and decides to speak with Norn personally. She asks him to leave the matter to her. Okura asked Norn why she had rushed into battle alone and had been acting strangely since the beginning of the journey. Norn, lowering her head, admitted that she didn't want to be useless. Okura told Norl that if she didn't want to talk, he would explain the situation himself. He added that otherwise, Estelle's anger would not subside and reminded her that Norl didn't want that either. Norel burst into tears and admitted that she considered herself unworthy of being in Okura Dono's squad. Okura hands Norn a towel and asks her to explain why she feels unworthy. He says he's in no hurry and is ready to listen. Norn recalls how they all went into the goblin labyrinth together. The girl admitted she wanted to be helpful this time. She recalled how, in the ruins of Agnola, she had been unable to protect anyone at all. She went on to say that she hadn't been there for the others and they had gotten into a difficult situation. Norl said she'd let them down again, putting them in harm's way, and instead of being useful, she'd only gotten in their way. The boy asked if that was why she'd gone forward alone to prove her usefulness. She quietly agreed that was the case. The guy looking at her confirmed that she really was a fool. The girl exclaimed in surprise, asking why she was such a fool. The young man tried to calm her down, saying that no one considered her a burden and that the squad members should help each other. He'd confidently said earlier that even he was now strong enough to protect her. She clenched her fists and reminded him that she'd been summoned to guard Okura Dono. The girl screamed that she was not the one who needed to be protected and hit the guy hard. Okura wonders why Norn is so stubborn and unwilling to share her feelings. He worries about his lack of progress. At that moment, his phone vibrates and he notices a new feature called the memory book, which shocks him. The guy looking at his phone remembered that he'd received the Book of Memory item while playing the gacha recently. He was surprised he could do it and immediately pressed the button. The girl, noticing his reaction, asked what had happened. The guy pressed a button on his phone and the device began to glow. The next second, a bright flash erupted between him and the girl. Both watched in surprise and tension, unsure what was happening. The young man woke up on the ground amidst a mountainous landscape and looked around in surprise. He was in full armor and looked confused. The next second, he heard someone shout loudly, calling him leader. Okura, coming to his senses, looked around and asked in confusion where he was. He sat up and realized he was in the forest at the foot of Mount Graham. Someone approached him and asked if he was okay. He replied, confused, that he was fine, though he seemed surprised by what was happening. The boy was surprised to see the girl standing in front of him and thought that this character shouldn't be there. Then he looked at his clothes and was surprised by his strange attire. Approaching closer, he asked the girl his name. The girl addressed the boy, clarifying his name as Ebenishwine, and added that he was their leader. The boy, astonished, repeated the name, recognizing it as his game nickname, the one he used in the girl's core in his world. He was shocked to realize he was inside a game scenario. The girl continued, explaining that she was the assistant to the leader of Enyal and that the assistant leader from MKD was also here. The boy realized he was now in the Norl scenario from the girl's core world. The girl reminded him they were there to hunt monsters and asked, surprised, how much longer he planned to count crows. Then, with a forced smile, he asked her to remind him exactly what kind of monsters they hunted. The girl, slightly irritated, said she'd already discussed this with him and couldn't repeat it all over again. The characters discuss a new task, hunting a boar, or more precisely, a herd of oleums, as a request has come from a village whose fields have been devastated. One of the heroes is surprised that the others have forgotten about this. They decide to return to the others to continue the mission. New characters, the priestess Maya and the spearwoman, appear Rankia. Maya reminds them they're not on a walk, and Rankia is happy to be able to go with the little leader. The protagonist notices that these two are real fighters from the women's corps and concludes that flashbacks are what give them teammates. The heroes are investigating tracks in the forest, searching for a herd of wild boars that have devastated the village. Okura ponders what's happening and senses that things aren't going according to plan. Meanwhile, the girl notices something important and calls out to the others, pointing to the tracks. They notice that there are no more boars in the vicinity. One of them is alone, likely separated from the herd. While they still have the chance, the team decides to deal with it, and two of them set off in pursuit. One of the girls delivers a powerful blow with her spear, piercing his side, after which the boar falls to the ground with a crash. The heroes discuss the defeated oleum and notice another one. They decide to check out the situation. Suddenly, Okura noticed a familiar silhouette. Norl suddenly points a sword at the protagonist. He is shocked and frightened, unable to understand what is happening. The protagonist rushes forward, begging the knight to stop, shouting that he is not an enemy. The helmeted knight recognizes Okura and, confused, exclaims why he's dressed like that. Okura, relieved, confirms it's indeed Norl and then explains that Okura is nearby, but he abruptly shuts her mouth. Okura, whispering to the knight, explains that he is now the leader of this group and his name is Ebony Schwain, so she needs to listen. He promises to explain everything later. The knight, realizing her mistake, says she mistook him for someone else and publicly apologizes for her behavior. One of the knights wonders if it's really the same squad before him. The armored man confirms that they are the First Order of the Kingdom of Elytra and identifies himself as Elite, the deputy leader. The girls in the squad are shocked to find that they are facing genuine Elytra knights. The characters are surprised by the appearance of the Knights of Elytra in such a remote area. The protagonist recalls having encountered them before and becomes wary, thinking they've come for them again. However, a knight named Elite explains that their goal is to destroy the oleums. The protagonist replies that they are also here for this task, which causes mutual surprise. The knights explain that they have received many requests from various settlements affected by the oleums. One of them notes that they have already dealt with 10 today. Then the knight suggests joining forces in the fight against the oleums, which surprises the protagonist. The Knight of Elytra smiled and declared that he would be delighted to see the abilities of the group of heroes in action. No one objected to his proposal to join forces for a joint mission against the oleums. The group agreed and set out with the knights, thus began their joint mission. Norl easily dispatched all the oleums single-handedly, astonishing those around her with her strength. She even cheerfully remarked that the carcasses could be eaten, while the other participants were stunned by her might. The Elytra Knights noticed that Nor's skills had increased again and admitted they couldn't help in this situation. Nora responded modestly, expressing her embarrassment at such remarks. One of the girls said that Nora was terrifyingly strong, to which the other added that, on the other hand, she was a reliable partner. The heroes discussed how one of the girls, despite being pursued, clearly held back. Okura acknowledged this and noted that he remembered something about that encounter. They found themselves embroiled in a new chapter of the girls' core main story. Due to a nobleman's mistake, their squad had been accused, and now they were forced to fight the Elytra Knights. The best course of action was to simply survive until the timer expired, rather than defeat the enemy. Norl proved so insanely powerful that it became a true test for players. Initially, it was a difficult obstacle, but later it was used as an excellent training ground for new characters. It later became a popular destination for veterans. The squad decides to stop for a rest. Norl enthusiastically shouts that it's time to eat. At the same time, she announces that she's going to pick some flowers. One of the knights warns her not to stray too far. The characters recall how they ended up in this world. The girl apologizes for using the item without warning, but the boy reassures her, saying that a lot of time has passed and everything is fine now. The protagonist admits he can't remember what he needs to do to complete the quest. The girl is outraged by his indifference to her story, and he responds that he used to remember everything, but for some reason the memories have disappeared. Okura says he has a bad feeling. It seems like something unpleasant is about to happen. The girl agrees that they should be on guard. The knight informs the elite of an impending threat. A flock of oleums has been spotted in the forest. The commander immediately orders preparations for battle. Norl and the others are also put on alert. The characters panic as Don Oleum, a gigantic and clearly dangerous beast at the head of the pack, approaches them. His appearance causes shock and alarm among everyone. The heroes notice that the figure standing before them is not an ordinary one, but an elite Oleum. Norl and Yora decide to fight him personally while the others deal with the rest of the pack. A tense battle ensues. Norl engages the elite Oleum. She attacks from above with her sword, displaying confidence and strength. The creature resists fiercely, but Norl refuses to retreat and the battle reaches its climax. Okura notices one of the Oleums rushing straight at Norl. Wasting no time, she leaps forward, intercepts the beast, and delivers a powerful blow with her pike. A powerful blow sends her flying into the river. Everything happens so quickly that her helmet and sword fly off. Okura, seeing as Norl falls into the river after her fight with Don Oleum, he resolutely rushes after her. He can't believe what just happened and without a second thought, jumps in to save her. Okura dives into the river to save Norl, who drowned after the battle. He swims with all his might to the bottom to reach her. The protagonist cursed silently and plunged into the river with determination to save Yaru. He felt that time was running out and was determined to reach her. He breathing heavily after being rescued, he looked at Norl and tried to wake her. He called her name, shook her shoulder, and begged her to wake up, hoping she was okay. The hero panicked and thought that Norl she might have swallowed some water. He was scared and didn't know what to do since the potion wouldn't help and he didn't have any gacha items with him. The young man wondered in horror if he really had to do this, hinting at artificial respiration to save Norl. Okura finally decided to provide first aid to Norl. He began to give her artificial respiration, despite his excitement and embarrassment. Norl suddenly woke up at the most tense moment, just as the protagonist was performing CPR on her. Their faces were very close, causing surprise and awkwardness in both of them. At this point, Norl suddenly woke up and realized what was happening. She screamed and threw the protagonist so hard that he flew into the sky. Confused, she tried to figure out what had happened. Norl explained that she'd been pushed into the water by Oleum and asked if Okura-san had really saved her. He replied in the affirmative, expressing joy that she was okay. After Norl sneezed, they decided to find a place to dry off and change. The hero noted that it was already nighttime and decided to continue searching for the others only the next day. While drying his clothes, he reflected on how difficult it was to get by without a smartphone and regretted not having a Maps app. The girl smiled faintly and admitted that she felt like she'd been rescued again. She added that, as a knight, it was her duty to protect the others and sadly noted that she felt pathetic. He approached Norl and asked her what being a knight meant to her and why protecting others was so important to her. He was curious about the reason behind her desire to pursue this path. Norl said that her dream since childhood was to become a knight and protect other people. The girl recalled how once upon a time a terribly ferocious demon had appeared out of nowhere. She thought she had to protect at least this little one. However, she was completely helpless then. But at the very last moment, a knight appeared and protected them all. She thought it was thanks to this knight that they were saved then. Norl admitted that from that very moment, she dreamed of becoming a knight to protect her loved ones. Her interlocutor suggested that they must be important to her if she wanted to protect them. The girl was a little embarrassed, but confirmed that this was true. The main character said that not only he, but everyone else too, Estelle, Shizuha, and Luna also shared her desire to protect others. He added that they considered her a dear friend and wanted to protect her in return. The girl, with a surprised and touching expression, repeated that they felt the same way. Okura said that despite what others say, he considers Norl a comrade. He added that he was only able to get this far thanks to those who stood by his side. The protagonist said that he wanted her to be his comrade and asked excitedly if she understood it. Norl thanked him, saying she was very grateful. The hero looked embarrassed and she, blushing slightly, looked at him tenderly. The guy said he wouldn't give her to anyone because she was his first character. The girl protested, asking if her rarity was really the only thing that mattered to him. She then ran away, covering her face and demanding that he not look at her. The next day, the girl asked him worriedly if he had seen her sword. The guy replied that he hadn't noticed it and suggested that she might have dropped it when she was pushed. The girl admitted that this was a problem. Then he offered to use another sword, explaining that he had a spare with him. She asked in surprise if it was possible, and he agreed. The boy said he felt more comfortable entrusting the sword to Norl and handed the battles over to her. The girl enthusiastically declared that she would definitely protect Okura Dono. Meanwhile, the other group expressed concern that something had happened to the leader. The group discussed missing Don Oleum and was now a little worried. One of the group members expressed hope that they would meet the others before Don Oleum did. They decided to find their comrades first and deal with exterminating the Oleums later. Okura noticed Norl catch something deftly and was surprised. He said he'd finished preparing and they could eat. The girl replied that she was very hungry. After eating, they planned to set out immediately. Then Norl turned to Okura Dono to tell her something important. They encountered a huge beast. Okura said that breakfast will be postponed until later. First, they need to deal with this creature. Okura noticed that the same Dudon they had fought the day before was standing in front of them. He said that they would have to deal with him together. Then he asked Okura Dono would he be able to deal with the remaining monsters. She confidently replied that she could. Norl resolutely declared that Dudona Oleum should be given to her and was the first to attack. Norl struck the beast, but it roared furiously and remained on its feet. At that moment, several more monsters appeared, and the heroes noticed that they were moving directly toward Norl. Okura realized she was in danger and rushed to her aid. Okura shouted that he wouldn't let the enemy escape and rushed into battle. Norl followed suit, bravely fighting the monster, dealing powerful blows with her sword. The hero understands that the wild animals released could pose a threat to the village. He argues that simply letting them escape could lead to disaster. Norl agrees if they aren't stopped now, the village will suffer. Norl said that since the pack had lost its leader, the remaining Oleums would likely flee deep into the forest. Okura agreed, adding that in that case everything would be fine. However, a moment later they heard a rustling in the bushes. When the main characters heard the approaching voice, they exclaimed in surprise. Their comrades joyfully called out to them. A girl in the group thanked God that the leader was safe. Okura, in turn, admitted he was glad to see everyone safe and sound. One of the girls said she was very surprised when the junior leader jumped into the river. Another added that she thought Mrs. Knight was okay too. The boy apologized for causing them concern. The curly-haired girl said they were lucky they weren't hurt. Another, clinging to him, called him junior leader and suspiciously asked if he'd spent the night with that knight. One of the girls asked how it all went and what they did there. The others began to suspect something was wrong, asking if something had happened between the knight and the boy. He sheepishly denied it, saying nothing of the sort had happened. Niall, she blushed a little and added that she didn't think anything like that had happened, and even if it had, it didn't concern her. Norl approached the leader, Schwain, and said she wanted to talk. She admitted that she would start straight away and asked to be allowed to join their squad. When asked why she was speaking so harshly, the girl explained that she wanted to apologize for her harassment and repay the debt. Norl said she wasn't planning to officially join their squad but was willing to help out as a temporary member. She added that this was her way of completing her character's story. The leader confirmed that he also wanted to ask Norl's permission to participate, adding that it would be good practice for her. The protagonist responded that he understood and said he was counting on Norl. One of the girls asked the leader if the connection had been confirmed. The main character, somewhat surprised, agreed and said that the connection had definitely occurred. The protagonist remembered something similar in KD and noticed that the summoning stone confirmed the connection. He noted that, according to the description, it could be used to communicate and summon people nearby. He handed Norl the summoning stone and said it would confirm her membership in their ranks. He asked her to accept it. Norl said she would gladly accept the summoning stone and took it in her hands. As she did so, the stone glowed, confirming her joining the party, surprising everyone present. She said that she was offering her sword, but not as a knight, but as an ordinary Norl man Fanya. They are back. The heroes looked at each other silently, not knowing what to say. He said it seemed they had made it out. The girl thanked God, breathing a sigh of relief. However, he also thought that her offer of a sword hadn't seemed to be in the CD, which made him a little wary. The girl said that he mentioned it as a memory story and that it was quite a strange experience. Norl said she had never seen anything like it and asked when he had acquired it. The protagonist confessed to Norl that he couldn't resist making a few spins after the escort mission began. He apologized for it and asked to keep everything a secret. Norl said she couldn't allow secrets between her comrades. He rushed toward her. The girls remarked that Okura and Norl seemed to be having a good conversation. One of them added that this was indeed the case. Meanwhile, a request was made to keep someone's secret. Norl apologized, saying she was very sorry. She admitted that she had put Okura Dono in danger and added that she had caused a lot of trouble for Estelle, and Shizu Xe, the girl, was clearly upset and felt guilty about what had happened. Estelle, trying to calm her down, said that they had truly been very worried about her. Estelle admitted that she had gone too far and apologized. Norl immediately said it was her fault. Shizuha admitted she was worried about her, but now everything is fine. Shizuka smiling, she said that Norl hadn't caused any problems at all. Norl, barely holding back tears, gratefully uttered the names of Estelle and Shizuha. The girls, without hesitation, hugged her tightly. Once everything was settled, Okura suggested they set out. 9 days had passed since their departure from Scottinger. The girls were in good spirits again, and the atmosphere in the group had become light. Along the way, one of their companions noticed that their destination was already in sight. Okura, surprised and delighted, confirmed this looking ahead. The heroes finally reached the city of the magical Keels. The group successfully reached the magical city of Keels. One of the heroes noted with relief that they had finally arrived. In response to thanks for their escort, the local guides modestly replied that they were simply on their way. When they arrived in Keels, they were asked if they were going to return to Schotting immediately. The hero replied that they had business in that city, so they would stay a while. At that moment, the girl joyfully threw herself into Estelle's arms. Annery admitted that this trip had been particularly fun for her, all thanks to Estelle. She thanked her and said she wanted to talk more and see how Estelle used magic. She said she hoped to see Estelle again in shooting. Estelle replied with a smile that she would definitely come. She admitted that she had also enjoyed talking with Annery. Annery joyfully rushed to Estelle, hugged her, and declared her love. Estelle barely contained her reaction. The hug was too tight and painful. When it was time to leave, her father called Annery, and she, after saying goodbye to Estelle, obediently followed him. In parting, the girl warmly wished Estelle well, and Estelle simply said goodbye in return. The heroes remaining in Keels stood on the wide street, watching their departing friends. The heroes see Annery off. One notices she's gone and is glad they've become friends. Estelle says her name with a smile and says they'll definitely meet again. They arrive in a new city and are delighted. One of the girls says the journey was fun. Another says she's interested in the local magic. Everyone is enthusiastic about exploring the city, but the protagonist reminds them that they first need to turn in their assignment results. Keels Adventure Guild. The guild staff immediately recognizes Okura and says they've already heard of him from the capital. The receptionist kindly offers to escort them to the management, as had been arranged upon their arrival. Okura's group is quickly escorted to the guild leader, much to their surprise. One member even remarks that he wasn't expecting such a reception. The secretary informs them that Okura-sama has brought them. A serious-looking woman greets them at the door, recognizing them as the travelers the old guild leader had mentioned. Okura introduces himself awkwardly but decisively to the guild leader, explaining that he's been asked to conduct an investigation. He straightens up and tries to appear confident. His companion notices that he's as awkward as ever. The guild leader stares at them silently, then turns and leaves, leaving the tense atmosphere. The guild leader expressed doubt that these were the same travelers she had heard about, and was surprised that Okura was their leader, adding that he looked completely unconvincing. Aliner, the head of the guild branch in Keels, stated that despite their pitiful appearance, at the request of the guild leader, they were assigned to take part in the investigation of the anomaly. When the anomaly came up, the heroes inquired whether they were referring to the recently formed labyrinth. Aliner replied that, unfortunately, the guild currently had no information other than the anomaly's appearance. Estelle, quite calmly but with a grin, says that this sounds somewhat pathetic, which shocks the others. Estelle expressed her opinion too bluntly, greatly astonishing the others. Okura tried to smooth things over, and the guild leader mentally noted her impudence. The guild leader was surprised that she wasn't the leader, to which Estelle calmly remarked that she didn't consider herself self-confident enough. Okura, for his part, panicked. The guild leader remarks with a slight grin that their team is indeed quite interesting, observing Okura's confused and panicked reaction. Elena acknowledged that it was now clear why they had been recommended for promotion, promoted them herself, and warned that she would keep an eye on them. Okura complained of fatigue and admitted he was having difficulty negotiating. The girls noted his weakness, but one of them encouraged him, saying the leader needed more confidence. They discussed how Okura hadn't changed despite their growth. The girls admitted that his insecurity was charming, as overconfidence would have been unpleasant for them. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. The heroes suddenly witnessed a giant golem carrying a girl rush down the street, calling for everyone to make way. This caused panic and confusion among passers-by and the group itself. The golem stopped abruptly and the girl fell off. One of the heroes intervened, stopping the situation. Everyone was worried that she had been hurt. The girl said she was unharmed. The group confirmed her condition while Okura held the golem with one hand, surprising everyone. Estelle admitted that her magic was unstable but decided to try it on the golem. After casting the spell, it suddenly stopped, greatly surprising everyone. The bespectacled girl was surprised by the golem's sudden stop and became curious about the heroes' identities. Okura was concerned that they were standing out too much in public. Okura and his comrades decided to avoid further attention, leaving the golem where it was and hurrying away. Okura sensed something unpleasant was about to happen and suggested they hurry. The characters decided to hurry to buy a souvenir for Luna. At that moment, an unfamiliar girl noticed their team and looked at them in surprise. The heroes find themselves in a forest called Alda, where they encounter funny mushroom-like creatures called matangos. One of the characters remarks that they probably drop mushrooms. They began their mushroom monster hunt, enthusiastically deciding that they would have fried mushrooms for dinner. Okura was relieved to see Nora full of energy again as she happily cooked at Brun's house. Nor-El ceremoniously served the mushroom dish and wished everyone bon appetit. The others eyed the food warily. One character remarked that the mushrooms looked delicious, but doubted they were even edible. Norl remarked that the mushrooms were crispy and delicious, while Luna added that the texture was strange. Shizuha offered Luna a taste of her mushrooms. Luna then explained that these mushrooms were from slain monsters. The heroine explained that the mushroom's color and shape depended on who defeated the monster. Luna immediately refused to eat them, and Shizuka, upset, she tried to persuade her. The protagonist noticed that his mushrooms were not among the prepared ones. The protagonist was surprised why Estelle only ate his mushrooms. Estelle said she felt awkward being looked at like that and asked them to stop staring. Okura became embarrassed and apologized, assuring her he hadn't meant to embarrass her. Several days have passed since the investigation began in Keels, but, as the hero said, there has been no progress. The hero noted that unless panic ensued, traces of the anomaly should appear first, and then the labyrinth. However, according to him, there were no hints of a quest yet. He says they have no choice but to investigate further. Norl asks if he's returning to his room. He answers affirmatively, adding that he wants to get some exercise in. The young man thought that if he had controlled the Saint Itabra better, Norl would not have found himself in this situation. He concluded that he needed to train as much as possible. Okura thought it would be nice to grab a snack, so he used the snack function. He pressed the button and received a brandy biscuit. Taking a bite, he noted to himself how delicious it was. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and slightly surprised, he ordered them in. Norl apologized and, entering the room, remarked that she didn't often visit him. He, a little surprised, asked if she needed anything. She admitted that she wanted to talk to him for a while. She spoke quietly, recalling how she'd been rescued on a previous mission and asking if they remembered it. He responded, surprised that he hadn't known she'd thought about it. He then admitted that he would have felt bad if he hadn't been able to save her back then, since she always helped him out. She, looking down slightly, said she was happy with his growth and how he was getting stronger, but added that she was still sad to realize that they no longer needed her support. He said that if she wanted to help him, she could collect some magic stones. In response, she screamed that that was not what she was talking about. Okura offered her a treat since she was there. Handing her the box, he said it was a brandy biscuit from a bakery. Surprised, she asked what it was and happily declared she really wanted to try it. After tasting it, she delightedly remarked on its unusual yet incredibly delicious flavor while he watched her reaction. He noticed she was numb and asked if she'd eaten too much. She replied that she felt like she was floating. He worriedly asked if she was okay and added that he thought she'd had enough. The girl exclaimed why they were taking her treat away and tried to give it back. The boy told her to wait and asked her not to push. The awkward movement caused them both to lose their balance and fall to the floor together. After they fell, the girl, lying on top of him, relaxedly said she enjoyed it. He, confused, wondered if she was drunk. The guy confusedly asked the girl to wait and get off him, and she only snorted with a displeased look in response. She asked in surprise why he looked so dissatisfied, to which he, embarrassed, replied that he had no complaints, but that Okuradono always treated him too cruelly. The girl said that even she wants to be treated tenderly. She said she'd take off her mask if he really wanted it, because she knew he couldn't see her face. He looked embarrassed and tried to stop her, saying he'd never said anything like that. Norl took off her mask and asked with a slight smile if it was any better, wondering how she looked in Okura-san's eyes. The girl, clinging to him, asked if he loved her and then, hearing his halting answer, asked if he loved her then. When he didn't give a clear answer, she, almost in tears, said that he probably hated her. The young man, in despair and confusion, cried out that he loved her. Then, hesitating a little, he added that he loved her. As a friend, the girl approached him in response with a serious expression on her face. Saw it with surprise, he watched as the girl pressed herself against him and whispered that she loved him too. A moment later, he noticed her breathing calmly, pressed against him, and realized she had fallen asleep. Okura, he thought she must be comfortable and noticed how she quietly snuggled up to him. He thanked her for her concern and admitted that he had become a real support for him. Smiling in her sleep, she quietly whispered his name. A week has passed since the investigation began in Keels. The characters once again encounter living bamboo shoots. One of them happily declares that they'll have bamboo for dinner again, while the other is surprised they haven't gotten tired of it yet. The heroes discuss the lack of progress in the investigation and that they have still not made any progress in finding the cause of the Trent anomaly. The woman noticed that despite working daily, they were making no progress. The man apologized, but the woman immediately clarified that that wasn't why she'd called him. The woman said they had received a personal assignment, adding that it was from Rishcha. The girl suggested it might be a Delbel-san, but the same woman said no. The characters learned that the Magical Academy of Rishcha, located in the center of Keels, wanted to meet with them. One of them was surprised, while the other admitted she knew nothing about it. They approached the building of the Rishchan Academy and were impressed by its appearance, comparing it to a castle. The heroes stood at the academy's gates, admiring its grandeur, noting that it was no surprise as it was the best in the country. One of them remarked that Estelle looked strange, but she replied that everything was fine. They informed the guards at the academy gates that they had come on a mission from Christina-san. One of the guards was greatly surprised and hurried after her. Just then, a girl joyfully ran up to them, exclaiming that she had finally found them. Christia, laughing joyfully, explained that she was the one who had once been saved. She introduced herself as a teacher at the academy and suggested they call her simply Chris. Christia explained that she had been waiting for their meeting ever since that day. She admitted that she had taken the search seriously and had taken it upon herself to keep an eye on them, even though the guild had been unable to tell her anything about them. Only one thing was clear: they were travelers. The teacher explained that she had heard rumors about travelers who had collected large quantities of matango mushrooms and bamboo shoots in the city. She smiled and said that she'd been asking people and had finally found them. The girl with the pigtails asked why she'd been looking for them. One of the girls asked if they needed help as they'd been invited to the academy. The teacher replied that their arrival had nothing to do with the assignment, surprising Okura. Norl asked in surprise if they really had no reason to come to the academy at all. At that moment, Chris stopped and sharply retorted that there was a reason. The teacher enthusiastically stated that her real reason is a desire to communicate with them. This statement caused confusion among the others. The hero asked about the task. Chris answered animatedly that of course she would tell them about it. When the explosion occurred, the teacher calmly said there was nothing to worry about. The others panicked and asked what was going on, as something had suddenly exploded. Chris panicked and exclaimed that she was in the middle of an experiment when something went wrong. She asked me to wait for her a little while. Norl expressed concern about whether the teacher would be okay. The boy remarked that it now became clear to him why the security guard had reacted so strangely earlier. Someone in the room suggested simply waiting, while another asked what they should do now. When the girl addressed him by name, Okura was surprised. He didn't know who she was and was puzzled by how she knew him. She turned to her new acquaintance and asked if it was Estelle. She confirmed it was indeed her and asked why they were looking for her. The girl replied that she had heard about her from her friend and just wanted to know what kind of person Estelle was. Oh looked at Estelle and noticed that she was indeed short. Estelle calmly noted that her interlocutor wasn't particularly taller either. To this, she indignantly exclaimed that she was, in fact, taller. The girl admitted that she had heard from her friend about her interlocutor's impressive magical abilities, but it seemed that she had placed such high hopes in vain. Chris approached the group, thanking them for waiting and saying she'd managed to tidy up. She recognized the girl and asked if she needed anything. However, after suddenly apologizing, Myler-san quickly turned and ran away. After Myler left, the company was a bit at a loss. Norl in turn, she admitted that that girl scared her a little. Okura asked Estelle if she was okay. She smiled slightly and replied that everything was fine and that they shouldn't worry. The teacher, returning to the essence of the task, said that she wanted the children to accompany and guard the students. She clarified that about 30 students would be attending the outdoor classes. The heroes were surprised by the number of people. It was their first experience of this kind, and they admitted they weren't too confident in their abilities. The teacher cheerfully replied that everything would be fine. The teacher said she knew about the high level of strength travelers possessed and had witnessed Estelle's abilities with her own eyes. She also recalled how Estelle had stopped a rampaging giant. Estelle responded calmly, asking if she had actually demonstrated her magic before, as in her opinion, that didn't count as using magic. She exclaimed indignantly that such a thing could not but be considered magic. After all, ordinary wizards are not even able to notice a magical malfunction without a mentor. According to her, Estelle not only stopped the giant, but also instantly corrected the magical path, which is an extremely rare and impressive achievement. The teacher enthusiastically tried to convey to Estelle how impressive her magic was, exclaiming if they understood how cool it was. Estelle, a little embarrassed, calmly replied that she understood and politely asked her to move away. Chris admitted she'd gotten too carried away and, stepping away, apologized. She also assured them that with Estelle on the team, there was nothing to worry about. She enthusiastically declared that she was counting on them, while the others reacted with silent confusion. The teacher began the briefing, and the mission to escort a group of 30 students officially began. One of the escorts remarked that there seemed to be too many students. The academy students embark on a new quest to escort 30 Wisteria students. One of the teachers is surprised that a team of B-rank adventurers is assisting, but agrees and expresses hope for success. The heroes readily accept the task. Christian, a teacher from the academy, bursts onto the stage, loudly apologizing for being late, much to the surprise of those present. One of the characters explains that she is a client they will be working with. It sounded like it was that same mailer. Estelle said she should probably say hello. The guy tried to stop her, advising her not to make the situation worse. 3 days had passed since leaving Kellis. To everyone's surprise, the journey was peaceful. The group moved forward in an orderly fashion, stopping for rest. The students behaved calmly and the escorts observed the situation, noticing no particular problems. The group arrived at Euphoria Garden. One of the characters expressed surprise that such a beautiful and peaceful place actually existed. Another remarked admiringly that the fruit looked delicious. The teacher told the students to start collecting materials for their research, but warned them not to stray far from the main area. Shizuka noticed the fruit and turned her attention to it with surprise. The nearby warriors eagerly offered to pick some too. The girl warned that not all fruits are safe, although some have already been used in experiments and may be edible. Curious, he plucked one and squeezed it lightly. At that moment, the fruit suddenly exploded, spraying juice into his face. His helmeted companion screamed in shock, realizing the fruit was unstable, and the boy himself remained standing, stunned and covered in droplets. Myler explained that these fruits are called bomb fruits. She warned against touching them unless the stems are cut, otherwise they explode. Estelle remarked that she had never seen such fruits before and found them quite intriguing. The girl with the basket of fruit bombs expressed surprise that not all magicians knew about their properties, and noted that Annery had again made a mistake in calling one of the girls a great sorceress. Estelle was slightly embarrassed and clarified that she had indeed been Annery's friend before. The girl with a kind smile suggested to the other not to frown and to become friends. She, clearly embarrassed, hesitated, then loudly exclaimed that she refused. She ran out with a basket of fruit bombs, causing surprise among those around her. Okura, surprised, asked if she really was Anari's friend. Okura suggested that the girl's sternness might be connected to what Anari had said to her. Her companions silently agreed, watching her walk away. The outdoor training was a success and not a single monster appeared after the battle. Finally, the last day of practice was announced and someone approached Noril with a request. The warrior enthusiastically volunteered to help and quickly began cutting the fruit. The other students watched her, but one of the fruits she had collected unexpectedly fell, drawing admiration from everyone present. Shizuka thanked him for the fruit and decided to take one as a souvenir, assuring him she definitely liked the taste. Everyone at the gathering looked pleased and the atmosphere was friendly. The boy noticed that everyone had developed good relationships, observing the lively conversation around them. The boy suddenly asked the girl if she wanted to join the academy, noticing her curious glance at the students. She was surprised by the question, but he explained that he was thinking about the possibility of making friends his own age. Students passing by were discussing how everyone around them were ordinary mages. The girl immediately declined the offer to study at the academy, explaining that she couldn't stand students from such institutions. The boy, surprised, asked her why, and she admitted that she had once been enrolled in a magic academy. He asked if this had happened before her summoning, and she replied in the affirmative. Estelle said that the students at the academy cruelly bullied her, using magic to mock her. She couldn't bear it and left before completing her studies. The boy apologized for reminding the girl of unpleasant memories. She acknowledged that it had indeed been a difficult time, but asked him to do something for her later as an apology. Then she noticed that several students had wandered too far and headed there with him. Meanwhile, the three students ventured deeper into the forest despite their friends' objections. One of them assured the others they would only be gone for a short while, though he knew they could get into trouble if the teacher spotted them. One of the students joyfully shouted that he'd found a tree with fruit and called the others to come. The boys enthusiastically rushed to harvest the fruit, not waiting for the others. The girls, lagging behind a bit, followed them with displeasure, noting that boys were always so much trouble. The students stopped in surprise before the enormous tree, amazed by its size. One of the boys noticed an unusual piece of fruit hanging from a branch. A dark-haired girl recognized it and offered to take it back. Meanwhile, the others approached, noticing that the group must be somewhere nearby. The boy noticed where the students were gathered and approached the tree. The girl, looking serious, warned him that there was a high concentration of magical particles in the area, so he should proceed with caution. One of the boys suggested using magic to get the fruit, at which point the tree began to glow. The girl tried to stop them, concerned about the consequences of using spells. One of the boys used a wind spell to knock a piece of fruit off a tree. The magic arrow missed its target, and the boys began pointing out the error to each other. The dark-haired girl sensed something strange, but seeing no change, she decided it might have been her imagination. A sudden roar shook the surrounding area, attracting the attention of everyone present. The students turned around in alarm, unsure what had happened. A powerful surge of energy emanated from beneath the tree, accompanied by crackling and destruction. A massive root burst from the ground, grabbing the girl and lifting her into the air. The others watched in horror, unable to immediately understand what had attacked. Everyone present looked stunned by the sudden threat emanating from the tree itself. The team came across a giant tree with dangerous vines sprouting from it. The boy quickly got his bearings and asked the sorceress to tend to the plants. The girl responded to his instructions and immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, he hurried to the villagers and warned them to stay away from the tree. The sorceress fired a powerful spell at the vines, causing an explosion. However, the attack failed to cause decisive damage and the tree remained standing. Okura was surprised by the creature's resilience but noticed its movement had paused. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward, hoping to capitalize on the opportunity. The boy rushed toward the tree, trying to break through its defenses but slipped and found himself in danger. Meanwhile, the vines caught several villagers and one of the girls ended up entangled. He rushed to her aid, cutting the vine and pulling her free. The girl reacted with fear, but he quickly confirmed that she was okay. The other children watched anxiously and urged him to hurry. Estelle unleashed another powerful attack, causing a bright explosion towards the tree. A flash illuminated the area and flashes of magic reflected off the treetops. Amidst this, one of the characters anxiously wondered why such a monster had appeared here. The girl next to him expressed displeasure and reminded him that she had warned him in advance about the need to return. A huge creature named Trent with a high level and magical defense appeared from the forest. Estelle noted that her spell hadn't worked because it had used magic, which the creature was extremely resistant to. He began to ponder how to deal with this enemy. She suggested first securing the children and taking them to the others. Hearing this, he asked incredulously if she was serious. More and more dots began appearing on the radar, indicating the approach of monsters. The boy was surprised to notice that there were already about 50 creatures in the area. The girl suggested they might have been attracted by the large tree. After assessing the situation, she admitted they couldn't handle that many enemies. One of the kids remarked that walking out of the forest was a bad idea, and the boy thought about his next step. Shizuka noticed the flashes and wondered what was happening in the distance. A nearby knight also heard a strange sound and began to suspect something was wrong. Receiving a radio signal, they realized the situation was serious. Norl reported that numerous monsters had appeared and the situation was becoming dangerous. In response, she asked Okura and Shizuku to immediately ensure the protection of the teachers and students. The hero radioed in and reported that he and the sorceress had deviated slightly from their route and accidentally ended up heading toward a monster. One of his companions exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Meanwhile, a group of children excitedly crowded around the flying device, causing concern among the others. He urged them to be careful, while one of the boys teased him with a smile for looking scared. Marashi admitted in surprise that she had never heard of the magical item they used. The boy pointed to the forest ahead and noted that this was where all these creatures were hiding. He added that the monsters were heading toward the garden. The girl agreed, amazed by the scale of what was happening. The craft accelerated and he warned the others to hold on tight. The group landed safely and one of the girls immediately inquired about Norl's condition. He reported that they were all fine and that the situation had been brought under control. Meanwhile, the teachers approached them, concerned about what was happening. The boy worriedly reported that a giant creature and numerous treants were moving toward them. The woman remarked that they shouldn't have reached that place. Mara confidently declared that it was Grandies in front of them, recognizing the creature by its distinctive golden fruits. The teacher, surprised, asked if this was indeed the case and received confirmation from another girl who cited images from books. Chris reacted with delight to the news and excitedly admitted that she had always dreamed of seeing this creature. However, the teacher immediately reminded them that their first priority was the safety of the students. The boy noted that there was no time to escape and that they intended to hold off the enemies. He asked the adults to take care of the students, and one of the women readily agreed. Shizuha admitted that protecting the students and fighting at the same time would be difficult. Okura thought about the number of Trents and suggested using someone else's help, showing an image on his device. The boy placed the device on the ground and it began charging. Everyone watched intently. After activation, the figure of a girl wearing a cap, sitting in a relaxed pose, emerged from the device. The others looked at her in surprise, realizing that she was now destined to play a key role. The boy tried to wake the summoned girl named Luna, but she was fast asleep. Despite his cries of urgency, she didn't respond. He desperately reminded her that 5 days had already passed, though it sounded like minutes. The girls watching this noted with a smile that Luna hadn't even woken up from the mud, and this behavior was completely consistent with her character. Luna, barely awake, yawned and sat up with difficulty, gradually coming to her senses. She stated that she understood the situation and was ready to do everything possible since she had been summoned. Okura gave orders. Luna and Norl were to attack the approaching treants while the rest would focus on defense. The boy asked doubtfully if this was okay, but the girl merely looked back calmly. Luna asked with a serious expression if she could fight in front of people. The boy immediately perked up and announced he had a plan. The twinkled girl picked up a cube of Gacha and the students and teachers gathered behind her, watching the preparations closely. Estelle activated the magical artifact and its light began to spread across the area. The student, watching with interest, tried to figure out what exactly they were planning. At that moment, a combative girl with a joyful expression loudly called the others to her, pointing in the direction. The moon appeared from the magic circle armed with a spear. She instantly assumed a fighting stance, shocking the onlookers. One of the teachers noticed the shape of her ears and suspected a demon. The others began whispering in alarm, surprised by the unexpected summoning of such a creature. After the demonic-looking girl appeared, one of the participants calmly called her a demon familiar. The teacher, surprised, commented that he now understood what B-rank mages were capable of. The others watched in silence, while some of the children watched the situation anxiously, noticing strange sounds coming from nearby. The group noticed the approaching treants, and one of the students panicked and screamed that the monsters were already nearby. The student immediately ordered Chris to evacuate the students to safety. She confirmed her understanding and sprang into action. The rest of the fighters moved forward and confirmed that they were acting according to a predetermined plan. The group engaged the treants. The boy threw discs with precision, cutting through vines, while the knight struck with her sword. The demon girl leaped forward with ease, attacking the enemy from above. On the other side, the sorceress prepared to cast a spell, arms outstretched. In the background, the students watched with alarm and admiration. The girl with the magic wand floated in the air and, with a scream, unleashed a powerful spell toward her opponents. Her strike was accompanied by a bright flash and a powerful explosion at the point of impact. The children watched in awe as the robed girl just performed the spell. They were amazed that even their teachers couldn't do such a thing. One of the students paused, remembering Anari's words, and finally understood why she'd mentioned Estelle's magic. The warrior called out to Luna to make sure she was all right. Luna calmly replied that she had already dealt with the monsters in that part of the forest. Hearing this, the knight acknowledged with relief. Everything had gone exactly as expected from Luna. One of the girls noticed the enemy approaching and confirmed that it was Grandi's. The other one reacted immediately, calling Norl to attack, and together they rushed into battle against the huge enemy. Estelle breathed a sigh of relief after the battle, looking at the burnt tree. She admitted she hated facing treants. The boy noted that at least there were no more enemies here, although their victory hadn't been easy. The guy said that the group Norl began the fight with Grannies. He entrusted the others with defense and went to the front himself. He sternly ordered the healer to focus on healing for the safety of the students. A terrifying, beast-like enemy appears, its status far superior to anything they have encountered before. The boy realized the enemy before him was dangerous, and even if Norl and Luna were fighting, he couldn't relax. He rushed toward the battlefield as the monster, resembling a gigantic beast, swung its paw, fighting the knight. The armored warrior delivered a powerful blow to his opponent, but the enormous monster attempted to grab him. Luna managed to grab her comrade by the hair and drag him away, avoiding the blow. The boy watched in shock, realizing how well coordinated the two were. Norl and Luna stood calmly before their fallen opponent, radiating confidence. The boy watched them and acknowledged that their strength far exceeded expectations. He realized his help in the fight was unnecessary, as they had managed without his intervention. The girls approached and noted his tardiness with surprise. Okura realized that his help in the battle was unnecessary, since they managed without his intervention. The vine suddenly spun and then darted sideways at incredible speed. The boy managed to shout the girl's name, warning her of danger. The next second, she was thrown into the air and sent flying violently, losing control of the situation. Shizuha rushed forward in horror, shouting her companion's name loudly. Her face expressed shock and alarm when she noticed what had happened to Luna. The girls were thrown violently to the side and crashed into the ground, raising clouds of dust and debris. Okura he rushed toward them, asking worriedly if they were okay. The girl with long hair rose weakly, admitting she'd momentarily lost concentration. Luna, clearly confused, found herself in an awkward position, pressed against Shizuha's chest. Shizuha, smiling with a bead of sweat on her face, worriedly asked if everything was okay. Realizing the situation, Luna quickly pulled away, blushing, and cried out indignantly. Luna, slightly embarrassed, told Shizuha that she'd saved her and added that it wasn't worth the effort. She explained that, upon seeing Luna in the air, her body had rushed to her aid without even thinking. Luna asked her companion to stay put, but she turned away with a displeased look and resolutely soared into the sky, spreading her wings. She promised to take revenge for what he did to her friend. The enormous tree-like monster took a hit but continued to move. The horned girl landed safely, and her comrades greeted her with relief, glad she was safe. One of them noted that the enemy had weakened. All the heroes gathered together and decided to act together to defeat the enemy. Okura, breathing heavily, noticed something strange was happening to the monster. He wondered why they hadn't been able to defeat it yet, since their attacks seemed like they should have been able to work. The creature remained standing despite the blows and suddenly caused a powerful earthquake, splitting the earth around itself. The young man tried to dodge as the ground began to crack beneath his feet. Huge slabs of rock began to rise, shattering the surface. One of the group members shouted to the others, directing them where to run to avoid the collapse. Panicked, the group began moving towards safety. Estelle breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the situation was dangerous. She asked the people to back away, realizing she had no other choice. The guy, noticing her determination, asked if everything was okay with the others. One of the heroes called out to Estelle in surprise and asked why she was there. She calmly asked them to protect the students, gesturing to a group nearby. Then, with a confident smile, she declared that she intended to wipe the tree monster off the face of the earth. Then, with a confident smile, she declared that she was going to wipe this monster tree off the face of the earth. The hero doubted it was possible to destroy the tree even with magic, but the girl confidently declared it was fine, she had already activated her skill. He asked in surprise, and she explained that thanks to the skill she had used, she could use magic without any problem. Opening the magic book, she noted reservedly that she would be extremely unhappy if the situation had developed differently. After a brief pause marked by tense glances, one of the heroes commanded everyone to retreat. The group immediately fled, recognizing the impending danger. Glowing projectiles appeared in the sky, flying toward the monster. The magical bolts struck their target at incredible speed, accompanied by a loud roar. The sorceress, her expression serious, activated a powerful attack, aiming it at the monster. The sky lit up with flashes, and streams of energy crashed down on the target with a roar. As she released the spell, she shouted a command, expressing her determination to finish the fight. Explosions covered the entire area around the creature. Despite a series of powerful explosions, the monster remained standing, emitting a vicious roar. The group watched the scene with growing tension. The sorceress, with cold confidence, declared it futile and explained that she possessed a huge reserve of mana thanks to a special item from the Moon Drop Gacha. Estelle continued her attack with determination, swinging her arms and directing a stream of magical energy at the enemy. Explosions thundered all around, and the beams of light continued unabated. She loudly declared that she would not stop until the monster was reduced to ashes. Her face expressed concentration and complete confidence in her abilities. After the devastating attack, only a charred stump remained in the place of the monster. People watched in complete shock, and one of the teachers screamed as he realized the Garden of Euphoria had been destroyed. The sorceress staggered and began to lose consciousness. A warrior with glasses ran up and caught her before she fell. The heroes gathered amid the destruction, checking on each other. The warrior with the glasses held the sorceress in his arms while the others stood nearby. Meanwhile, someone watched them from the shadows, noting to themselves that these people still had potential for growth.